141,842, 141,843, 141,844, 141,845, 141,846, 141,847, 141,848, 141,849, 141,850, 141,851, 141,852, 141,853, 141,854, 141,855, 141,856, 141,857, 141,854, 141,859, 141,845, 141,846, 141,863, 141,848, 141,864, 141,865, 141,866, 141,868, 141,868, 141,868, 140,870, 140,870, 140,872, 140,874, 140,875, 140,876, 140,877, 140,878, 140,879, 140,880, 140,881, 140,882, 140,883, 140,884, 140,885, 140,886, 140,887, 140,888, 140,889, 140,890, 140,891, 140,892, 140,893, 140,894, 140,895, 140,896, 140,897, 140,898, 140,899, 140,901, 140,902, 140,903, 140,904, 140,905, 140,906, 140,907, 140,908, 140,909, 140,910, 140,911, 140,912, 140,913, 140,914, 140,915, 140,916, 140,917, 140,918, 140,919, 140,920, 140,921, 140,922, 140,923, 140,924, 140,925, 140,926, 140,927, 140,928, 140,929, 140,930, 140,931, 140,932, 140,933, 140,934, 140,935, 140,936, 140,937, 140,938, 140,939, 140,940, 140,941, 140,942, 140,943, 140,944, 140,945, 140,946, 140,947, 140,948, 140,949, 140,950, 140,951, 140,952, 140,953, 140,954, 140,955, 140,956, 140,957, 140,958, 140,959, 140,960, 140,961, 140,962, 140,963, 140,964, 140,965, 140,966, 140,967, 140,968, 140,969, 140,970, 140,971, 140,972, 140,973, 140,974, 140,975, 140,976, 140,977, 140,978, 140,979, 140,980, 140,981, 140,982, 140,983, 140,984, 140,985, 140,986, 140,987, 140,988, 140,989, 140,990, 140,991, 140,992, 140,993, 140,994, 140,995, 140,996, 140,997, 140,998, 140,999, 140,000, 142,001, 142,002, 142,003, 142,004, 142,005, 142,006, 142,007, 142,008, 142,009, 142,010, 142,011, 142,012, 142,013, 142,014, 142,015, 142,016, 142,017, 142,018, 142,019, 142,020, 142,021, 142,022, 142,023, 142,024, 142,025, 142,026, 142,027, 142,028, 142,029, 142,030, 142,031, 142,032, 142,033, 142,034, 142,035, 142,036, 142,037, 142,038, 142,039, 142,040, 142,041, 142,042, 142,043, 142,044, 142,045, 142,046, 142,047, 142,048, 142,049, 142,050, 142,051, 142,052, 142,053, 142,054, 142,055, 142,056, 142,057, 142,058, 142,059, 142,060, 142,061, 142,062, 142,063, 142,064, 142,065, 142,066, 142,067, 142,068, 142,069, 142,070, 142,071, 142,072, 142,073, 142,074, 142,075, 142,076, 142,077, 142,078, 142,079, 142,080, 142,081, 142,082, 142,083, 142,084, 142,085, 142,086, 142,087, 142,088, 142,089, 142,090, 142,091, 142,092, 142,093, 142,094, 142,095, 142,096, 142,097, 142,098, 142,099, 142,100, 142,101, 142,102, 142,103, 142,104, 142,105, 142,106, 142,107, 142,108, 142,109, 142,110, 142,111, 142,112, 142,113, 142,114, 142,115, 142,116, 142,117, 142,118, 142,119, 142,120, 142,121, 142,122, 142,123, 142,124, 142,125, 142,126, 142,127, 142,128, 142,129, 142,130, 142,131, 142,132, 142,133, 142,134, 142,135, 142,136, 142,137, 142,138, 142,139, 142,140, 142,141, 142,142, 142,143, 142,144, 142,145, 142,146, 142,147, 142,148, 142,149, 142,150, 142,151, 142,152, 142,153, 142,154, 142,155, 142,156, 142,157, 142,158, 142,159, 142,160, 142,161, 142,162, 142,163, 142,164, 142,165, 142,166, 142,167, 142,168, 142,169, 140,170, 140,171, 142,172, 142,173, 142,174, 140,175, 140,176, 140,177, 140,178, 140,179, 140,180, 140,181, 140,182, 140,183, 140,184, 140,185, 140,186, 140,187, 140,188, 140,189, 140,190, 140,191, 140,192, 140,193, 140,194, 140,195, 140,196, 140,197, 140,198, 140,199, 140,200, 140,201, 140,202, 140,203, 140,204, 140,205, 140,206, 140,207, 140,208, 140,209, 140,210, 140,211, 140,212, 140,213, 140,214, 140,215, 140,216, 140,217, 140,218, 140,219, 140,220, 140,221, 140,222, 140,223, 140,224, 140,225, 140,226, 140,227, 140,228, 140,229, 140,230, 140,231, 140,232, 140,233, 140,234, 140,235, 140,236, 140,237, 140,238, 140,239, 140,240, 140,241, 140,242, 140,243, 140,244, 140,245, 140,246, 140,247, 140,248, 140,249, 140,250, 140,251, 140,252, 142,256, 142,257, 142,258, 142,259, 142,260, 142,261, 142,262, 142,263, 142,264, 142,265, 142,266, 142,267, 142,268, 142,269, 142,270, 142,271, 142,272, 142,273, 142,274, 142,275, 142,276, 142,277, 142,278, 142,279, 142,280, 142,281, 142,282, 142,283, 142,284, 142,285, 142,286, 142,287, 142,288, 142,289, 142,290, 142,291, 142,292, 142,293, 142,294, 142,295, 142,296, 142,297, 142,298, 142,299, 142,300, 142,301, 142,302, 142,303, 142,304, 142,305, 142,306, 142,307, 142,308, 142,309, 142,310, 142,311, 142,312, 142,313, 142,314, 142,315, 142,316, 142,317, 142,318, 142,319, 142,320, 142,321, 142,322, 142,323, 142,324, 142,325, 142,326, 142,327, 142,328, 142,329, 142,330, 142,331, 142,332, 142,333, 142,334, 142,335, 142,336, 142,337, 142,338, 142,339, 142,340, 142,341, 142,342, 142,343, 142,344, 142,345, 142,346, 142,347, 142,348, 142,349, 142,350, 142,351, 142,352, 142,353, 142,354, 142,355, 142,356, 142,357, 142,358, 142,359, 142,360, 142,361, 142,362, 142,363, 142,364, 142,365, 142,366, 142,367, 142,368, 142,369, 142,370, 142,371, 142,372, 142,373, 142,374, 142,375, 142,376, 142,377, 142,378, 142,379, 142,380, 142,381, 142,382, 142,383, 142,384, 142,385, 142,386, 142,387, 142,388, 142,389, 142,390, 142,391, 142,392, 142,393, 142,394, 142,395, 142,396, 142,397, 142,398, 142,399, 142,400, 142,401, 142,402, 142,403, 142,404, 142,405, 142,406, 142,407, 142,408, 142,409, 142,410, 142,411, 142,412, 142,413, 142,414, 142,415, 142,416, 142,417, 142,418, 142,419, 142,420, 142,421, 142,422, 142,423, 142,424, 142,425, 142,426, 142,427, 142,428, 142,429, 142,430, 142,431, 142,432, 142,433, 142,434, 142,435, 142,436, 142,437, 142,438, 142,439, 142,440, 142,441, 142,442, 142,443, 142,444, 142,445, 142,446, 142,447, 142,448, 142,449, 142,450, 142,451, 142,452, 142,453, 142,454, 142,455, 142,456, 142,457, 142,458, 142,459, 142,460, 142,461, 142,462, 142,463, 142,464, 142,465, 142,466, 142,467, 142,468, 142,469, 142,470, 142,471, 142,472, 142,473, 142,474, 142,475, 142,476, 142,477, 142,478, 142,479, 142,480, 142,481, 142,482, 142,483, 142,484, 142,485, 142,486, 142,487, 142,488, 142,489, 142,490, 142,491, 142,492, 142,493, 142,494, 142,495, 142,496, 142,497, 142,498, 142,499, 142,500, 142,501, 142,502, 142,503, 142,504, 142,505, 142,506, 142,507, 142,508, 142,509, 142,510, 142,511, 142,512, 142,513, 142,514, 142,515, 142,516, 142,517, 142,518, 142,519, 142,520, 142,521, 142,522, 142,523, 142,524, 142,525, 142,526, 142,527, 142,528, 142,529, 142,530, 142,531, 142,532, 142,533, 142,534, 142,535, 142,536, 142,537, 142,538, 142,539, 142,540, 142,541, 142,542, 142,543, 142,544, 142,545, 142,546, 142,547, 142,548, 142,549, 142,550, 142,551, 142,552, 142,553, 142,554, 142,555, 142,556, 142,557, 142,558, 142,559, 142,560, 142,561, 142,562, 142,563, 142,564, 142,565, 142,566, 142,567, 142,568, 142,569, 142,570, 142,571, 142,572, 142,573, 142,574, 142,575, 142,576, 142,577, 142,578, 142,579, 142,580, 142,581, 142,582, 142,583, 142,584, 142,585, 142,586, 142,587, 142,588, 142,589, 142,590, 142,591, 142,592, 142,593, 142,594, 142,595, 142,596, 142,597, 142,598, 142,599, 142,600, 142,601, 142,602, 142,603, 142,604, 142,605, 142,606, 142,607, 142,608, 142,609, 142,610, 142,611, 142,612, 142,613, 142,614, 142,615, 142,616, 142,617, 142,618, 142,619, 142,620, 142,621, 142,622, 142,623, 142,624, 142,625, 142,626, 142,627, 142,628, 142,629, 142,630, 142,631, 142,632, 142,633, 142,634, 142,635, 142,636, 142,637, 142,638, 142,639, 142,640, 142,641, 142,642, 142,643, 142,644, 142,645, 142,646, 142,647, 142,648, 142,649, 142,650, 142,651, 142,652, 142,653, 142,654, 142,655, 142,656, 142,657, 142,658, 142,659, 142,660, 142,661, 142,662, 142,663, 142,664, 142,665, 142,666, 142,667, 142,668, 142,669, 142,670, 142,671, 142,672, 142,673, 142,674, 142,675, 142,676, 142,677, 142,678, 142,679, 142,680, 142,681, 142,682, 142,683, 142,684, 142,685, 142,686, 142,687, 142,688, 142,689, 142,690, 142,691, 142,692, 142,693, 142,694, 142,695, 142,696, 142,697, 142,698, 142,699, 142,700, 142,701, 142,702, 142,703, 142,704, 142,705, 142,706, 142,707, 142,708, 142,709, 142,710, 142,711, 142,712, 142,713, 142,714, 142,715, 142,716, 142,717, 142,718, 142,719, 142,720, 142,721, 142,722, 142,723, 142,724, 142,725, 142,726, 142,727, 142,728, 142,729, 142,730, 142,731, 142,732, 142,733, 142,734, 142,735, 142,736, 142,737, 142,738, 142,739, 142,740, 142,741, 142,742, 142,743, 142,744, 142,745, 142,746, 142,747, 142,748, 142,749, 142,750, 142,751, 142,752, 142,753, 142,754, 142,755, 142,756, 142,757, 142,758, 142,759, 142,760, 142,761, 142,762, 142,763, 142,764, 142,765, 142,766, 142,767, 142,768, 142,769, 142,770, 142,771, 142,772, 142,773, 142,774, 142,775, 142,776, 142,777, 142,778, 142,779, 142,780, 142,781, 142,782, 142,783, 142,784, 142,785, 142,786, 142,787, 142,788, 142,789, 142,790, 142,791, 142,792, 142,793, 142,794, 142,795, 142,796, 142,797, 142,798, 142,799, 142,800, 142,801, 142,802, 142,803, 142,804, 142,805, 142,806, 142,807, 142,808, 142,809, 142,810, 142,811, 142,812, 142,813, 142,814, 142,815, 142,816, 142,817, 142,818, 142,819, 142,820, 142,821, 142,822, 142,823, 142,824, 142,825, 142,826, 142,827, 142,828, 142,829, 142,830, 142,831, 142,832, 142,833, 142,834, 142,835, 142,836, 142,837, 142,838, 142,839, 142,840, 142,841, 142,842, 142,843, 142,844, 142,845, 142,846, 142,847, 142,848, 142,849, 142,850, 142,851, 142,852, 142,853, 142,854, 142,855, 142,856, 142,857, 142,858, 142,859, 142,860, 142,861, 142,862, 142,863, 142,864, 142,865, 142,866, 142,867, 142,868, 142,869, 142,870, 142,871, 142,872, 142,873, 142,874, 142,875, 142,876, 142,877, 142,878, 142,879, 142,880, 142,881, 142,882, 142,883, 142,884, 142,885, 142,886, 142,887, 142,888, 142,889, 142,890, 142,891, 142,892, 142,893, 142,894, 142,895, 142,896, 142,897, 142,898, 142,899, 142,900, 142,901, 142,902, 142,903, 142,904, 142,905, 142,906, 142,907, 142,908, 142,909, 142,910, 142,911, 142,912, 142,913, 142,914, 142,915, 142,916, 142,917, 142,918, 142,919, 142,920, 142,921, 142,922, 142,923, 142,924, 142,925, 142,926, 142,927, 142,928, 142,929, 142,930, 142,931, 142,932, 142,933, 142,934, 142,935, 142,936, 142,937, 142,938, 142,939, 142,940, 142,941, 142,942, 142,943, 142,944, 142,945, 142,946, 142,947, 142,948, 142,949, 142,950, 142,951, 142,952, 142,953, 142,954, 142,955, 142,956, 142,957, 142,958, 142,959, 142,960, 142,961, 142,962, 142,963, 142,964, 142,965, 142,966, 142,967, 142,968, 142,969, 142,970, 142,971, 142,972, 142,973, 142,974, 142,975, 142,976, 142,977, 142,978, 142,979, 142,980, 142,981, 142,982, 142,983, 142,984, 142,985, 142,986, 142,987, 142,988, 142,989, 142,990, 142,991, 142,992, 142,993, 142,994, 142,995, 142,996, 142,997, 142,998, 142,999, 143,000, 143,001, 143,002, 143,003, 143,004, 143,005, 143,006, 143,007, 143,008, 143,009, 143,010, 143,011, 143,012, 143,013, 143,014, 143,015, 143,016, 143,017, 143,018, 143,019, 143,020, 143,021, 143,022, 143,023, 143,024, 143,025, 143,026, 143,027, 143,028, 143,029, 143,030, 143,031, 143,032, 143,033, 143,034, 143,035, 143,036, 143,037, 143,038, 143,039, 143,040, 143,041, 143,042, 143,043, 143,046, 143,047, 143,048, 143,049, 143,050, 143,051, 143,052, 143,053, 143,054, 143,055, 143,056, 143,057, 143,058, 143,059, 143,060, 143,061, 143,062, 143,063, 143,064, 143,065, 143,066, 143,067, 143,068, 143,069, 143,070, 143,071, 143,072, 143,073, 143,074, 143,075, 143,076, 143,077, 143,078, 143,079, 143,080, 143,081, 143,082, 143,083, 143,084, 143,085, 143,086, 143,087, 143,088, 143,089, 143,090, 143,091, 143,092, 143,093, 143,094, 143,095, 143,096, 143,097, 143,098, 143,099, 143,100, 143,101, 143,102, 143,103, 143,104, 143,105, 143,106, 143,107, 143,108, 143,109, 143,110, 143,111, 143,112, 143,113, 143,114, 143,115, 143,116, 143,117, 143,118, 143,119, 143,120, 143,121, 143,122, 143,123, 143,124, 143,125, 143,126, 143,127, 143,128, 143,129, 143,130, 143,131, 143,132, 143,133, 143,134, 143,135, 143,136, 143,137, 143,138, 143,139, 143,140, 143,141, 143,142, 143,143, 143,144, 143,145, 143,146, 143,147, 143,148, 143,149, 143,150, 143,151, 143,152, 143,153, 143,154, 143,155, 143,156, 143,157, 143,158, 143,159, 143,160, 143,161, 143,162, 143,163, 143,164, 143,165, 143,166, 143,167, 143,168, 143,169, 143,170, 143,171, 143,172, 143,173, 143,174, 143,175, 143,176, 143,177, 143,178, 143,179, 143,180, 143,181, 143,182, 143,183, 143,184, 143,185, 143,186, 143,187, 143,188, 143,189, 143,190, 143,191, 143,192, 143,193, 143,194, 143,195, 143,196, 143,197, 143,198, 143,199, 143,200, 143,201, 143,202, 143,203, 143,204, 143,205, 143,206, 143,207, 143,208, 143,209, 143,210, 143,211, 143,212, 143,213, 143,214, 143,215, 143,216, 143,217, 143,218, 143,219, 143,220, 143,221, 143,222, 143,223, 143,224, 143,225, 143,226, 143,227, 143,228, 143,229, 143,230, 143,231, 143,232, 143,233, 143,234, 143,235, 143,236, 143,237, 143,238, 143,239, 143,240, 143,241, 143,242, 143,243, 143,244, 143,245, 143,246, 143,247, 143,248, 143,249, 143,249, 143,250, 143,251, 143,252, 143,253, 143,254, 143,255, 143,256, 143,257, 143,258, 143,259, 143,260, 143,261, 143,262, 143,263, 143,264, 143,265, 143,266, 143,267, 143,268, 143,269, 143,270, 143,271, 143,272, 143,273, 143,274, 143,275, 143,276, 143,277, 143,278, 143,279, 143,280, 143,281, 143,282, 143,283, 143,284, 143,285, 143,286, 143,287, 143,288, 143,289, 143,290, 143,291, 143,292, 143,293, 143,294, 143,295, 143,296, 143,297, 143,298, 143,299, 143,300, 143,301, 143,302, 143,303, 143,304, 143,305, 143,306, 143,307, 143,308, 143,309, 143,310, 143,311, 143,312, 143,313, 143,314, 143,315, 143,316, 143,317, 143,318, 143,319, 143,320, 143,321, 143,322, 143,323, 143,324, 143,325, 143,326, 143,327, 143,328, 143,329, 143,330, 143,331, 143,332, 143,333, 143,334, 143,335, 143,336, 143,337, 143,338, 143,339, 143,340, 143,341, 143,342, 143,343, 143,344, 143,345, 143,346, 143,347, 143,348, 143,349, 143,350, 143,351, 143,352, 143,353, 143,354, 143,355, 143,356, 143,357, 143,358, 143,359, 143,360, 143,361, 143,362, 143,363, 143,364, 143,365, 143,366, 143,367, 143,368, 143,369, 143,370, 143,371, 143,372, 143,373, 143,374, 143,375, 143,376, 143,377, 143,378, 143,379, 143,380, 143,381, 143,382, 143,383, 143,384, 143,385, 143,386, 143,387, 143,388, 143,389, 143,390, 143,391, 143,392, 143,393, 143,394, 143,395, 143,396, 143,397, 143,398, 143,399, 143,400, 143,401, 143,402, 143,403, 143,404, 143,405, 143,406, 143,407, 143,408, 143,409, 143,410, 143,411, 143,412, 143,413, 143,414, 143,415, 143,416, 143,417, 143,418, 143,419, 143,420, 143,421, 143,422, 143,423, 143,424, 143,425, 143,426, 143,427, 143,428, 143,429, 143,430, 143,431, 143,432, 143,433, 143,434, 143,435, 143,436, 143,437, 143,438, 143,439, 143,440, 143,441, 143,442, 143,443, 143,444, 143,445, 143,446, 143,447, 143,448, 143,449, 143,450, 143,451, 143,452, 143,453, 143,454, 143,455, 143,456, 143,457, 143,458, 143,459, 143,460, 143,461, 143,462, 143,463, 143,464, 143,465, 143,466, 143,467, 143,468, 143,469, 143,470, 143,471, 143,472, 143,473, 143,474, 143,475, 143,476, 143,477, 143,478, 143,479, 143,480, 143,481, 143,482, 143,483, 143,484, 143,485, 143,486, 143,487, 143,488, 143,489, 143,490, 143,491, 143,492, 143,493, 143,494, 143,495, 143,496, 143,497, 143,498, 143,499, 143,500, 143,501, 143,502, 143,503, 143,504, 143,505, 143,506, 143,507, 143,508, 143,509, 143,510, 143,511, 143,512, 143,513, 143,514, 143,515, 143,516, 143,517, 143,518, 143,519, 143,520, 143,521, 143,522, 143,523, 143,524, 143,525, 143,526, 143,527, 143,528, 143,529, 143,530, 143,531, 143,532, 143,533, 143,534, 143,535, 143,536, 143,537, 143,538, 143,539, 143,540, 143,541, 143,542, 143,543, 143,544, 143,545, 143,546, 143,547, 143,548, 143,549, 143,550, 143,551, 143,552, 143,553, 143,554, 143,555, 143,556, 143,557, 143,558, 143,559, 143,560, 143,561, 143,562, 143,563, 143,564, 143,565, 143,566, 143,567, 143,568, 143,569, 143,570, 143,571, 143,572, 143,573, 143,574, 143,575, 143,576, 143,577, 143,578, 143,579, 143,580, 143,581, 143,582, 143,583, 143,584, 143,585, 143,586, 143,587, 143,588, 143,589, 143,590, 143,591, 143,592, 143,593, 143,594, 143,595, 143,596, 143,597, 143,598, 143,599, 143,600, 143,601, 143,602, 143,603, 143,604, 143,605, 143,606, 143,607, 143,608, 143,609, 143,610, 143,611, 143,612, 143,613, 143,614, 143,615, 143,616, 143,617, 143,618, 143,619, 143,620, 143,621, 143,622, 143,623, 143,624, 143,625, 143,626, 143,627, 143,628, 143,629, 143,630, 143,631, 143,632, 143,633, 143,634, 143,635, 143,636, 143,637, 143,638, 143,639, 143,640, 143,641, 143,642, 143,643, 143,644, 143,645, 143,646, 143,647, 143,648, 143,649, 143,650, 143,651, 143,652, 143,653, 143,654, 143,655, 143,656, 143,657, 143,658, 143,659, 143,660, 143,661, 143,662, 143,663, 143,664, 143,665, 143,666, 143,667, 143,668, 143,669, 143,670, 143,671, 143,672, 143,673, 143,674, 143,675, 143,676, 143,677, 143,678, 143,679, 143,680, 143,681, 143,682, 143,683, 143,684, 143,685, 143,686, 143,687, 143,688, 143,689, 143,690, 143,691, 143,692, 143,693, 143,694, 143,695, 143,696, 143,697, 143,698, 143,699, 143,700, 143,701, 143,702, 143,703, 143,704, 143,705, 143,706, 143,707, 143,708, 143,709, 143,710, 143,711, 143,712, 143,713, 143,714, 143,715, 143,716, 143,717, 143,718, 143,719, 143,720, 143,721, 143,722, 143,723, 143,724, 143,725, 143,726, 143,727, 143,728, 143,729, 143,730, 143,731, 143,732, 143,733, 143,734, 143,735, 143,736, 143,737, 143,738, 143,739, 143,740, 143,741, 143,742, 143,743, 143,744, 143,745, 143,746, 143,747, 143,748, 143,749, 143,750, 143,751, 143,752, 143,753, 143,754, 143,755, 143,756, 143,757, 143,758, 143,759, 143,760, 143,761, 143,762, 143,763, 143,764, 143,765, 143,766, 143,767, 143,768, 143,769, 143,770, 143,771, 143,772, 143,773, 143,774, 143,775, 143,776, 143,777, 143,778, 143,779, 143,780, 143,781, 143,782, 143,783, 143,784, 143,785, 143,786, 143,787, 143,788, 143,789, 143,790, 143,791, 143,792, 143,793, 143,794, 143,795, 143,796, 143,797, 143,798, 143,799, 143,800, 143,801, 143,802, 143,803, 143,804, 143,805, 143,806, 143,807, 143,808, 143,809, 143,810, 143,811, 143,812, 143,813, 143,814, 143,815, 143,816, 143,817, 143,818, 143,819, 143,820, 143,821, 143,822, 143,823, 143,824, 143,825, 143,826, 143,827, 143,828, 143,829, 143,830, 143,831, 143,832, 143,833, 143,834, 143,835, 143,836, 143,837, 143,838, 143,839, 143,840, 143,841, 143,842, 143,843, 143,844, 143,845, 143,846, 143,847, 143,848, 143,849, 143,850, 143,851, 143,852, 143,853, 143,854, 143,855, 143,856, 143,857, 143,858, 143,859, 143,860, 143,861, 143,862, 143,863, 143,864, 143,865, 143,866, 143,867, 143,868, 143,869, 143,870, 143,871, 143,872, 143,873, 143,874, 143,875, 143,876, 143,877, 143,878, 143,879, 143,880, 143,881, 143,882, 143,883, 143,884, 143,885, 143,886, 143,887, 143,888, 143,889, 143,890, 143,891, 143,892, 143,893, 143,894, 143,895, 143,896, 143,897, 143,898, 143,899, 143,900, 143,901, 143,902, 143,903, 143,904, 143,905, 143,906, 143,907, 143,908, 143,909, 143,910, 143,911, 143,912, 143,913, 143,914, 143,915, 143,916, 143,917, 143,918, 143,919, 143,920, 143,921, 143,922, 143,923, 143,924, 143,925, 143,926, 143,927, 143,928, 143,929, 143,930, 143,931, 143,932, 143,933, 143,934, 143,935, 143,936, 143,937, 143,938, 143,939, 143,940, 143,941, 143,942, 143,943, 143,944, 143,945, 143,946, 143,947, 143,948, 143,949, 143,950, 143,951, 143,952, 143,953, 143,954, 143,955, 143,956, 143,957, 143,958, 143,959, 143,960, 143,961, 143,962, 143,963, 143,964, 143,965, 143,966, 143,967, 143,968, 143,969, 143,970, 143,971, 143,972, 143,973, 143,974, 143,975, 143,976, 143,977, 143,978, 143,979, 143,980, 143,981, 143,982, 143,983, 143,984, 143,985, 143,986, 143,987, 143,988, 143,989, 143,990, 143,991, 143,992, 143,993, 143,994, 143,995, 143,996, 143,997, 143,998, 143,999, 144,000, 144,001, 144,002, 144,003, 144,004, 144,005, 144,006, 144,007, 144,008, 144,009, 144,010, 144,011, 144,012, 144,013, 144,014, 144,015, 144,016, 144,017, 144,018, 144,019, 144,020, 144,021, 144,022, 144,023, 144,024, 144,025, 144,026, 144,027, 144,028, 144,029, 144,030, 144,031, 144,032, 144,033, 144,034, 144,035, 144,036, 144,037, 144,038, 144,039, 144,040, 144,041, 144,042, 144,043, 144,044, 144,045, 144,046, 144,047, 144,048, 144,049, 144,050, 144,051, 144,052, 144,053, 144,054, 144,055, 144,056, 144,057, 144,058, 144,059, 144,060, 144,061, 144,062, 144,063, 144,064, 144,065, 144,066, 144,067, 144,068, 144,069, 144,070, 144,071, 144,072, 144,073, 144,074, 144,075, 144,076, 144,077, 144,078, 144,079, 144,080, 144,081, 144,082, 144,083, 144,084, 144,085, 144,086, 144,087, 144,088, 144,089, 144,090, 144,091, 144,092, 144,093, 144,094, 144,095, 144,096, 144,097, 144,098, 144,099, 144,100, 144,101, 144,102, 144,103, 144,104, 144,105, 144,106, 144,107, 144,108, 144,109, 144,110, 144,111, 144,112, 144,113, 144,114, 144,115, 144,116, 144,117, 144,118, 144,119, 144,120, 144,121, 144,122, 144,123, 144,124, 144,125, 144,126, 144,127, 144,128, 144,129, 144,130, 144,131, 144,132, 144,133, 144,134, 144,135, 144,136, 144,137, 144,138, 144,139, 144,140, 144,141, 144,142, 144,143, 144,144, 144,145, 144,146, 144,147, 144,148, 144,149, 144,150, 144,151, 144,152, 144,153, 144,154, 144,155, 144,156, 144,157, 144,158, 144,159, 144,160, 144,161, 144,162, 144,163, 144,164, 144,165, 144,166, 144,167, 144,168, 144,169, 144,170, 144,171, 144,172, 144,173, 144,174, 144,175, 144,176, 144,177, 144,178, 144,179, 144,180, 144,181, 144,182, 144,183, 144,184, 144,185, 144,186, 144,187, 144,188, 144,189, 144,190, 144,191, 144,192, 144,193, 144,194, 144,195, 144,196, 144,197, 144,198, 144,199, 144,200, 144,201, 144,202, 144,203, 144,204, 144,205, 144,206, 144,207, 144,208, 144,209, 144,210, 144,211, 144,212, 144,213, 144,214, 144,215, 144,216, 144,217, 144,218, 144,219, 144,220, 144,221, 144,222, 144,223, 144,224, 144,225, 144,226, 144,227, 144,228, 144,229, 144,230, 144,231, 144,232, 144,233, 144,234, 144,235, 144,236, 144,237, 144,238, 144,239, 144,240, 144,241, 144,242, 144,243, 144,244, 144,245, 144,246, 144,247, 144,248, 144,249, 144,250, 144,251, 144,252, 144,253, 144,254, 144,255, 144,256, 144,257, 144,258, 144,259, 144,260, 144,261, 144,262, 144,263, 144,264, 144,265, 144,266, 144,267, 144,268, 144,269, 144,270, 144,271, 144,272, 144,273, 144,274, 144,275, 144,276, 144,277, 144,278, 144,279, 144,280, 144,281, 144,282, 144,283, 144,284, 144,285, 144,286, 144,287, 144,288, 144,289, 144,290, 144,291, 144,292, 144,293, 144,294, 144,295, 144,296, 144,297, 144,298, 144,299, 144,300, 144,301, 144,302, 144,303, 144,304, 144,305, 144,306, 144,307, 144,308, 144,309, 144,310, 144,311, 144,312, 144,313, 144,314, 144,315, 144,316, 144,317, 144,318, 144,319, 144,320, 144,321, 144,322, 144,323, 144,324, 144,325, 144,326, 144,327, 144,328, 144,329, 144,330, 144,331, 144,332, 144,333, 144,334, 144,335, 144,336, 144,337, 144,338, 144,339, 144,340, 144,341, 144,342, 144,343, 144,344, 144,345, 144,346, 144,347, 144,348, 144,349, 144,350, 144,351, 144,352, 144,353, 144,354, 144,355, 144,356, 144,357, 144,358, 144,359, 144,360, 144,361, 144,362, 144,363, 144,364, 144,365, 144,366, 144,367, 144,368, 144,369, 144,370, 144,371, 144,372, 144,373, 144,374, 144,375, 144,376, 144,377, 144,378, 144,379, 144,380, 144,381, 144,382, 144,383, 144,384, 144,385, 144,386, 144,387, 144,388, 144,389, 144,390, 144,391, 144,392, 144,393, 144,394, 144,395, 144,396, 144,397, 144,398, 144,399, 144,400, 144,401, 144,402, 144,403, 144,404, 144,405, 144,406, 144,407, 144,408, 144,409, 144,410, 144,411, 144,412, 144,413, 144,414, 144,415, 144,416, 144,417, 144,418, 144,419, 144,420, 144,421, 144,422, 144,423, 144,424, 144,425, 144,426, 144,427, 144,428, 144,429, 144,430, 144,431, 144,432, 144,433, 144,434, 144,435, 144,436, 144,437, 144,438, 144,439, 144,440, 144,441, 144,442, 144,443, 144,444, 144,445, 144,446, 144,447, 144,448, 144,449, 144,450, 144,451, 144,452, 144,453, 144,454, 144,455, 144,456, 144,457, 144,458, 144,459, 144,460, 144,461, 144,462, 144,463, 144,464, 144,465, 144,466, 144,467, 144,468, 144,469, 144,470, 144,471, 144,472, 144,473, 144,474, 144,475, 144,476, 144,477, 144,478, 144,479, 144,480, 144,481, 144,482, 144,483, 144,484, 144,485, 144,486, 144,487, 144,488, 144,489, 144,490, 144,491, 144,492, 144,493, 144,494, 144,495, 144,496, 144,497, 144,498, 144,499, 144,500, 144,501, 144,502, 144,503, 144,504, 144,505, 144,506, 144,507, 144,508, 144,509, 144,510, 144,511, 144,512, 144,513, 144,514, 144,515, 144,516, 144,517, 144,518, 144,519, 144,520, 144,521, 144,522, 144,523, 144,524, 144,525, 144,526, 144,527, 144,528, 144,529, 144,530, 144,531, 144,532, 144,533, 144,534, 144,535, 144,536, 144,537, 144,538, 144,539, 144,540, 144,541, 144,542, 144,543, 144,544, 144,545, 144,546, 144,547, 144,548, 144,549, 144,550, 144,551, 144,552, 144,553, 144,554, 144,555, 144,556, 144,557, 144,558, 144,559, 144,560, 144,561, 144,562, 144,563, 144,564, 144,565, 144,566, 144,567, 144,568, 144,569, 144,570, 144,571, 144,572, 144,573, 144,574, 144,575, 144,576, 144,577, 144,578, 144,579, 144,580, 144,581, 144,582, 144,583, 144,584, 144,585, 144,586, 144,587, 144,588, 144,589, 144,590, 144,591, 144,592, 144,593, 144,594, 144,595, 144,596, 144,597, 144,598, 144,599, 144,600, 144,601, 144,602, 144,603, 144,604, 144,605, 144,606, 144,607, 144,608, 144,609, 144,610, 144,611, 144,612, 144,613, 144,614, 144,615, 144,616, 144,617, 144,618, 144,619, 144,620, 144,621, 144,622, 144,623, 144,624, 144,625, 144,626, 144,627, 144,628, 144,629, 144,630, 144,631, 144,632, 144,633, 144,634, 144,635, 144,636, 144,637, 144,638, 144,639, 144,640, 144,641, 144,642, 144,643, 144,644, 144,645, 144,646, 144,647, 144,648, 144,649, 144,650, 144,651, 144,652, 144,653, 144,654, 144,655, 144,656, 144,657, 144,658, 144,659, 144,660, 144,661, 144,662, 144,663, 144,664, 144,665, 144,666, 144,667, 144,668, 144,669, 144,670, 144,671, 144,672, 144,673, 144,674, 144,675, 144,676, 144,677, 144,678, 144,679, 144,680, 144,681, 144,682, 144,683, 144,684, 144,685, 144,686, 144,687, 144,688, 144,689, 144,690, 144,691, 144,692, 144,693, 144,694, 144,695, 144,696, 144,697, 144,698, 144,699, 144,700, 144,701, 144,702, 144,703, 144,704, 144,705, 144,706, 144,707, 144,708, 144,709, 144,710, 144,711, 144,712, 144,713, 144,714, 144,715, 144,716, 144,717, 144,718, 144,719, 144,720, 144,721, 144,722, 144,723, 144,724, 144,725, 144,726, 144,727, 144,728, 144,729, 144,730, 144,731, 144,732, 144,733, 144,734, 144,735, 144,736, 144,737, 144,738, 144,739, 144,740, 144,741, 144,742, 144,743, 144,744, 144,745, 144,746, 144,747, 144,748, 144,749, 144,750, 144,751, 144,752, 144,753, 144,754, 144,755, 144,756, 144,757, 144,758, 144,759, 144,760, 144,761, 144,762, 144,763, 144,764, 144,765, 144,766, 144,767, 144,768, 144,769, 144,770, 144,771, 144,772, 144,773, 144,774, 144,775, 144,776, 144,777, 144,778, 144,779, 144,780, 144,781, 144,782, 144,783, 144,784, 144,785, 144,786, 144,787, 144,788, 144,789, 144,790, 144,791, 144,792, 144,793, 144,794, 144,795, 144,796, 144,797, 144,798, 144,799, 144,800, 144,801, 144,802, 144,803, 144,804, 144,805, 144,806, 144,807, 144,808, 144,809, 144,810, 144,811, 144,812, 144,813, 144,814, 144,815, 144,816, 144,817, 144,818, 144,819, 144,820, 144,821, 144,822, 144,823, 144,824, 144,825, 144,826, 144,827, 144,828, 144,829, 144,830, 144,831, 144,832, 144,833, 144,834, 144,835, 144,836, 144,837, 144,838, 144,839, 144,840, 144,841, 144,842, 144,843, 144,844, 144,845, 144,846, 144,847, 144,848, 144,849, 144,850, 144,851, 144,852, 144,853, 144,854, 144,855, 144,856, 144,857, 144,858, 144,859, 144,860, 144,861, 144,862, 144,863, 144,864, 144,865, 144,866, 144,867, 144,868, 144,869, 144,870, 144,871, 144,872, 144,873, 144,874, 144,875, 144,876, 144,877, 144,878, 144,879, 144,880, 144,881, 144,882, 144,883, 144,884, 144,885, 144,886, 144,887, 144,888, 144,889, 144,890, 144,891, 144,892, 144,893, 144,894, 144,895, 144,896, 144,897, 144,898, 144,899, 144,900, 144,901, 144,902, 144,903, 144,904, 144,905, 144,906, 144,907, 144,908, 144,909, 144,910, 144,911, 144,912, 144,913, 144,914, 144,915, 144,916, 144,917, 144,918, 144,919, 144,920, 144,921, 144,922, 144,923, 144,924, 144,925, 144,926, 144,927, 144,928, 144,929, 144,930, 144,931, 144,932, 144,933, 144,934, 144,935, 144,936, 144,937, 144,938, 144,939, 144,940, 144,941, 144,942, 144,943, 144,944, 144,945, 144,946, 144,947, 144,948, 144,949, 144,950, 144,951, 144,952, 144,953, 144,954, 144,955, 144,956, 144,957, 144,958, 144,959, 144,960, 144,961, 144,962, 144,963, 144,964, 144,965, 144,966, 144,967, 144,968, 144,969, 144,970, 144,971, 144,972, 144,973, 144,974, 144,975, 144,976, 144,977, 144,978, 144,979, 144,980, 144,981, 144,982, 144,983, 144,984, 144,985, 144,986, 144,987, 144,988, 144,989, 144,990, 144,991, 144,992, 144,993, 144,994, 144,995, 144,996, 144,997, 144,998, 144,999, 145,000, 145,001, 145,002, 145,003, 145,004, 145,005, 145,006, 145,007, 145,008, 145,009, 145,010, 145,011, 145,012, 145,013, 145,014, 145,015, 145,016, 145,017, 145,018, 145,019, 145,020, 145,021, 145,022, 145,023, 145,024, 145,025, 145,026, 145,027, 145,028, 145,029, 145,030, 145,031, 145,032, 145,033, 145,034, 145,035, 145,036, 145,037, 145,038, 145,039, 145,040, 145,041, 145,042, 145,043, 145,044, 145,045, 145,046, 145,047, 145,048, 145,049, 145,050, 145,051, 145,052, 145,053, 145,054, 145,055, 145,056, 145,057, 145,058, 145,059, 145,060, 145,061, 145,062, 145,063, 145,064, 145,065, 145,066, 145,067, 145,068, 145,069, 145,070, 145,071, 145,072, 145,073, 145,074, 145,075, 145,076, 145,077, 145,078, 145,079, 145,080, 145,081, 145,082, 145,083, 145,084, 145,085, 145,086, 145,087, 145,088, 145,089, 145,090, 145,091, 145,092, 145,093, 145,094, 145,095, 145,096, 145,097, 145,098, 145,099, 145,100, 145,101, 145,102, 145,103, 145,104, 145,105, 145,106, 145,107, 145,108, 145,109, 145,110, 145,111, 145,112, 145,113, 145,114, 145,115, 145,116, 145,117, 145,118, 145,119, 145,120, 145,121, 145,122, 145,123, 145,124, 145,125, 145,126, 145,127, 145,128, 145,129, 145,130, 145,131, 145,132, 145,133, 145,134, 145,135, 145,136, 145,137, 145,138, 145,139, 145,140, 145,141, 145,142, 145,143, 145,144, 145,145, 145,146, 145,147, 145,148, 145,149, 145,150, 145,151, 145,152, 145,153, 145,154, 145,155, 145,156, 145,157, 145,158, 145,159, 145,160, 145,161, 145,162, 145,163, 145,164, 145,165, 145,166, 145,167, 145,168, 145,169, 145,170, 145,171, 145,172, 145,173, 145,174, 145,175, 145,176, 145,177, 145,178, 145,179, 145,180, 145,181, 145,182, 145,183, 145,184, 145,185, 145,186, 145,187, 145,188, 145,189, 145,190, 145,191, 145,192, 145,193, 145,194, 145,195, 145,196, 145,197, 145,198, 145,199, 145,200, 145,201, 145,202, 145,203, 145,204, 145,205, 145,206, 145,207, 145,208, 145,209, 145,210, 145,211, 145,212, 145,213, 145,214, 145,215, 145,216, 145,217, 145,218, 145,219, 145,220, 145,221, 145,222, 145,223, 145,224, 145,225, 145,226, 145,227, 145,228, 145,229, 145,230, 145,231, 145,232, 145,233, 145,234, 145,235, 145,236, 145,237, 145,238, 145,239, 145,240, 145,241, 145,242, 145,243, 145,244, 145,245, 145,246, 145,247, 145,248, 145,249, 145,250, 145,251, 145,252, 145,253, 145,254, 145,255, 145,256, 145,257, 145,258, 145,259, 145,260, 145,261, 145,262, 145,263, 145,264, 145,265, 145,266, 145,267, 145,268, 145,269, 145,270, 145,271, 145,272, 145,273, 145,274, 145,275, 145,276, 145,277, 145,278, 145,279, 145,280, 145,281, 145,282, 145,283, 145,284, 145,285, 145,286, 145,287, 145,288, 145,289, 145,290, 145,291, 145,292, 145,293, 145,294, 145,295, 145,296, 145,297, 145,298, 145,299, 145,300, 145,301, 145,302, 145,303, 145,304, 145,305, 145,306, 145,307, 145,308, 145,309, 145,310, 145,311, 145,312, 145,313, 145,314, 145,315, 145,316, 145,317, 145,318, 145,319, 145,320, 145,321, 145,322, 145,323, 145,324, 145,325, 145,326, 145,327, 145,328, 145,329, 145,330, 145,331, 145,332, 145,333, 145,334, 145,335, 145,336, 145,337, 145,338, 145,339, 145,340, 145,341, 145,342, 145,343, 145,344, 145,345, 145,346, 145,347, 145,348, 145,349, 145,350, 145,351, 145,352, 145,353, 145,354, 145,355, 145,356, 145,357, 145,358, 145,359, 145,360, 145,361, 145,362, 145,363, 145,364, 145,365, 145,366, 145,367, 145,368, 145,369, 145,370, 145,371, 145,372, 145,373, 145,374, 145,375, 145,376, 145,377, 145,378, 145,379, 145,380, 145,381, 145,382, 145,383, 145,384, 145,385, 145,386, 145,387, 145,388, 145,389, 145,390, 145,391, 145,392, 145,393, 145,394, 145,395, 145,396, 145,397, 145,398, 145,399, 145,400, 145,401, 145,402, 145,403, 145,404, 145,405, 145,406, 145,407, 145,408, 145,409, 145,410, 145,411, 145,412, 145,413, 145,414, 145,415, 145,416, 145,416, 145,417, 145,418, 145,419, 145,420, 145,421, 145,422, 145,423, 145,424, 145,425, 145,426, 145,427, 145,428, 145,429, 145,430, 145,431, 145,432, 145,433, 145,434, 145,435, 145,436, 145,437, 145,438, 145,439, 145,440, 145,441, 145,442, 145,443, 145,444, 145,445, 145,446, 145,447, 145,448, 145,449, 145,450, 145,451, 145,452, 145,453, 145,454, 145,455, 145,456, 145,457, 145,458, 145,459, 145,460, 145,461, 145,462, 145,463, 145,464, 145,465, 145,466, 145,467, 145,468, 145,469, 145,470, 145,471, 145,472, 145,473, 145,474, 145,475, 145,476, 145,477, 145,478, 145,479, 145,480, 145,481, 145,482, 145,483, 145,484, 145,485, 145,486, 145,487, 145,488, 145,489, 145,490, 145,491, 145,492, 145,493, 145,494, 145,495, 145,496, 145,497, 145,498, 145,499, 145,500, 145,501, 145,502, 145,503, 145,504, 145,505, 145,506, 145,507, 145,508, 145,509, 145,510, 145,511, 145,512, 145,513, 145,514, 145,515, 145,516, 145,517, 145,518, 145,519, 145,520, 145,521, 145,522, 145,523, 145,524, 145,525, 145,526, 145,527, 145,528, 145,529, 145,530, 145,531, 145,532, 145,533, 145,534, 145,535, 145,536, 145,537, 145,538, 145,539, 145,540, 145,541, 145,542, 145,543, 145,544, 145,545, 145,546, 145,547, 145,548, 145,549, 145,550, 145,551, 145,552, 145,553, 145,554, 145,555, 145,556, 145,557, 145,558, 145,559, 145,560, 145,561, 145,562, 145,563, 145,564, 145,565, 145,566, 145,567, 145,568, 145,569, 145,570, 145,571, 145,572, 145,573, 145,574, 145,575, 145,576, 145,577, 145,578, 145,579, 145,580, 145,581, 145,582, 145,583, 145,584, 145,585, 145,586, 145,587, 145,588, 145,589, 145,590, 145,591, 145,592, 145,593, 145,594, 145,595, 145,596, 145,597, 145,598, 145,599, 145,600, 145,601, 145,602, 145,603, 145,604, 145,605, 145,606, 145,607, 145,608, 145,609, 145,610, 145,611, 145,612, 145,613, 145,614, 145,615, 145,616, 145,617, 145,618, 145,619, 145,620, 145,621, 145,622, 145,623, 145,624, 145,625, 145,626, 145,627, 145,628, 145,629, 145,630, 145,631, 145,632, 145,633, 145,634, 145,635, 145,636, 145,637, 145,638, 145,639, 145,640, 145,641, 145,642, 145,643, 145,644, 145,645, 145,646, 145,647, 145,648, 145,649, 145,650, 145,651, 145,652, 145,653, 145,654, 145,655, 145,656, 145,657, 145,658, 145,659, 145,660, 145,661, 145,662, 145,663, 145,664, 145,665, 145,666, 145,667, 145,668, 145,669, 145,670, 145,671, 145,672, 145,673, 145,674, 145,675, 145,676, 145,677, 145,678, 145,679, 145,680, 145,681, 145,682, 145,683, 145,684, 145,685, 145,686, 145,687, 145,688, 145,689, 145,690, 145,691, 145,692, 145,693, 145,694, 145,695, 145,696, 145,697, 145,698, 145,699, 140,700, 140,701, 140,702, 140,703, 140,704, 140,705, 140,706, 140,707, 140,708, 140,709, 140,710, 140,711, 140,712, 140,713, 140,714, 140,715, 140,716, 140,717, 140,718, 140,719, 140,720, 140,721, 140,722, 140,723, 140,724, 140,725, 140,726, 140,727, 140,728, 140,729, 140,730, 140,731, 140,732, 140,733, 140,734, 140,735, 140,736, 140,737, 140,738, 140,739, 140,740, 140,741, 140,742, 140,743, 140,744, 140,745, 140,746, 140,747, 140,748, 140,749, 140,750, 140,751, 140,752, 140,753, 140,754, 140,755, 140,756, 140,757, 140,758, 140,759, 140,760, 140,761, 140,762, 140,763, 140,764, 140,765, 140,766, 140,767, 140,768, 140,769, 140,770, 140,771, 140,772, 140,773, 140,774, 140,775, 140,776, 140,777, 140,778, 140,779, 140,780, 140,781, 140,782, 140,783, 140,784, 140,785, 140,786, 140,787, 140,788, 140,789, 140,790, 145,791, 145,792, 145,793, 145,794, 145,795, 145,796, 145,797, 145,798, 145,799, 145,800, 145,801, 145,802, 145,803, 145,804, 145,805, 145,806, 145,807, 145,808, 145,809, 145,810, 145,811, 145,812, 145,813, 145,814, 145,815, 145,816, 145,817, 145,818, 145,819, 145,820, 145,821, 145,822, 145,823, 145,824, 145,825, 145,826, 145,827, 145,828, 145,829, 145,830, 145,831, 145,832, 145,833, 145,834, 145,835, 145,836, 145,837, 145,838, 145,839, 145,840, 145,841, 145,842, 145,843, 145,844, 145,845, 145,846, 145,847, 145,848, 145,849, 145,850, 145,851, 145,852, 145,853, 145,854, 145,855, 145,856, 145,857, 145,858, 145,859, 145,860, 145,861, 145,862, 145,863, 145,864, 145,865, 145,866, 145,867, 145,868, 145,869, 145,870, 145,871, 145,872, 145,873, 145,874, 145,875, 145,876, 145,877, 145,878, 145,879, 145,880, 145,881, 145,882, 145,883, 145,884, 145,885, 145,886, 145,887, 145,888, 145,889, 145,890, 145,891, 145,892, 145,893, 145,894, 145,895, 145,896, 145,897, 145,898, 145,899, 145,900, 145,901, 145,902, 145,903, 145,904, 145,905, 145,906, 145,907, 145,908, 145,909, 145,910, 145,911, 145,912, 145,913, 145,914, 145,915, 145,916, 145,917, 145,918, 145,919, 145,920, 145,921, 145,922, 145,923, 145,924, 145,925, 145,926, 145,927, 145,928, 145,929, 145,930, 145,931, 145,932, 145,933, 145,934, 145,935, 145,936, 145,937, 145,941, 145,942, 145,943, 145,944, 145,945, 145,946, 145,947, 145,948, 145,949, 145,950, 145,951, 145,952, 145,953, 145,954, 145,955, 145,956, 145,957, 145,958, 145,959, 145,960, 145,961, 145,962, 145,963, 145,964, 145,965, 145,966, 145,967, 145,968, 145,969, 145,970, 145,971, 145,972, 145,973, 145,974, 145,975, 145,976, 145,977, 145,978, 145,979, 145,980, 145,981, 145,982, 145,983, 145,984, 145,985, 145,986, 145,987, 145,988, 145,989, 145,990, 145,991, 145,992, 145,993, 145,994, 145,995, 145,996, 145,997, 145,998, 145,999, 146,000, 146,001, 146,002, 146,003, 146,004, 146,005, 146,006, 146,007, 146,008, 146,009, 146,010, 146,011, 146,012, 146,013, 146,014, 146,015, 146,016, 146,017, 146,018, 146,019, 146,020, 146,021, 146,022, 146,023, 146,024, 146,025, 146,026, 146,027, 146,028, 146,029, 146,030, 146,031, 146,032, 146,033, 146,034, 146,035, 146,036, 146,037, 146,038, 146,039, 146,040, 146,041, 146,042, 146,043, 146,044, 146,045, 146,046, 146,047, 146,048, 146,049, 146,050, 146,051, 146,052, 146,053, 146,054, 146,055, 146,056, 146,057, 146,058, 146,059, 146,060, 146,061, 146,062, 146,063, 146,064, 146,065, 146,066, 146,067, 146,068, 146,069, 146,070, 146,071, 146,072, 146,073, 146,074, 146,075, 146,076, 146,077, 146,078, 146,079, 146,080, 146,081, 146,082, 146,083, 146,084, 146,085, 146,086, 146,087, 146,088, 146,089, 146,090, 146,091, 146,092, 146,093, 146,094, 146,095, 146,096, 146,097, 146,098, 146,099, 146,100, 146,101, 146,102, 146,103, 146,104, 146,105, 146,106, 146,107, 146,108, 146,109, 146,110, 146,111, 146,112, 146,113, 146,114, 146,115, 146,116, 146,117, 146,118, 146,119, 146,120, 146,121, 146,122, 146,123, 146,124, 146,125, 146,126, 146,127, 146,128, 146,129, 146,130, 146,131, 146,132, 146,133, 146,134, 146,135, 146,136, 146,137, 146,138, 146,139, 146,140, 146,141, 146,142, 146,143, 146,144, 146,145, 146,146, 146,147, 146,148, 146,149, 146,150, 146,151, 146,152, 146,153, 146,154, 146,155, 146,156, 146,157, 146,158, 146,159, 146,160, 146,161, 146,162, 146,163, 146,164, 146,165, 146,166, 146,167, 146,168, 146,169, 146,170, 146,171, 146,172, 146,173, 146,174, 146,175, 146,176, 146,177, 146,178, 146,179, 146,180, 146,181, 146,182, 146,183, 146,184, 146,185, 146,186, 146,187, 146,188, 146,189, 146,190, 146,191, 146,192, 146,193, 146,194, 146,195, 146,196, 146,197, 146,198, 146,199, 146,200, 146,201, 146,202, 146,203, 146,204, 146,205, 146,206, 146,207, 146,208, 146,209, 146,210, 146,211, 146,212, 146,213, 146,214, 146,215, 146,216, 146,217, 146,218, 146,219, 146,220, 146,221, 146,222, 146,223, 146,224, 146,225, 146,226, 146,227, 146,228, 146,229, 146,230, 146,231, 146,232, 146,233, 146,234, 146,235, 146,236, 146,237, 146,238, 146,239, 146,240, 146,241, 146,242, 146,243, 146,244, 146,245, 146,246, 146,247, 146,248, 146,249, 146,250, 146,251, 146,252, 146,253, 146,254, 146,255, 146,256, 146,257, 146,258, 146,259, 146,260, 146,261, 146,262, 146,263, 146,264, 146,265, 146,266, 146,267, 146,268, 146,269, 146,270, 146,271, 146,272, 146,273, 146,274, 146,275, 146,276, 146,277, 146,278, 146,279, 146,280, 146,281, 146,282, 146,283, 146,284, 146,285, 146,286, 146,287, 146,288, 146,289, 146,290, 146,291, 146,292, 146,293, 146,294, 146,295, 146,296, 146,297, 146,298, 146,299, 146,300, 146,301, 146,302, 146,303, 146,304, 146,305, 146,306, 146,307, 146,308, 146,309, 146,310, 146,311, 146,312, 146,313, 146,314, 146,315, 146,316, 146,317, 146,318, 146,319, 146,320, 146,321, 146,322, 146,323, 146,324, 146,325, 146,326, 146,327, 146,328, 146,329, 146,330, 146,331, 146,332, 146,333, 146,334, 146,335, 146,336, 146,337, 146,338, 146,339, 146,340, 146,341, 146,342, 146,343, 146,344, 146,345, 146,346, 146,347, 146,348, 146,349, 146,350, 146,351, 146,352, 146,353, 146,354, 146,355, 146,356, 146,357, 146,358, 146,359, 146,360, 146,361, 146,362, 146,363, 146,364, 146,365, 146,366, 146,367, 146,368, 146,369, 146,370, 146,371, 146,372, 146,373, 146,374, 146,375, 146,376, 146,377, 146,378, 146,379, 146,380, 146,381, 146,382, 146,383, 146,384, 146,385, 146,386, 146,387, 146,388, 146,389, 146,390, 146,391, 146,392, 146,393, 146,394, 146,395, 146,396, 146,397, 146,398, 146,399, 146,400, 146,401, 146,402, 146,403, 146,404, 146,405, 146,406, 146,407, 146,408, 146,409, 146,410, 146,411, 146,412, 146,413, 146,414, 146,415, 146,416, 146,417, 146,418, 146,419, 146,420, 146,421, 146,422, 146,423, 146,424, 146,425, 146,426, 146,427, 146,428, 146,429, 146,430, 146,431, 146,432, 146,433, 146,434, 146,435, 146,436, 146,437, 146,438, 146,439, 146,440, 146,441, 146,442, 146,443, 146,444, 146,445, 146,446, 146,447, 146,448, 146,449, 146,450, 146,451, 146,452, 146,453, 146,454, 146,455, 146,456, 146,457, 146,458, 146,459, 146,460, 146,461, 146,462, 146,463, 146,464, 146,465, 146,466, 146,467, 146,468, 146,469, 146,470, 146,471, 146,472, 146,473, 146,474, 146,475, 146,476, 146,477, 146,478, 146,479, 146,480, 146,481, 146,482, 146,483, 146,484, 146,485, 146,486, 146,487, 146,488, 146,489, 146,490, 146,491, 146,492, 146,493, 146,494, 146,495, 146,496, 146,497, 146,498, 146,499, 146,500, 146,501, 146,502, 146,503, 146,504, 146,505, 146,506, 146,507, 146,508, 146,509, 146,510, 146,511, 146,512, 146,513, 146,514, 146,515, 146,516, 146,517, 146,518, 146,519, 146,520, 146,521, 146,522, 146,523, 146,524, 146,525, 146,526, 146,527, 146,528, 146,529, 146,530, 146,531, 146,532, 146,533, 146,534, 146,535, 146,536, 146,537, 146,538, 146,539, 146,540, 146,541, 146,542, 146,543, 146,544, 146,545, 146,546, 146,547, 146,548, 146,549, 146,550, 146,551, 146,552, 146,553, 146,554, 146,555, 146,556, 146,557, 146,558, 146,559, 146,560, 146,561, 146,562, 146,563, 146,564, 146,565, 146,566, 146,567, 146,568, 146,569, 146,570, 146,571, 146,572, 146,573, 146,574, 146,575, 146,576, 146,577, 146,578, 146,579, 146,580, 146,581, 146,582, 146,583, 146,584, 146,585, 146,586, 146,587, 146,588, 146,589, 146,590, 146,591, 146,592, 146,593, 146,594, 146,595, 146,596, 146,597, 146,598, 146,599, 146,600, 146,601, 146,602, 146,603, 146,604, 146,605, 146,606, 146,607, 146,608, 146,609, 146,610, 146,611, 146,612, 146,613, 146,614, 146,615, 146,616, 146,617, 146,618, 146,619, 146,620, 146,621, 146,622, 146,623, 146,624, 146,625, 146,626, 146,627, 146,628, 146,629, 146,630, 146,631, 146,632, 146,633, 146,634, 146,635, 146,636, 146,637, 146,638, 146,639, 146,640, 146,641, 146,642, 146,643, 146,644, 146,645, 146,646, 146,647, 146,648, 146,649, 146,650, 146,651, 146,652, 146,653, 146,654, 146,655, 146,656, 146,657, 146,658, 146,659, 146,660, 146,661, 146,662, 146,663, 146,664, 146,665, 146,666, 146,667, 146,668, 146,669, 146,670, 146,671, 146,672, 146,673, 146,674, 146,675, 146,676, 146,677, 146,678, 146,679, 146,680, 146,681, 146,682, 146,683, 146,684, 146,685, 146,686, 146,687, 146,688, 146,689, 146,690, 146,691, 146,692, 146,693, 146,694, 146,695, 146,696, 146,697, 146,698, 146,699, 146,700, 146,701, 146,702, 146,703, 146,704, 146,705, 146,706, 146,707, 146,708, 146,709, 146,710, 146,711, 146,712, 146,713, 146,714, 146,715, 146,716, 146,717, 146,718, 146,719, 146,720, 146,721, 146,722, 146,723, 146,724, 146,725, 146,726, 146,727, 146,728, 146,729, 146,730, 146,731, 146,732, 146,733, 146,734, 146,735, 146,736, 146,737, 146,738, 146,739, 146,740, 146,741, 146,742, 146,743, 146,744, 146,745, 146,746, 146,747, 146,748, 146,749, 146,750, 146,751, 146,752, 146,753, 146,754, 146,755, 146,756, 146,757, 146,758, 146,759, 146,760, 146,761, 146,762, 146,763, 146,764, 146,765, 146,766, 146,767, 146,768, 146,769, 146,770, 146,771, 146,772, 146,773, 146,774, 146,775, 146,776, 146,777, 146,778, 146,779, 146,780, 146,781, 146,782, 146,783, 146,784, 146,785, 146,786, 146,787, 146,788, 146,789, 146,790, 146,791, 146,792, 146,793, 146,794, 146,795, 146,796, 146,797, 146,798, 146,799, 146,800, 146,801, 146,802, 146,803, 146,804, 146,805, 146,806, 146,807, 146,808, 146,809, 146,810, 146,811, 146,812, 146,813, 146,814, 146,815, 146,816, 146,817, 146,818, 146,819, 146,820, 146,821, 146,822, 146,823, 146,824, 146,825, 146,826, 146,827, 146,828, 146,829, 146,830, 146,831, 146,832, 146,833, 146,834, 146,835, 146,836, 146,837, 146,838, 146,839, 146,840, 146,841, 146,842, 146,843, 146,844, 146,845, 146,846, 146,847, 146,848, 146,849, 146,850, 146,851, 146,852, 146,853, 146,854, 146,855, 146,856, 146,857, 146,858, 146,859, 146,860, 146,861, 146,862, 146,863, 146,864, 146,865, 146,866, 146,867, 146,868, 146,869, 146,870, 146,871, 146,872, 146,873, 146,874, 146,875, 146,876, 146,877, 146,878, 146,879, 146,880, 146,881, 146,882, 146,883, 146,884, 146,885, 146,886, 146,887, 146,888, 146,889, 146,890, 146,891, 146,892, 146,893, 146,894, 146,895, 146,896, 146,897, 146,898, 146,899, 146,900, 146,901, 146,902, 146,903, 146,904, 146,905, 146,906, 146,907, 146,908, 146,909, 146,910, 146,911, 146,912, 146,913, 146,914, 146,915, 146,916, 146,917, 146,918, 146,919, 146,920, 146,921, 146,922, 146,923, 146,924, 146,925, 146,926, 146,927, 146,928, 146,929, 146,930, 146,931, 146,932, 146,933, 146,934, 146,935, 146,936, 146,937, 146,938, 146,939, 146,940, 146,941, 146,942, 146,943, 146,944, 146,945, 146,946, 146,947, 146,948, 146,949, 146,950, 146,951, 146,952, 146,953, 146,954, 146,955, 146,956, 146,957, 146,958, 146,959, 146,960, 146,961, 146,962, 146,963, 146,964, 146,965, 146,966, 146,967, 146,968, 146,969, 146,970, 146,971, 146,972, 146,973, 146,974, 146,975, 146,976, 146,977, 146,978, 146,979, 146,980, 146,981, 146,982, 146,983, 146,984, 146,985, 146,986, 146,987, 146,988, 146,989, 146,990, 146,991, 146,992, 146,993, 146,994, 146,995, 146,996, 146,997, 146,998, 146,999, 147,000, 147,001, 147,002, 147,003, 147,004, 147,005, 147,006, 147,007, 147,008, 147,009, 147,010, 147,011, 147,012, 147,013, 147,014, 147,015, 147,016, 147,017, 147,018, 147,019, 147,020, 147,021, 147,022, 147,023, 147,024, 147,025, 147,026, 147,027, 147,028, 147,029, 147,030, 147,031, 147,032, 147,033, 147,034, 147,035, 147,036, 147,037, 147,038, 147,039, 147,040, 147,041, 147,042, 147,043, 147,044, 147,045, 147,046, 147,047, 147,048, 147,049, 147,050, 147,051, 147,052, 147,053, 147,054, 147,055, 147,056, 147,057, 147,058, 147,059, 147,060, 147,061, 147,062, 147,063, 147,064, 147,065, 147,066, 147,067, 147,068, 147,069, 147,070, 147,071, 147,072, 147,073, 147,074, 147,075, 147,076, 147,077, 147,078, 147,079, 147,080, 147,081, 147,082, 147,083, 147,084, 147,085, 147,086, 147,087, 147,088, 147,089, 147,090, 147,091, 147,092, 147,093, 147,094, 147,095, 147,096, 147,097, 147,098, 147,099, 147,100, 147,101, 147,102, 147,103, 147,104, 147,105, 147,106, 147,107, 147,108, 147,109, 147,110, 147,111, 147,112, 147,113, 147,114, 147,115, 147,116, 147,117, 147,118, 147,119, 147,120, 147,121, 147,122, 147,123, 147,124, 147,125, 147,126, 147,127, 147,128, 147,129, 147,130, 147,131, 147,132, 147,133, 147,134, 147,135, 147,136, 147,137, 147,138, 147,139, 147,140, 147,141, 147,142, 147,143, 147,144, 147,145, 147,146, 147,147, 147,148, 147,149, 147,150, 147,151, 147,152, 147,153, 147,154, 147,155, 147,156, 147,157, 147,158, 147,159, 147,160, 147,161, 147,162, 147,163, 147,164, 147,165, 147,166, 147,167, 147,168, 147,169, 147,170, 147,171, 147,172, 147,173, 147,174, 147,175, 147,176, 147,177, 147,178, 147,179, 147,180, 147,181, 147,182, 147,183, 147,184, 147,185, 147,186, 147,187, 147,188, 147,189, 147,190, 147,191, 147,192, 147,193, 147,194, 147,195, 147,196, 147,197, 147,198, 147,199, 147,200, 147,201, 147,202, 147,203, 147,204, 147,205, 147,206, 147,207, 147,208, 147,209, 147,210, 147,211, 147,212, 147,213, 147,214, 147,215, 147,216, 147,217, 147,218, 147,219, 147,220, 147,221, 147,222, 147,223, 147,224, 147,225, 147,226, 147,227, 147,228, 147,229, 147,230, 147,231, 147,232, 147,233, 147,234, 147,235, 147,236, 147,237, 147,238, 147,239, 147,240, 147,241, 147,242, 147,243, 147,244, 147,245, 147,246, 147,247, 147,248, 147,249, 147,250, 147,251, 147,252, 147,253, 147,254, 147,255, 147,256, 147,257, 147,258, 147,259, 147,260, 147,261, 147,262, 147,263, 147,264, 147,265, 147,266, 147,267, 147,268, 147,269, 147,270, 147,271, 147,272, 147,273, 147,274, 147,275, 147,276, 147,277, 147,278, 147,279, 147,280, 147,281, 147,282, 147,283, 147,284, 147,285, 147,286, 147,287, 147,288, 147,289, 147,290, 147,291, 147,292, 147,293, 147,294, 147,295, 147,296, 147,297, 147,298, 147,299, 147,300, 147,301, 147,302, 147,303, 147,304, 147,305, 147,306, 147,307, 147,308, 147,309, 147,310, 147,311, 147,312, 147,313, 147,314, 147,315, 147,316, 147,317, 147,318, 147,319, 147,320, 147,321, 147,322, 147,323, 147,324, 147,325, 147,326, 147,327, 147,328, 147,329, 147,330, 147,331, 147,332, 147,333, 147,334, 147,335, 147,336, 147,337, 147,338, 147,339, 147,340, 147,341, 147,342, 147,343, 147,344, 147,345, 147,346, 147,347, 147,348, 147,349, 147,350, 147,351, 147,352, 147,353, 147,354, 147,355, 147,356, 147,357, 147,358, 147,359, 147,360, 147,361, 147,362, 147,363, 147,364, 147,365, 147,366, 147,367, 147,368, 147,369, 147,370, 147,371, 147,372, 147,373, 147,374, 147,375, 147,376, 147,377, 147,378, 147,379, 147,380, 147,381, 147,382, 147,383, 147,384, 147,385, 147,386, 147,387, 147,388, 147,389, 147,390, 147,391, 147,392, 147,393, 147,394, 147,395, 147,396, 147,397, 147,398, 147,399, 147,400, 147,401, 147,402, 147,403, 147,404, 147,405, 147,406, 147,407, 147,408, 147,409, 147,410, 147,411, 147,412, 147,413, 147,414, 147,415, 147,416, 147,417, 147,418, 147,419, 147,420, 147,421, 147,422, 147,423, 147,424, 147,425, 147,426, 147,427, 147,428, 147,429, 147,430, 147,431, 147,432, 147,433, 147,434, 147,435, 147,436, 147,437, 147,438, 147,439, 147,440, 147,441, 147,442, 147,443, 147,444, 147,445, 147,446, 147,447, 147,448, 147,449, 147,450, 147,451, 147,452, 147,453, 147,454, 147,455, 147,456, 147,457, 147,458, 147,459, 147,460, 147,461, 147,462, 147,463, 147,464, 147,465, 147,466, 147,467, 147,468, 147,469, 147,470, 147,471, 147,472, 147,473, 147,474, 147,475, 147,476, 147,477, 147,478, 147,479, 147,480, 147,481, 147,482, 147,483, 147,484, 147,485, 147,486, 147,487, 147,488, 147,489, 147,490, 147,491, 147,492, 147,493, 147,494, 147,495, 147,496, 147,497, 147,498, 147,499, 147,500, 147,501, 147,502, 147,503, 147,504, 147,505, 147,506, 147,507, 147,508, 147,509, 147,510, 147,511, 147,512, 147,513, 147,514, 147,515, 147,516, 147,517, 147,518, 147,519, 147,520, 147,521, 147,522, 147,523, 147,524, 147,525, 147,526, 147,527, 147,528, 147,529, 147,530, 147,531, 147,532, 147,533, 147,534, 147,535, 147,536, 147,537, 147,538, 147,539, 147,540, 147,541, 147,542, 147,543, 147,544, 147,545, 147,546, 147,547, 147,548, 147,549, 147,550, 147,551, 147,552. 147,553. 147,554. 147,555. 147,556. 147,557. 147,558. 147,559. 147,560. 147,561. 147,562. 147,563. 147,564. 147,565. 147,566. 147,567. 147,568. 147,569. 147,570. 147,571. 147,572. 147,573. 147,574. 147,575. 147,576. 147,577. 147,578. 147,579. 147,580. 147,581. 147,582. 147,583. 147,584. 147,585. 147,586. 147,587. 147,588. 147,589. 147,590. 147,591. 147,592. 147,593. 147,594. 147,595. 147,596. 147,597. 147,598. 147,599. 147,600. 147,601. 147,602. 147,603. 147,604. 147,605. 147,606. 147,607. 147,608. 147,609. 147,610. 147,611. 147,612. 147,613. 147,614. 147,615. 147,616. 147,617. 147,618. 147,619. 147,620. 147,621. 147,622. 147,623. 147,624. 147,625. 147,626. 147,627. 147,628. 147,629. 147,630. 147,631. 147,632. 147,633. 147,634. 147,635. 147,636. 147,637. 147,638. 147,639. 147,640. 147,641. 147,642. 147,643. 147,644. 147,645. 147,646. 147,647. 147,648. 147,649. 147,650. 147,651. 147,652. 147,653. 147,654. 147,655. 147,656. 147,657. 147,658. 147,659. 147,660. 147,661. 147,662. 147,663. 147,664. 147,665. 147,666. 147,667. 147,668. 147,669. 147,670. 147,671. 147,672. 147,673. 147,674. 147,675. 147,676. 147,677. 147,678. 147,679. 147,680. 147,681. 147,682. 147,683. 147,684. 147,685. 147,686. 147,687. 147,688. 147,689. 147,690. 147,691. 147,692. 147,693. 147,694. 147,695. 147,696. 147,697. 147,698. 147,699. 147,700. 147,701. 147,702. 147,703. 147,704. 147,705. 147,706. 147,707. 147,708. 147,709. 147,710. 147,711. 147,712. 147,713. 147,714. 147,715. 147,716. 147,717. 147,718. 147,719. 147,720. 147,721. 147,722. 147,723. 147,724. 147,725. 147,726. 147,727. 147,728. 147,729. 147,730. 147,731. 147,732. 147,733. 147,734. 147,735. 147,736. 147,737. 147,738. 147,739. 147,740. 147,741. 147,742. 147,743. 147,744. 147,745. 147,746. 147,747. 147,748. 147,749. 147,750. 147,751. 147,752. 147,753. 147,754. 147,755. 147,756. 147,757. 147,758. 147,759. 147,760. 147,761. 147,762. 147,763. 147,764. 147,765. 147,766. 147,767. 147,768. 147,769. 147,770. 147,771. 147,772. 147,773. 147,774. 147,775. 147,776. 147,777. 147,778. 147,779. 147,780. 147,781. 147,782. 147,783. 147,784. 147,785. 147,786. 147,787. 147,788. 147,789. 147,790. 147,791. 147,792. 147,793. 147,794. 147,795. 147,796. 147,797. 147,798. 147,799. 147,800. 147,801. 147,802. 147,803. 147,804. 147,805. 147,806. 147,807. 147,808. 147,809. 147,810. 147,811. 147,812. 147,813. 147,814. 147,815. 147,816. 147,817. 147,818. 147,819. 147,820. 147,821. 147,822. 147,823. 147,824. 147,825. 147,826. 147,827. 147,828. 147,829. 147,830. 147,831. 147,832. 147,833. 147,834. 147,835. 147,836. 147,837. 147,838. 147,839. 147,840. 147,841. 147,842. 147,843. 147,844. 147,845. 147,846. 147,847. 147,848. 147,849. 147,850. 147,851. 147,852. 147,853. 147,854. 147,855. 147,856. 147,857. 147,858. 147,859. 147,860. 147,861. 147,862. 147,863. 147,864. 147,865. 147,866. 147,867. 147,868. 147,869. 147,870. 147,871. 147,872. 147,873. 147,874. 147,875. 147,876. 147,877. 147,878. 147,879. 147,880. 147,881. 147,882. 147,883. 147,884. 147,885. 147,886. 147,887. 147,888. 147,889. 147,890. 147,891. 147,892. 147,893. 147,894. 147,895. 147,896. 147,897. 147,898. 147,899. 147,900. 147,901. 147,902. 147,903. 147,904. 147,905. 147,906. 147,907. 147,908. 147,909. 147,910. 147,911. 147,912. 147,913. 147,914. 147,915. 147,916. 147,917. 147,918. 147,919. 147,920. 147,921. 147,922. 147,923. 147,924. 147,925. 147,926. 147,927. 147,928. 147,929. 147,930. 147,931. 147,932. 147,933. 147,934. 147,935. 147,936. 147,937. 147,938. 147,939. 147,940. 147,941. 147,942. 147,943. 147,944. 147,945. 147,946. 147,947. 147,948. 147,949. 147,950. 147,951. 147,952. 147,953. 147,954. 147,955. 147,956. 147,957. 147,958. 147,959. 147,960. 147,961. 147,962. 147,963. 147,964. 147,965. 147,966. 147,967. 147,968. 147,969. 147,970. 147,971. 147,972. 147,973. 147,974. 147,975. 147,976. 147,977. 147,978. 147,979. 147,980. 147,981. 147,982. 147,983. 147,984. 147,985. 147,986. 147,987. 147,988. 147,989. 147,990. 147,991. 147,992. 147,993. 147,994. 147,995. 147,996. 147,997. 147,998. 147,999. 148,000. 148,001. 148,002. 148,003. 148,004. 148,005. 148,006. 148,007. 148,008. 148,009. 148,010. 148,011. 148,012. 148,013. 148,014. 148,015. 148,016. 148,017. 148,018. 148,019. 148,020. 148,021. 148,022. 148,023. 148,024. 148,025. 148,026. 148,027. 148,028. 148,029. 148,030. 148,031. 148,032. 148,033. 148,034. 148,035. 148,036. 148,037. 148,038. 148,039. 148,040. 148,041. 148,042. 148,043. 148,044. 148,045. 148,046. 148,047. 148,048. 148,049. 148,050. 148,051. 148,052. 148,053. 148,054. 148,055. 148,056. 148,057. 148,058. 148,059. 148,060. 148,061. 148,062. 148,063. 148,064. 148,065. 148,066. 148,067. 148,068. 148,069. 140,070. 140,071. 140,072. 140,073. 140,074. 140,075. 140,076. 140,077. 140,078. 140,079. 140,080. 140,081. 140,082. 140,083. 140,084. 140,085. 140,086. 140,087. 140,088. 140,089. 140,090. 140,091. 140,092. 140,093. 140,094. 140,095. 140,096. 140,097. 140,098. 140,099. 140,100. 140,101. 140,102. 140,103. 140,104. 140,105. 140,106. 140,107. 140,108. 140,109. 140,110. 140,111. 140,112. 140,113. 140,114. 140,115. 140,116. 140,117. 140,118. 140,119. 140,120. 140,121. 140,122. 140,123. 140,124. 140,125. 140,126. 140,127. 140,128. 140,129. 140,130. 140,131. 140,132. 148,133, 148,134, 148,135, 148,136, 148,137, 148,138, 148,139, 148,140, 148,141, 148,142, 148,143, 148,144, 148,145, 148,146, 148,147, 148,148, 148,149, 148,150, 148,151, 148,152, 148,153, 148,154, 148,155, 148,156, 148,157, 148,158, 148,159, 148,160, 148,161, 148,162, 148,163, 148,164, 148,165, 148,166, 148,167, 148,168, 148,169, 140,170, 140,171, 140,172, 140,173, 140,174, 140,175, 140,176, 140,177, 140,178, 140,179, 140,180, 140,181, 140,182, 140,183, 140,184, 140,185, 140,186, 140,187, 140,188, 140,189, 140,190, 140,191, 140,192, 140,193, 140,194, 140,195, 140,196, 140,197, 140,198, 140,199, 140,200, 140,201, 140,202, 140,203, 140,204, 140,205, 140,206, 140,207, 140,208, 140,209, 140,210, 140,211, 140,212, 140,213, 140,214, 140,215, 140,216, 140,217, 140,218, 140,219, 140,220, 140,221, 140,222, 140,223, 140,224, 140,225, 140,226, 140,227, 140,228, 140,229, 140,230, 140,231, 140,232, 140,233, 140,234, 140,235, 140,236, 140,237, 140,238, 140,239, 140,240, 140,241, 140,242, 140,243, 140,244, 140,245, 140,246, 140,247, 140,248, 140,249, 140,250, 140,251, 140,252, 140,253, 140,254, 140,255, 140,256, 140,257, 140,258, 140,259, 140,260, 140,261, 140,262, 140,263, 140,264, 140,265, 140,266, 140,267, 140,268, 140,269, 140,270, 140,271, 140,272, 140,273, 140,274, 140,275, 140,276, 140,277, 140,278, 140,279, 140,280, 140,281, 140,282, 140,283, 140,284, 140,285, 140,286, 140,287, 140,288, 140,289, 140,290, 140,291, 140,292, 140,293, 140,294, 140,295, 140,296, 140,297, 140,298, 140,299, 140,300, 140,301, 140,302, 140,303, 140,304, 140,305, 140,306, 140,307, 140,308, 140,309, 140,310, 140,311, 140,312, 140,313, 140,314, 140,315, 140,316, 140,317, 140,318, 140,319, 140,320, 140,321, 140,322, 140,323, 140,324, 140,325, 140,326, 140,327, 140,328, 140,329, 148,330, 148,331, 148,332, 148,333, 148,334, 148,335, 148,336, 148,337, 148,338, 148,339, 148,340, 148,341, 148,342, 148,343, 148,344, 148,345, 148,346, 148,347, 148,348, 148,349, 148,350, 148,351, 148,352, 148,353, 148,354, 148,355, 148,356, 148,357, 148,358, 148,359, 148,360, 148,361, 148,362, 148,363, 148,364, 148,365, 148,366, 148,367, 148,368, 148,369, 148,370, 148,371, 148,372, 148,373, 148,374, 148,375, 148,376, 148,377, 148,378, 148,379, 148,380, 148,381, 148,382, 148,383, 148,384, 148,385, 148,386, 148,387, 148,388, 148,389, 148,390, 148,391, 148,392, 148,393, 148,394, 148,395, 148,396, 148,397, 148,398, 148,399, 140,400, 140,401, 140,402, 140,403, 140,404, 140,405, 140,406, 140,407, 140,408, 140,409, 140,410, 140,411, 140,412, 140,413, 140,414, 140,415, 140,416, 140,417, 140,418, 140,419, 140,420, 140,421, 140,422, 140,423, 140,424, 140,425, 140,426, 140,427, 140,428, 140,429, 140,430, 140,431, 140,432, 140,433, 140,434, 140,435, 140,436, 140,437, 140,438, 140,439, 140,440, 140,441, 140,442, 140,443, 140,444, 140,445, 140,446, 140,447, 140,448, 140,449, 140,450, 140,451, 140,452, 140,453, 140,454, 140,455, 140,456, 140,457, 140,458, 140,459, 140,460, 140,461, 140,462, 140,463, 140,464, 140,465, 140,466, 140,467, 140,468, 140,469, 140,470, 140,471, 140,472, 140,473, 140,474, 140,475, 140,476, 140,477, 140,478, 140,479, 140,480, 140,481, 140,482, 140,483, 140,484, 140,485, 140,486, 140,487, 140,488, 140,489, 140,490, 140,491, 140,492, 140,493, 140,494, 140,495, 140,496, 140,497, 140,498, 140,499, 140,500, 140,501, 140,502, 140,503, 140,504, 140,505, 140,506, 140,507, 140,508, 140,509, 140,510, 140,511, 140,512, 140,513, 140,514, 140,515, 140,516, 140,517, 140,518, 140,519, 140,520, 140,521, 140,522, 140,523, 140,524, 140,525, 140,526, 140,527, 140,528, 148,529, 148,530, 148,531, 148,532, 148,533, 148,534, 148,535, 148,536, 148,537, 148,538, 148,539, 148,540, 148,541, 148,542, 148,543, 148,544, 148,545, 148,546, 148,547, 148,548, 148,549, 148,550, 148,551, 148,552, 148,553, 148,554, 148,555, 148,556, 148,557, 148,558, 148,559, 148,560, 148,561, 148,562, 148,563, 148,564, 148,565, 148,566, 148,567, 148,568, 148,569, 140,570, 140,571, 140,572, 140,573, 140,574, 140,575, 140,576, 140,577, 140,578, 140,579, 140,580, 140,581, 140,582, 140,583, 140,584, 140,585, 140,586, 140,587, 140,588, 140,589, 140,590, 140,591, 140,592, 140,593, 140,594, 140,595, 140,596, 140,597, 140,598, 140,599, 140,600, 140,601, 140,602, 140,603, 140,604, 140,605, 140,606, 140,607, 140,608, 140,609, 140,610, 140,611, 140,612, 140,613, 140,614, 140,615, 140,616, 140,617, 140,618, 140,619, 140,620, 140,621, 140,622, 140,623, 140,624, 140,625, 140,626, 140,627, 140,628, 140,629, 140,630, 140,631, 140,632, 140,633, 140,634, 140,635, 140,636, 140,637, 140,638, 140,639, 140,640, 140,641, 140,642, 140,643, 140,644, 140,645, 140,646, 140,647, 140,648, 140,649, 140,650, 140,651, 140,652, 140,653, 140,654, 140,655, 140,656, 140,657, 140,658, 140,659, 140,660, 140,661, 140,662, 140,663, 140,664, 140,665, 140,666, 140,667, 140,668, 140,669, 140,670, 140,671, 140,672, 140,673, 140,674, 140,675, 140,676, 140,677, 140,678, 140,679, 140,680, 140,681, 140,682, 140,683, 140,684, 140,685, 140,686, 140,687, 140,688, 140,689, 140,690, 140,691, 140,692, 140,693, 140,694, 140,695, 140,696, 140,697, 140,698, 140,699, 140,700, 140,701, 140,702, 140,703, 140,704, 140,705, 140,706, 140,707, 140,708, 140,709, 140,710, 140,711, 140,712, 140,713, 140,714, 140,715, 140,716, 140,717, 140,718, 140,719, 140,720, 140,721, 140,722, 140,723, 140,724, 140,725, 148,726, 148,727, 148,728, 148,729, 148,730, 148,731, 148,732, 148,733, 148,734, 148,735, 148,736, 148,737, 148,738, 148,739, 140,740, 140,741, 140,742, 140,743, 140,744, 140,745, 140,746, 140,747, 140,748, 140,749, 140,750, 140,751, 140,752, 140,753, 140,754, 140,755, 140,756, 140,757, 140,758, 140,759, 140,760, 140,761, 140,762, 140,763, 140,764, 140,765, 140,766, 140,767, 140,768, 140,769, 140,770, 140,771, 140,772, 140,773, 140,774, 140,775, 140,776, 140,777, 140,778, 140,779, 140,780, 140,781, 140,782, 140,783, 140,784, 140,785, 140,786, 140,787, 140,788, 140,789, 140,790, 140,791, 140,792, 140,793, 140,794, 140,795, 140,796, 140,797, 140,798, 140,799, 140,800, 140,801, 140,802, 140,803, 140,804, 140,805, 140,806, 140,807, 140,808, 140,809, 140,810, 140,811, 140,812, 140,813, 140,814, 140,815, 140,816, 140,817, 140,818, 140,819, 140,820, 140,821, 140,822, 140,823, 140,824, 140,825, 140,826, 140,827, 140,828, 140,829, 140,830, 140,831, 140,832, 140,833, 140,834, 140,835, 140,836, 140,837, 140,838, 140,839, 140,840, 140,841, 140,842, 140,843, 140,844, 140,845, 140,846, 140,847, 140,848, 140,849, 140,850, 140,851, 140,852, 140,853, 140,854, 140,855, 140,856, 140,857, 140,858, 140,859, 140,860, 140,861, 140,862, 140,863, 140,864, 140,865, 140,866, 140,867, 140,868, 140,869, 140,870, 140,871, 140,872, 140,873, 140,874, 140,875, 140,876, 140,877, 140,878, 140,879, 140,880, 140,881, 140,882, 140,883, 140,884, 140,885, 140,886, 140,887, 140,888, 140,889, 140,890, 140,891, 140,892, 140,893, 140,894, 140,895, 140,896, 140,897, 140,898, 140,899, 140,900, 140,901, 140,902, 140,903, 140,904, 140,905, 140,906, 140,907, 140,908, 140,909, 140,910, 140,911, 140,912, 140,913, 140,914, 140,915, 140,916, 140,917, 140,918, 140,919, 140,920, 140,921, 140,922, 140,923, 140,924, 140,925, 148,925. 148,926. 148,927. 148,928. 148,929. 148,930. 148,931. 148,932. 148,933. 148,934. 148,935. 148,936. 148,937. 148,938. 148,939. 148,940. 148,941. 148,942. 148,943. 148,944. 148,945. 148,946. 148,947. 148,948. 148,949. 148,950. 148,951. 148,952. 148,953. 148,954. 148,955. 148,956. 148,957. 148,958. 148,959. 148,960. 148,961. 148,962. 148,963. 148,964. 148,965. 148,966. 148,967. 148,968. 148,969. 148,970. 148,971. 148,972. 148,973. 148,974. 148,975. 148,976. 148,977. 148,978. 148,979. 148,980. 148,981. 148,982. 148,983. 148,984. 148,985. 148,986. 148,987. 148,988. 148,989. 148,990. 148,991. 148,992. 148,993. 148,994. 148,995. 148,996. 148,997. 148,998. 148,999. 149,000. 149,001. 149,002. 149,003. 149,004. 149,005. 149,006. 149,007. 149,008. 149,009. 149,010. 149,011. 149,012. 149,013. 149,014. 149,015. 149,016. 149,017. 149,018. 149,019. 149,020. 149,021. 149,022. 149,023. 149,024. 149,025. 149,026. 149,027. 149,028. 149,029. 149,030. 149,031. 149,032. 149,033. 149,034. 149,035. 149,036. 149,037. 149,038. 149,039. 149,040. 149,041. 149,042. 149,043. 149,044. 149,045. 149,046. 149,047. 149,048. 149,049. 149,050. 149,051. 149,052. 149,053. 149,054. 149,055. 149,056. 149,057. 149,058. 149,059. 149,060. 149,061. 149,062. 149,063. 149,064. 149,065. 149,066. 149,067. 149,068. 149,069. 149,070. 149,071. 149,072. 149,073. 149,074. 149,075. 149,076. 149,077. 149,078. 149,079. 149,080. 149,081. 149,082. 149,083. 149,084. 149,085. 149,086. 149,087. 149,088. 149,089. 149,090. 149,091. 149,092. 149,093. 149,094. 149,095. 149,096. 149,097. 149,098. 149,099. 149,100. 149,101. 149,102. 149,103. 149,104. 149,105. 149,106. 149,107. 149,108. 149,109. 149,110. 149,111. 149,112. 149,113. 149,114. 149,115. 149,116. 149,117. 149,118. 149,119. 149,120. 149,121. 149,122. 149,123. 149,124. 149,125. 149,126. 149,127. 149,128. 149,129. 149,130. 149,131. 149,132. 149,133. 149,134. 149,135. 149,136. 149,137. 149,138. 149,144, 149,145, 149,146, 149,147, 149,148, 149,149, 149,150, 149,151, 149,152, 149,153, 149,154, 149,155, 149,156, 149,157, 149,158, 149,159, 149,160, 149,161, 149,162, 149,163, 149,164, 149,165, 149,166, 149,167, 149,168, 149,169, 149,170, 149,171, 149,172, 149,173, 149,174, 149,175, 149,176, 149,177, 149,178, 149,179, 149,180, 149,181, 149,182, 149,183, 149,184, 149,185, 149,186, 149,187, 149,188, 149,189, 149,190, 149,191, 149,192, 149,193, 149,194, 149,195, 149,196, 149,197, 149,198, 149,199, 149,200, 149,201, 149,202, 149,203, 149,204, 149,205, 149,206, 149,207, 149,208, 149,209, 149,210, 149,211, 149,212, 149,213, 149,214, 149,215, 149,216, 149,217, 149,218, 149,219, 149,220, 149,221, 149,222, 149,223, 149,224, 149,225, 149,226, 149,227, 149,228, 149,229, 149,230, 149,231, 149,232, 149,233, 149,234, 149,235, 149,236, 149,237, 149,238, 149,239, 149,240, 149,241, 149,242, 149,243, 149,244, 149,245, 149,246, 149,247, 149,248, 149,249, 149,250, 149,251, 149,252, 149,253, 149,254, 149,255, 149,256, 149,257, 149,258, 149,259, 149,260, 149,261, 149,262, 149,263, 149,264, 149,265, 149,266, 149,267, 149,268, 149,269, 149,270, 149,271, 149,272, 149,273, 149,274, 149,275, 149,276, 149,277, 149,278, 149,279, 149,280, 149,281, 149,282, 149,283, 149,284, 149,285, 149,286, 149,287, 149,288, 149,289, 149,290, 149,291, 149,292, 149,293, 149,294, 149,295, 149,296, 149,297, 149,298, 149,299, 149,300, 149,301, 149,302, 149,303, 149,304, 149,305, 149,306, 149,307, 149,308, 149,309, 149,310, 149,311, 149,312, 149,313, 149,314, 149,315, 149,316, 149,317, 149,318, 149,319, 149,320, 149,321, 149,322, 149,323, 149,324, 149,325, 149,326, 149,327, 149,328, 149,329, 149,330, 149,331, 149,332, 149,333, 149,334, 149,335, 149,336, 149,337, 149,338, 149,339, 149,340, 149,341, 149,341, 149,342, 149,343, 149,344, 149,345, 149,346, 149,347, 149,348, 149,349, 149,350, 149,351, 149,352, 149,353, 149,354, 149,355, 149,356, 149,357, 149,358, 149,359, 149,360, 149,361, 149,362, 149,363, 149,364, 149,365, 149,366, 149,367, 149,368, 149,369, 149,370, 149,371, 149,372, 149,373, 149,374, 149,375, 149,376, 149,377, 149,378, 149,379, 149,380, 149,381, 149,382, 149,383, 149,384, 149,385, 149,386, 149,387, 149,388, 149,389, 149,390, 149,391, 149,392, 149,393, 149,394, 149,395, 149,396, 149,397, 149,398, 149,399, 149,400, 149,401, 149,402, 149,403, 149,404, 149,405, 149,406, 149,407, 149,408, 149,409, 149,410, 149,411, 149,412, 149,413, 149,414, 149,415, 149,416, 149,417, 149,418, 149,419, 149,420, 149,421, 149,422, 149,423, 149,424, 149,425, 149,426, 149,427, 149,428, 149,429, 149,430, 149,431, 149,432, 149,433, 149,434, 149,435, 149,436, 149,437, 149,438, 149,439, 149,440, 149,441, 149,442, 149,443, 149,444, 149,445, 149,446, 149,447, 149,448, 149,449, 149,450, 149,451, 149,452, 149,453, 149,454, 149,455, 149,456, 149,457, 149,458, 149,459, 149,460, 149,461, 149,462, 149,463, 149,464, 149,465, 149,466, 149,467, 149,468, 149,469, 149,470, 149,471, 149,472, 149,473, 149,474, 149,475, 149,476, 149,477, 149,478, 149,479, 149,480, 149,481, 149,482, 149,483, 149,484, 149,485, 149,486, 149,487, 149,488, 149,489, 149,490, 149,491, 149,492, 149,493, 149,494, 149,495, 149,496, 149,497, 149,498, 149,499, 149,500, 149,501, 149,502, 149,503, 149,504, 149,505, 149,506, 149,507, 149,508, 149,509, 149,510, 149,511, 149,512, 149,513, 149,514, 149,515, 149,516, 149,517, 149,518, 149,519, 149,520, 149,521, 149,522, 149,523, 149,524, 149,525, 149,526, 149,527, 149,528, 149,529, 149,530, 149,531, 149,532, 149,533, 149,534, 149,535, 149,536, 149,537, 149,538, 149,539, 149,540, 149,541, 149,542, 149,543, 149,544, 149,545, 149,546, 149,547, 149,548, 149,549, 149,550, 149,551, 149,552, 149,553, 149,554, 149,555, 149,556, 149,557, 149,558, 149,559, 149,560, 149,561, 149,562, 149,563, 149,564, 149,565, 149,566, 149,567, 149,568, 149,569, 149,570, 149,571, 149,572, 149,573, 149,574, 149,575, 149,576, 149,577, 149,578, 149,579, 149,580, 149,581, 149,582, 149,583, 149,584, 149,585, 149,586, 149,587, 149,588, 149,589, 149,590, 149,591, 149,592, 149,593, 149,594, 149,595, 149,596, 149,597, 149,598, 149,599, 149,600, 149,601, 149,602, 149,603, 149,604, 149,605, 149,606, 149,607, 149,608, 149,609, 149,610, 149,611, 149,612, 149,613, 149,614, 149,615, 149,616, 149,617, 149,618, 149,619, 149,620, 149,621, 149,622, 149,623, 149,624, 149,625, 149,626, 149,627, 149,628, 149,629, 149,630, 149,631, 149,632, 149,633, 149,634, 149,635, 149,636, 149,637, 149,638, 149,639, 149,640, 149,641, 149,642, 149,643, 149,644, 149,645, 149,646, 149,647, 149,648, 149,649, 149,650, 149,651, 149,652, 149,653, 149,654, 149,655, 149,656, 149,657, 149,658, 149,659, 149,660, 149,661, 149,662, 149,663, 149,664, 149,665, 149,666, 149,667, 149,668, 149,669, 149,670, 149,671, 149,672, 149,673, 149,674, 149,675, 149,676, 149,677, 149,678, 149,679, 149,680, 149,681, 149,682, 149,683, 149,684, 149,685, 149,686, 149,687, 149,688, 149,689, 149,690, 149,691, 149,692, 149,693, 149,694, 149,695, 149,696, 149,697, 149,698, 149,699, 149,700, 149,701, 149,702, 149,703, 149,704, 149,705, 149,706, 149,707, 149,708, 149,709, 149,710, 149,711, 149,712, 149,713, 149,714, 149,715, 149,716, 149,717, 149,718, 149,719, 149,720, 149,721, 149,722, 149,723, 149,724, 149,725, 149,726, 149,727, 149,728, 149,729, 149,730, 149,731, 149,732, 149,733, 149,734, 149,735, 149,736, 149,737, 149,738, 149,739, 149,740, 149,741, 149,742, 149,743, 149,744, 149,745, 149,746, 149,747, 149,748, 149,749, 149,750, 149,751, 149,752, 149,753, 149,754, 149,755, 149,756, 149,757, 149,758, 149,759, 149,760, 149,761, 149,762, 149,763, 149,764, 149,765, 149,766, 149,767, 149,768, 149,769, 149,770, 149,771, 149,772, 149,773, 149,774, 149,775, 149,776, 149,777, 149,778, 149,779, 149,780, 149,781, 149,782, 149,783, 149,784, 149,785, 149,786, 149,787, 149,788, 149,789, 149,790, 149,791, 149,792, 149,793, 149,794, 149,795, 149,796, 149,797, 149,798, 149,799, 149,800, 149,801, 149,802, 149,803, 149,804, 149,805, 149,806, 149,807, 149,808, 149,809, 149,810, 149,811, 149,812, 149,813, 149,814, 149,815, 149,816, 149,817, 149,818, 149,819, 149,820, 149,821, 149,822, 149,823, 149,824, 149,825, 149,826, 149,827, 149,828, 149,829, 149,830, 149,831, 149,832, 149,833, 149,834, 149,835, 149,836, 149,837, 149,838, 149,839, 149,840, 149,841, 149,842, 149,843, 149,844, 149,845, 149,846, 149,847, 149,848, 149,849, 149,850, 149,851, 149,852, 149,853, 149,854, 149,855, 149,856, 149,857, 149,858, 149,859, 149,860, 149,861, 149,862, 149,863, 149,864, 149,865, 149,866, 149,867, 149,868, 149,869, 149,870, 149,871, 149,872, 149,873, 149,874, 149,875, 149,876, 149,877, 149,878, 149,879, 149,880, 149,881, 149,882, 149,883, 149,884, 149,885, 149,886, 149,887, 149,888, 149,889, 149,890, 149,891, 149,892, 149,893, 149,894, 149,895, 149,896, 149,897, 149,898, 149,899, 149,900, 149,901, 149,902, 149,903, 149,904, 149,905, 149,906, 149,907, 149,908, 149,909, 149,910, 149,911, 149,912, 149,913, 149,914, 149,915, 149,916, 149,917, 149,918, 149,919, 149,920, 149,921, 149,922, 149,923, 149,924, 149,925, 149,926, 126, 149,927, 149,928, 149,929, 149,930, 149,931, 149,932, 149,933, 149,934, 149,935, 149,936, 149,937, 149,938, 149,939, 149,940, 149,941, 149,942, 149,943, 149,944, 149,945, 149,946, 149,947, 149,948, 149,949, 149,950, 149,951, 149,952, 149,953, 149,954, 149,955, 149,956, 149,957, 149,958, 149,959, 149,960, 149,961, 149,962, 149,963, 149,964, 149,965, 149,966, 149,967, 149,968, 149,969, 149,970, 149,971, 149,972, 149,973, 149,974, 149,975, 149,976, 149,977, 149,978, 149,979, 149,980, 149,981, 149,982, 149,983, 149,984, 149,985, 149,986, 149,987, 149,988, 149,989, 149,990, 149,991, 149,992, 149,993, 149,994, 149,995, 149,996, 149,997, 149,998, 149,999, 150,000, 150,001, 150,002, 150,003, 150,004, 150,005, 150,006, 150,007, 150,008, 150,009, 150,010, 150,011, 150,012, 150,013, 150,014, 150,015, 150,016, 150,017, 150,018, 150,019, 150,020, 150,021, 150,022, 150,023, 150,024, 150,025, 150,026, 150,027, 150,028, 150,029, 150,030, 150,031, 150,032, 150,033, 150,034, 150,035, 150,036, 150,037, 150,038, 150,039, 150,040, 150,041, 150,042, 150,043, 150,044, 150,045, 150,046, 150,047, 150,048, 150,049, 150,050, 150,051, 150,052, 150,053, 150,054, 150,055, 150,056, 150,057, 150,058, 150,059, 150,060, 150,061, 150,062, 150,063, 150,064, 150,065, 150,066, 150,067, 150,068, 150,069, 150,070, 150,071, 150,072, 150,073, 150,074, 150,075, 150,076, 150,077, 150,078, 150,079, 150,080, 150,081, 150,082, 150,083, 150,084, 150,085, 150,086, 150,087, 150,088, 150,089, 150,090, 150,091, 150,092, 150,093, 150,094, 150,095, 150,096, 150,097, 150,098, 150,099, 150,100, 150,101, 150,102, 150,103, 150,104, 150,105, 150,106, 150,107, 150,108, 150,109, 150,110, 150,111, 150,112, 150,113, 150,114, 150,115, 150,116, 150,117, 150,118, 150,119, 150,120, 150,121, 150,122, 150,123, 150,124, 150,125, 150,126, 150,127, 150,128, 150,129, 150,130, 150,131, 150,132, 150,133, 150,134, 150,135, 150,136, 150,137, 150,138, 150,139, 150,140, 150,141, 150,142, 150,143, 150,144, 150,145, 150,146, 150,146, 150,147, 150,148, 150,149, 150,150, 150,151, 150,152, 150,153, 150,154, 150,155, 150,156, 150,157, 150,158, 150,159, 150,160, 150,161, 150,162, 150,163, 150,164, 150,165, 150,166, 150,167, 150,168, 150,169, 150,170, 150,171, 150,172, 150,173, 150,174, 150,175, 150,176, 150,177, 150,178, 150,179, 150,180, 150,181, 150,182, 150,183, 150,184, 150,185, 150,186, 150,187, 150,188, 150,189, 150,190, 150,191, 150,192, 150,193, 150,194, 150,195, 150,196, 150,197, 150,198, 150,199, 150,200, 150,201, 150,202, 150,203, 150,204, 150,205, 150,206, 150,207, 150,208, 150,209, 150,210, 150,211, 150,212, 150,213, 150,214, 150,215, 150,216, 150,217, 150,218, 150,219, 150,220, 150,221, 150,222, 150,223, 150,224, 150,225, 150,226, 150,227, 150,228, 150,229, 150,230, 150,231, 150,232, 150,233, 150,234, 150,235, 150,236, 150,237, 150,238, 150,239, 150,240, 150,241, 150,242, 150,243, 150,244, 150,245, 150,246, 150,247, 150,248, 150,249, 150,250, 150,251, 150,252, 150,253, 150,254, 150,255, 150,256, 150,257, 150,258, 150,259, 150,260, 150,261, 150,262, 150,263, 150,264, 150,265, 150,266, 150,267, 150,268, 150,269, 150,270, 150,271, 150,272, 150,273, 150,274, 150,275, 150,276, 150,277, 150,278, 150,279, 150,280, 150,281, 150,282, 150,283, 150,284, 150,285, 150,286, 150,287, 150,288, 150,289, 150,290, 150,291, 150,292, 150,293, 150,294, 150,295, 150,296, 150,297, 150,298, 150,299, 150,300, 150,301, 150,302, 150,303, 150,304, 150,305, 150,306, 150,307, 150,308, 150,309, 150,310, 150,311, 150,312, 150,313, 150,314, 150,315, 150,316, 150,317, 150,318, 150,319, 150,320, 150,321, 150,322, 150,323, 150,324, 150,325, 150,326, 150,327, 150,328, 150,329, 150,330, 150,331, 150,332, 150,333, 150,334, 150,335, 150,336, 150,337, 150,338, 150,339, 150,340, 150,341, 150,342, 150,343, 150,344, 150,345, 150,346, 150,347, 150,348, 150,349, 150,350, 150,351, 150,352, 150,353, 150,354, 150,355, 150,356, 150,357, 150,358, 150,359, 150,360, 150,361, 150,362, 150,363, 150,364, 150,365, 150,366, 150,367, 150,368, 150,369, 150,370, 150,371, 150,372, 150,373, 150,374, 150,375, 150,376, 150,377, 150,378, 150,379, 150,380, 150,381, 150,382, 150,383, 150,384, 150,385, 150,386, 150,387, 150,388, 150,389, 150,390, 150,391, 150,392, 150,393, 150,394, 150,395, 150,396, 150,397, 150,398, 150,399, 150,400, 150,401, 150,402, 150,403, 150,404, 150,405, 150,406, 150,407, 150,408, 150,409, 150,410, 150,411, 150,412, 150,413, 150,414, 150,415, 150,416, 150,417, 150,418, 150,419, 150,420, 150,421, 150,422, 150,423, 150,424, 150,425, 150,426, 150,427, 150,428, 150,429, 150,430, 150,431, 150,432, 150,433, 150,434, 150,435, 150,436, 150,437, 150,438, 150,439, 150,440, 150,441, 150,442, 150,443, 150,444, 150,445, 150,446, 150,447, 150,448, 150,449, 150,450, 150,451, 150,452, 150,453, 150,454, 150,455, 150,456, 150,457, 150,458, 150,459, 150,460, 150,461, 150,462, 150,463, 150,464, 150,465, 150,466, 150,467, 150,468, 150,469, 150,470, 150,471, 150,472, 150,473, 150,474, 150,475, 150,476, 150,477, 150,478, 150,479, 150,480, 150,481, 150,482, 150,483, 150,484, 150,485, 150,486, 150,487, 150,488, 150,489, 150,490, 150,491, 150,492, 150,493, 150,494, 150,495, 150,496, 150,497, 150,498, 150,499, 150,500, 150,501, 150,502, 150,503, 150,504, 150,505, 150,506, 150,507, 150,508, 150,509, 150,510, 150,511, 150,512, 150,513, 150,514, 150,515, 150,516, 150,517, 150,518, 150,519, 150,520, 150,521, 150,522, 150,523, 150,524, 150,525, 150,526, 150,527, 150,528, 150,529, 150,530, 150,531, 150,532, 150,533, 150,534, 150,535, 150,536, 150,537, 150,538, 150,539, 150,540, 150,541, 150,542, 150,543, 150,544, 150,545, 150,546, 150,547, 150,548, 150,549, 150,550, 150,551, 150,552, 150,553, 150,554, 150,555, 150,556, 150,557, 150,558, 150,559, 150,560, 150,561, 150,562, 150,563, 150,564, 150,565, 150,566, 150,567, 150,568, 150,569, 150,570, 150,571, 150,572, 150,573, 150,574, 150,575, 150,576, 150,577, 150,578, 150,579, 150,580, 150,581, 150,582, 150,583, 150,584, 150,585, 150,586, 150,587, 150,588, 150,589, 150,590, 150,591, 150,592, 150,593, 150,594, 150,595, 150,596, 150,597, 150,598, 150,599, 150,600, 150,601, 150,602, 150,603, 150,604, 150,605, 150,606, 150,607, 150,608, 150,609, 150,610, 150,611, 150,612, 150,613, 150,614, 150,615, 150,616, 150,617, 150,618, 150,619, 150,620, 150,621, 150,622, 150,623, 150,624, 150,625, 150,626, 150,627, 150,628, 150,629, 150,630, 150,631, 150,632, 150,633, 150,634, 150,635, 150,636, 150,637, 150,638, 150,639, 150,640, 150,641, 150,642, 150,643, 150,644, 150,645, 150,646, 150,647, 150,648, 150,649, 150,650, 150,651, 150,652, 150,653, 150,654, 150,655, 150,656, 150,657, 150,658, 150,659, 150,660, 150,661, 150,662, 150,663, 150,664, 150,665, 150,666, 150,667, 150,668, 150,669, 150,670, 150,671, 150,672, 150,673, 150,674, 150,675, 150,676, 150,677, 150,678, 150,679, 150,680, 150,681, 150,682, 150,683, 150,684, 150,685, 150,686, 150,687, 150,688, 150,689, 150,690, 150,691, 150,692, 150,693, 150,694, 150,695, 150,696, 150,697, 150,698, 150,699, 150,700, 150,701, 150,702, 150,703, 150,704, 150,705, 150,706, 150,707, 150,708, 150,709, 150,710, 150,711, 150,712, 150,713, 150,714, 150,715, 150,716, 150,717, 150,718, 150,719, 150,720, 150,721, 150,722, 150,723, 150,724, 150,725, 150,726, 150,727, 150,728, 150,729, 150,730, 150,731, 150,732, 150,733, 150,734, 150,735, 150,736, 150,737, 150,738, 150,739, 150,740, 150,741, 150,742, 150,743, 150,744, 150,745, 150,746, 150,747, 150,748, 150,749, 150,750, 150,751, 150,752, 150,753, 150,754, 150,755, 150,756, 150,757, 150,758, 150,759, 150,760, 150,761, 150,762, 150,763, 150,764, 150,765, 150,766, 150,767, 150,768, 150,769, 150,770, 150,771, 150,772, 150,773, 150,774, 150,775, 150,776, 150,777, 150,778, 150,779, 150,780, 150,781, 150,782, 150,783, 150,784, 150,785, 150,786, 150,787, 150,788, 150,789, 150,790, 150,791, 150,792, 150,793, 150,794, 150,795, 150,796, 150,797, 150,798, 150,799, 150,800, 150,801, 150,802, 150,803, 150,804, 150,805, 150,806, 150,807, 150,808, 150,809, 150,810, 150,811, 150,812, 150,813, 150,814, 150,815, 150,816, 150,817, 150,818, 150,819, 150,820, 150,821, 150,822, 150,823, 150,824, 150,825, 150,826, 150,827, 150,828, 150,829, 150,830, 150,831, 150,832, 150,833, 150,834, 150,835, 150,836, 150,837, 150,838, 150,839, 150,840, 150,841, 150,842, 150,843, 150,844, 150,845, 150,846, 150,847, 150,848, 150,849, 150,850, 150,851, 150,852, 150,853, 150,854, 150,855, 150,856, 150,857, 150,858, 150,859, 150,860, 150,861, 150,862, 150,863, 150,864, 150,865, 150,866, 150,867, 150,868, 150,869, 150,870, 150,871, 150,872, 150,873, 150,874, 150,875, 150,876, 150,877, 150,878, 150,879, 150,880, 150,881, 150,882, 150,883, 150,884, 150,885, 150,886, 150,887, 150,888, 150,889, 150,890, 150,891, 150,892, 150,893, 150,894, 150,895, 150,896, 150,897, 150,898, 150,899, 150,900, 150,901, 150,902, 150,903, 150,904, 150,905, 150,906, 150,907, 150,908, 150,909, 150,910, 150,911, 150,912, 150,913, 150,914, 150,915, 150,916, 150,917, 150,918, 150,919, 150,920, 150,921, 150,922, 150,923, 150,924, 150,925, 150,926, 150,927, 150,928, 150,929, 150,930, 150,931, 150,932, 150,933, 150,934, 150,935, 150,936, 150,937, 150,938, 150,939, 150,940, 150,941, 150,942, 150,943, 150,944, 150,945, 150,946, 150,947, 150,948, 150,949, 150,950, 150,951, 150,952, 150,953, 150,954, 150,955, 150,956, 150,957, 150,958, 150,959, 150,960, 150,961, 150,962, 150,963, 150,964, 150,965, 150,966, 150,967, 150,968, 150,969, 150,970, 150,971, 150,972, 150,973, 150,974, 150,975, 150,976, 150,977, 150,978, 150,979, 150,980, 150,981, 150,982, 150,983, 150,984, 150,985, 150,986, 150,987, 150,988, 150,989, 150,990, 150,991, 150,992, 150,993, 150,994, 150,995, 150,996, 150,997, 150,998, 150,999, 151,000, 151,001, 151,002, 151,003, 151,004, 151,005, 151,006, 151,007, 151,008, 151,009, 151,010, 151,011, 151,012, 151,013, 151,014, 151,015, 151,016, 151,017, 151,018, 151,019, 151,020, 151,021, 151,022, 151,023, 151,024, 151,025, 151,026, 151,027, 151,028, 151,029, 151,030, 151,031, 151,032, 151,033, 151,034, 151,035, 151,036, 151,037, 151,038, 151,039, 151,040, 151,041, 151,042, 151,043, 151,044, 151,045, 151,046, 151,047, 151,048, 151,049, 151,050, 151,051, 151,052, 151,053, 151,054, 151,055, 151,056, 151,057, 151,058, 151,059, 151,060, 151,061, 151,062, 151,063, 151,064, 151,065, 151,066, 151,067, 151,068, 151,069, 151,070, 151,071, 151,072, 151,073, 151,074, 151,075, 151,076, 151,077, 151,078, 151,079, 151,080, 151,081, 151,082, 151,083, 151,084, 151,085, 151,086, 151,087, 151,088, 151,089, 151,090, 151,091, 151,092, 151,093, 151,094, 151,095, 151,096, 151,097, 151,098, 151,099, 151,100, 151,101, 151,102, 151,103, 151,104, 151,105, 151,106, 151,107, 151,108, 151,109, 151,110, 151,111, 151,112, 151,113, 151,114, 151,115, 151,116, 151,117, 151,118, 151,119, 151,120, 151,121, 151,122, 151,123, 151,124, 151,125, 151,126, 151,127, 151,128, 151,129, 151,130, 151,131, 151,132, 151,133, 151,134, 151,135, 151,136, 151,137, 151,138, 151,139, 151,140, 151,141, 151,142, 151,143, 151,144, 151,145, 151,146, 151,147, 151,148, 151,149, 151,150, 151,151, 151,152, 151,153, 151,154, 151,155, 151,156, 151,157, 151,158, 151,159, 151,160, 151,161, 151,162, 151,163, 151,164, 151,165, 151,166, 151,167, 151,168, 151,169, 151,170, 151,171, 151,172, 151,173, 151,174, 151,175, 151,176, 151,177, 151,178, 151,179, 151,180, 151,181, 151,182, 151,183, 151,184, 151,185, 151,186, 151,187, 151,188, 151,189, 151,190, 151,190, 151,195, 151,196, 151,197, 151,198, 151,199, 151,200, 151,201, 151,202, 151,203, 151,204, 151,205, 151,206, 151,207, 151,208, 151,209, 151,210, 151,211, 151,212, 151,213, 151,214, 151,215, 151,216, 151,217, 151,218, 151,219, 151,220, 151,221, 151,222, 151,223, 151,224, 151,225, 151,226, 151,227, 151,228, 151,229, 151,230, 151,231, 151,232, 151,233, 151,234, 151,235, 151,236, 151,237, 151,238, 151,239, 151,240, 151,241, 151,242, 151,243, 151,244, 151,245, 151,246, 151,247, 151,248, 151,249, 151,250, 151,251, 151,252, 151,253, 151,254, 151,255, 151,256, 151,257, 151,258, 151,259, 151,260, 151,261, 151,262, 151,263, 151,264, 151,265, 151,266, 151,267, 151,268, 151,269, 151,270, 151,271, 151,272, 151,273, 151,274, 151,275, 151,276, 151,277, 151,278, 151,279, 151,280, 151,281, 151,282, 151,283, 151,284, 151,285, 151,286, 151,287, 151,288, 151,289, 151,290, 151,291, 151,292, 151,293, 151,294, 151,295, 151,296, 151,297, 151,298, 151,299, 151,300, 151,301, 151,302, 151,303, 151,304, 151,305, 151,306, 151,307, 151,308, 151,309, 151,310, 151,311, 151,312, 151,313, 151,314, 151,315, 151,316, 151,317, 151,318, 151,319, 151,320, 151,321, 151,322, 151,323, 151,324, 151,325, 151,326, 151,327, 151,328, 151,329, 151,330, 151,331, 151,332, 151,333, 151,334, 151,335, 151,336, 151,337, 151,338, 151,339, 151,340, 151,341, 151,342, 151,343, 151,344, 151,345, 151,346, 151,347, 151,348, 151,349, 151,350, 151,351, 151,352, 151,353, 151,354, 151,355, 151,356, 151,357, 151,358, 151,359, 151,360, 151,361, 151,362, 151,363, 151,364, 151,365, 151,366, 151,367, 151,368, 151,369, 151,370, 151,371, 151,372, 151,373, 151,374, 151,375, 151,376, 151,377, 151,378, 151,379, 151,380, 151,381, 151,382, 151,383, 151,384, 151,385, 151,386, 151,387, 151,388, 151,389, 151,390, 151,391, 151,392, 151,393, 151,394, 151,395, 151,396, 151,397, 151,398, 151,399, 151,400, 151,401, 151,402, 151,403, 151,404, 151,405, 151,406, 151,407, 151,408, 151,409, 151,410, 151,411, 151,412, 151,413, 151,414, 151,415, 151,416, 151,417, 151,418, 151,419, 151,420, 151,421, 151,422, 151,423, 151,424, 151,425, 151,426, 151,427, 151,428, 151,429, 151,430, 151,431, 151,432, 151,433, 151,434, 151,435, 151,436, 151,437, 151,438, 151,439, 151,440, 151,441, 151,442, 151,443, 151,444, 151,445, 151,446, 151,447, 151,448, 151,449, 151,450, 151,451, 151,452, 151,453, 151,454, 151,455, 151,456, 151,457, 151,458, 151,459, 151,460, 151,461, 151,462, 151,463, 151,464, 151,465, 151,466, 151,467, 151,468, 151,469, 151,470, 151,471, 151,472, 151,473, 151,474, 151,475, 151,476, 151,477, 151,478, 151,479, 151,480, 151,481, 151,482, 151,483, 151,484, 151,485, 151,486, 151,487, 151,488, 151,489, 151,490, 151,491, 151,492, 151,493, 151,494, 151,495, 151,496, 151,497, 151,498, 151,499, 151,500, 151,501, 151,502, 151,503, 151,504, 151,505, 151,506, 151,507, 151,508, 151,509, 151,510, 151,511, 151,512, 151,513, 151,514, 151,515, 151,516, 151,517, 151,518, 151,519, 151,520, 151,521, 151,522, 151,523, 151,524, 151,525, 151,526, 151,527, 151,528, 151,529, 151,530, 151,531, 151,532, 151,533, 151,534, 151,535, 151,536, 151,537, 151,538, 151,539, 151,540, 151,541, 151,542, 151,543, 151,544, 151,545, 151,546, 151,547, 151,548, 151,549, 151,550, 151,551, 151,552, 151,553, 151,554, 151,555, 151,556, 151,557, 151,558, 151,559, 151,560, 151,561, 151,562, 151,563, 151,564, 151,565, 151,566, 151,567, 151,568, 151,569, 151,570, 151,571, 151,572, 151,573, 151,574, 151,575, 151,576, 151,577, 151,578, 151,579, 151,580, 151,581, 151,582, 151,583, 151,584, 151,585, 151,586, 151,587, 151,588, 151,589, 151,590, 151,591, 151,592, 151,593, 151,594, 151,595, 151,596, 151,597, 151,598, 151,599, 151,600, 151,601, 151,602, 151,603, 151,604, 151,605, 151,606, 151,607, 151,608, 151,609, 151,610, 151,611, 151,612, 151,613, 151,614, 151,615, 151,616, 151,617, 151,618, 151,619, 151,620, 151,621, 151,622, 151,623, 151,624, 151,625, 151,626, 151,627, 151,628, 151,629, 151,630, 151,631, 151,632, 151,633, 151,634, 151,635, 151,636, 151,637, 151,638, 151,639, 151,640, 151,641, 151,642, 151,643, 151,644, 151,645, 151,646, 151,647, 151,648, 151,649, 151,650, 151,651, 151,652, 151,653, 151,654, 151,655, 151,656, 151,657, 151,658, 151,659, 151,660, 151,661, 151,662, 151,663, 151,664, 151,665, 151,666, 151,667, 151,668, 151,669, 151,670, 151,671, 151,672, 151,673, 151,674, 151,675, 151,676, 151,677, 151,678, 151,679, 151,680, 151,681, 151,682, 151,683, 151,684, 151,685, 151,686, 151,687, 151,688, 151,689, 151,690, 151,691, 151,692, 151,693, 151,694, 151,695, 151,696, 151,697, 151,698, 151,699, 151,700, 151,701, 151,702, 151,703, 151,704, 151,705, 151,706, 151,707, 151,708, 151,709, 151,710, 151,711, 151,712, 151,713, 151,714, 151,715, 151,716, 151,717, 151,718, 151,719, 151,720, 151,721, 151,722, 151,723, 151,724, 151,725, 151,726, 151,727, 151,728, 151,729, 151,730, 151,731, 151,732, 151,733, 151,734, 151,735, 151,736, 151,737, 151,738, 151,739, 151,740, 151,741, 151,742, 151,743, 151,744, 151,745, 151,746, 151,747, 151,748, 151,749, 151,750, 151,751, 151,752, 151,753, 151,754, 151,755, 151,756, 151,757, 151,758, 151,759, 151,760, 151,761, 151,762, 151,763, 151,764, 151,765, 151,766, 151,767, 151,768, 151,769, 151,770, 151,771, 151,772, 151,773, 151,774, 151,775, 151,776, 151,777, 151,778, 151,779, 151,780, 151,781, 151,782, 151,783, 151,784, 151,785, 151,786, 151,787, 151,788, 151,789, 151,790, 151,791, 151,792, 151,793, 151,794, 151,795, 151,796, 151,797, 151,798, 151,799, 151,800, 151,801, 151,802, 151,803, 151,804, 151,805, 151,806, 151,807, 151,808, 151,809, 151,810, 151,811, 151,812, 151,813, 151,814, 151,815, 151,816, 151,817, 151,818, 151,819, 151,820, 151,821, 151,822, 151,823, 151,824, 151,825, 151,826, 151,827, 151,828, 151,829, 151,830, 151,831, 151,832, 151,833, 151,834, 151,835, 151,836, 151,837, 151,838, 151,839, 151,840, 151,841, 151,842, 151,843, 151,844, 151,845, 151,846, 151,847, 151,848, 151,849, 151,850, 151,851, 151,852, 151,853, 151,854, 151,855, 151,856, 151,857, 151,858, 151,859, 151,860, 151,861, 151,862, 151,863, 151,864, 151,865, 151,866, 151,867, 151,868, 151,869, 151,870, 151,871, 151,872, 151,873, 151,874, 151,875, 151,876, 151,877, 151,878, 151,879, 151,880, 151,881, 151,882, 151,883, 151,884, 151,885, 151,886, 151,887, 151,888, 151,889, 151,890, 151,891, 151,892, 151,893, 151,894, 151,895, 151,896, 151,897, 151,898, 151,899, 151,900, 151,901, 151,902, 151,903, 151,904, 151,905, 151,906, 151,907, 151,908, 151,909, 151,910, 151,911, 151,912, 151,913, 151,914, 151,915, 151,916, 151,917, 151,918, 151,919, 151,920, 151,921, 151,922, 151,923, 151,924, 151,925, 151,926, 151,927, 151,928, 151,929, 151,930, 151,931, 151,932, 151,933, 151,934, 151,935, 151,936, 151,937, 151,938, 151,939, 151,940, 151,941, 151,942, 151,943, 151,944, 151,945, 151,946, 151,947, 151,948, 151,949, 151,950, 151,951, 151,952, 151,953, 151,954, 151,955, 151,956, 151,957, 151,958, 151,959, 151,960, 151,961, 151,962, 151,963, 151,964, 151,965, 151,966, 151,967, 151,968, 151,969, 151,970, 151,971, 151,972, 151,973, 151,974, 151,975, 151,976, 151,977, 151,978, 151,979, 151,980, 151,981, 151,982, 151,983, 151,984, 151,985, 151,986, 151,987, 151,988, 151,989, 151,990, 151,991, 151,992, 151,993, 151,994, 151,995, 151,996, 151,997, 151,998, 151,999, 152,000, 152,001, 152,002, 152,003, 152,004, 152,005, 152,006, 152,007, 152,008, 152,009, 152,010, 152,011, 152,012, 152,013, 152,014, 152,015, 152,016, 152,017, 152,018, 152,019, 152,020, 152,021, 152,022, 152,023, 152,024, 152,025, 152,026, 152,027, 152,028, 152,029, 152,030, 152,031, 152,032, 152,033, 152,034, 152,035, 152,036, 152,037, 152,038, 152,039, 152,040, 152,041, 152,042, 152,043, 152,044, 152,045, 152,046, 152,047, 152,048, 152,049, 152,050, 152,051, 152,052, 152,053, 152,054, 152,055, 152,056, 152,057, 152,058, 152,059, 152,060, 152,061, 152,062, 152,063, 152,064, 152,065, 152,066, 152,067, 152,068, 152,069, 152,070, 152,071, 152,072, 152,073, 152,074, 152,075, 152,076, 152,077, 152,078, 152,079, 152,080, 152,081, 152,082, 152,083, 152,084, 152,085, 152,086, 152,087, 152,088, 152,089, 152,090, 152,091, 152,092, 152,093, 152,094, 152,095, 152,096, 152,097, 152,098, 152,099, 152,100, 152,101, 152,102, 152,103, 152,104, 152,105, 152,106, 152,107, 152,108, 152,109, 152,110, 152,111, 152,112, 152,113, 152,114, 152,115, 152,116, 152,117, 152,118, 152,119, 152,120, 152,121, 152,122, 152,123, 152,124, 152,125, 152,126, 152,127, 152,128, 152,129, 152,130, 152,131, 152,132, 152,133, 152,134, 152,135, 152,136, 152,137, 152,138, 152,139, 152,140, 152,141, 152,142, 152,143, 152,144, 152,145, 152,146, 152,147, 152,148, 152,149, 152,150, 152,151, 152,152, 152,153, 152,154, 152,155, 152,156, 152,157, 152,158, 152,159, 152,160, 152,161, 152,162, 152,163, 152,164, 152,165, 152,166, 152,167, 152,168, 152,169, 152,170, 152,171, 152,172, 152,173, 152,174, 152,175, 152,176, 152,177, 152,178, 152,179, 152,180, 152,181, 152,182, 152,183, 152,184, 152,185, 152,186, 152,187, 152,188, 152,189, 152,190, 152,191, 152,192, 152,193, 152,194, 152,195, 152,196, 152,197, 152,198, 152,199, 152,200, 152,201, 152,202, 152,203, 152,204, 152,205, 152,206, 152,207, 152,208, 152,209, 152,210, 152,211, 152,212, 152,213, 152,214, 152,215, 152,216, 152,217, 152,218, 152,219, 152,220, 152,221, 152,222, 152,223, 152,224, 152,225, 152,226, 152,227, 152,228, 152,229, 152,230, 152,231, 152,232, 152,233, 152,234, 152,235, 152,236, 152,237, 152,238, 152,239, 152,240, 152,241, 152,242, 152,243, 152,244, 152,245, 152,246, 152,247, 152,248, 152,249, 152,250, 152,251, 152,252, 152,253, 152,254, 152,255, 152,256, 152,257, 152,258, 152,259, 152,260, 152,261, 152,262, 152,263, 152,264, 152,265, 152,266, 152,267, 152,268, 152,269, 152,270, 152,271, 152,272, 152,273, 152,274, 152,275, 152,276, 152,277, 152,278, 152,279, 152,280, 152,281, 152,282, 152,283, 152,284, 152,285, 152,286, 152,287, 152,288, 152,289, 152,290, 152,291, 152,292, 152,293, 152,294, 152,295, 152,296, 152,297, 152,298, 152,299, 152,300, 152,301, 152,302, 152,303, 152,304, 152,305, 152,306, 152,307, 152,308, 152,309, 152,310, 152,311, 152,312, 152,313, 152,314, 152,315, 152,316, 152,317, 152,318, 152,319, 152,320, 152,321, 152,322, 152,323, 152,324, 152,325, 152,326, 152,327, 152,328, 152,329, 152,330, 152,331, 152,332, 152,333, 152,334, 152,335, 152,336, 152,337, 152,338, 152,339, 152,340, 152,341, 152,342, 152,343, 152,344, 152,345, 152,346, 152,347, 152,348, 152,349, 152,350, 152,351, 152,352, 152,353, 152,354, 152,355, 152,356, 152,357, 152,358, 152,359, 152,360, 152,361, 152,362, 152,363, 152,364, 152,365, 152,366, 152,367, 152,368, 152,369, 152,370, 152,371, 152,372, 152,373, 152,374, 152,375, 152,376, 152,377, 152,378, 152,379, 152,380, 152,381, 152,382, 152,383, 152,384, 152,385, 152,386, 152,387, 152,388, 152,389, 152,390, 152,391, 152,392, 152,393, 152,394, 152,395, 152,396, 152,397, 152,398, 152,399, 152,300, 152,401, 152,402, 152,403, 152,404, 152,405, 152,406, 152,407, 152,408, 152,409, 152,410, 152,411, 152,412, 152,413, 152,414, 152,415, 152,416, 152,417, 152,418, 152,419, 152,420, 152,421, 152,422, 152,423, 152,424, 152,425, 152,426, 152,427, 152,428, 152,429, 152,430, 152,431, 152,432, 152,433, 152,434, 152,435, 152,436, 152,437, 152,438, 152,439, 152,440, 152,441, 152,442, 152,443, 152,444, 152,445, 152,446, 152,447, 152,448, 152,449, 152,450, 152,451, 152,452, 152,453, 152,454, 152,455, 152,456, 152,457, 152,458, 152,459, 152,460, 152,461, 152,462, 152,463, 152,464, 152,465, 152,466, 152,467, 152,468, 152,469, 152,470, 152,471, 152,472, 152,473, 152,474, 152,475, 152,476, 152,477, 152,478, 152,479, 152,480, 152,481, 152,482, 152,483, 152,484, 152,485, 152,486, 152,487, 152,488, 152,489, 152,490, 152,491, 152,492, 152,493, 152,494, 152,495, 152,496, 152,497, 152,498, 152,499, 152,500, 152,501, 152,502, 152,503, 152,504, 152,505, 152,506, 152,507, 152,508, 152,509, 152,510, 152,511, 152,512, 152,513, 152,514, 152,515, 152,516, 152,517, 152,518, 152,519, 152,520, 152,521, 152,522, 152,523, 152,524, 152,525, 152,526, 152,527, 152,528, 152,529, 152,530, 152,531, 152,532, 152,533, 152,534, 152,535, 152,536, 152,537, 152,538, 152,539, 152,540, 152,541, 152,542, 152,543, 152,544, 152,545, 152,546, 152,547, 152,548, 152,549, 152,550, 152,551, 152,552, 152,553, 152,554, 152,555, 152,556, 152,557, 152,558, 152,559, 152,560, 152,561, 152,562, 152,563, 152,564, 152,565, 152,566, 152,567, 152,568, 152,569, 152,570, 152,571, 152,572, 152,573, 152,574, 152,575, 152,576, 152,577, 152,578, 152,579, 152,580, 152,581, 152,582, 152,583, 152,584, 152,585, 152,586, 152,587, 152,588, 152,589, 152,590, 152,591, 152,592, 152,593, 152,594, 152,595, 152,596, 152,597, 152,598, 152,599, 152,600, 152,601, 152,602, 152,603, 152,604, 152,605, 152,606, 152,607, 152,608, 152,609, 152,610, 152,611, 152,612, 152,613, 152,614, 152,615, 152,616, 152,617, 152,618, 152,619, 152,620, 152,621, 152,622, 152,623, 152,624, 152,625, 152,626, 152,627, 152,628, 152,629, 152,630, 152,631, 152,632, 152,633, 152,634, 152,635, 152,636, 152,637, 152,638, 152,639, 152,640, 152,641, 152,642, 152,643, 152,644, 152,645, 152,646, 152,647, 152,648, 152,649, 152,650, 152,651, 152,652, 152,653, 152,654, 152,655, 152,656, 152,657, 152,658, 152,659, 152,660, 152,661, 152,662, 152,663, 152,664, 152,665, 152,666, 152,667, 152,668, 152,669, 152,670, 152,671, 152,672, 152,673, 152,674, 152,675, 152,676, 152,677, 152,678, 152,679, 152,680, 152,681, 152,682, 152,683, 152,684, 152,685, 152,686, 152,687, 152,688, 152,689, 152,690, 152,691, 152,692, 152,693, 152,694, 152,695, 152,696, 152,697, 152,698, 152,699, 152,700, 152,701, 152,702, 152,703, 152,704, 152,705, 152,706, 152,707, 152,708, 152,709, 152,710, 152,711, 152,712, 152,713, 152,714, 152,715, 152,716, 152,717, 152,718, 152,719, 152,720, 152,721, 152,722, 152,723, 152,724, 152,725, 152,726, 152,727, 152,728, 152,729, 152,730, 152,731, 152,732, 152,733, 152,734, 152,735, 152,736, 152,737, 152,738, 152,739, 152,740, 152,741, 152,742, 152,743, 152,744, 152,745, 152,746, 152,747, 152,748, 152,749, 152,750, 152,751, 152,752, 152,753, 152,754, 152,755, 152,756, 152,757, 152,758, 152,759, 152,760, 152,761, 152,762, 152,763, 152,764, 152,765, 152,766, 152,767, 152,768, 152,769, 152,770, 152,771, 152,772, 152,773, 152,774, 152,775, 152,776, 152,777, 152,778, 152,779, 152,780, 152,781, 152,782, 152,783, 152,784, 152,785, 152,786, 152,787, 152,788, 152,789, 152,790, 152,791, 152,792, 152,793, 152,794, 152,795, 152,796, 152,797, 152,798, 152,799, 152,800, 152,801, 152,802, 152,803, 152,804, 152,805, 152,806, 152,807, 152,808, 152,809, 152,810, 152,811, 152,812, 152,813, 152,814, 152,815, 152,816, 152,817, 152,818, 152,819, 152,820, 152,821, 152,822, 152,823, 152,824, 152,825, 152,826, 152,827, 152,828, 152,829, 152,830, 152,831, 152,832, 152,833, 152,834, 152,835, 152,836, 152,837, 152,838, 152,839, 152,840, 152,841, 152,842, 152,843, 152,844, 152,845, 152,846, 152,847, 152,848, 152,849, 152,850, 152,851, 152,852, 152,853, 152,854, 152,855, 152,856, 152,857, 152,858, 152,859, 152,860, 152,861, 152,862, 152,863, 152,864, 152,865, 152,866, 152,867, 152,868, 152,869, 152,870, 152,871, 152,872, 152,873, 152,874, 152,875, 152,876, 152,877, 152,878, 152,879, 152,880, 152,881, 152,882, 152,883, 152,884, 152,885, 152,886, 152,887, 152,888, 152,889, 152,890, 152,891, 152,892, 152,893, 152,894, 152,895, 152,896, 152,897, 152,898, 152,899, 152,900, 152,901, 152,902, 152,903, 152,904, 152,905, 152,906, 152,907, 152,908, 152,909, 152,910, 152,911, 152,912, 152,913, 152,914, 152,915, 152,916, 152,917, 152,918, 152,919, 152,920, 152,921, 152,922, 152,923, 152,924, 152,925, 152,926, 152,927, 152,928, 152,929, 152,930, 152,931, 152,932, 152,933, 152,934, 152,935, 152,936, 152,937, 152,938, 152,939, 152,940, 152,941, 152,942, 152,943, 152,944, 152,945, 152,946, 152,947, 152,948, 152,949, 152,950, 152,951, 152,952, 152,953, 152,954, 152,955, 152,956, 152,957, 152,958, 152,959, 152,960, 152,961, 152,962, 152,963, 152,964, 152,965, 152,966, 152,967, 152,968, 152,969, 152,970, 152,971, 152,972, 152,973, 152,974, 152,975, 152,976, 152,977, 152,978, 152,979, 152,980, 152,981, 152,982, 152,983, 152,984, 152,985, 152,986, 152,987, 152,988, 152,990, 152,991, 152,992, 152,993, 152,994, 152,995, 152,996, 152,997, 152,998, 152,999, 153,000, 153,001, 153,002, 153,003, 153,004, 153,005, 153,006, 153,007, 153,008, 153,009, 153,010, 153,011, 153,012, 153,013, 153,014, 153,015, 153,016, 153,017, 153,018, 153,019, 153,020, 153,021, 153,022, 153,023, 153,024, 153,025, 153,026, 153,027, 153,028, 153,029, 153,030, 153,031, 153,032, 153,033, 153,034, 153,035, 153,036, 153,037, 153,038, 153,039, 153,040, 153,041, 153,042, 153,043, 153,044, 153,045, 153,046, 153,047, 153,048, 153,049, 153,050, 153,051, 153,052, 153,053, 153,054, 153,055, 153,056, 153,057, 153,058, 153,059, 153,060, 153,061, 153,062, 153,063, 153,064, 153,065, 153,066, 153,067, 153,068, 153,069, 153,070, 153,071, 153,072, 153,073, 153,074, 153,075, 153,076, 153,077, 153,078, 153,079, 153,080, 153,081, 153,082, 153,083, 153,084, 153,085, 153,086, 153,087, 153,088, 153,089, 153,090, 153,091, 153,092, 153,093, 153,094, 153,095, 153,096, 153,097, 153,098, 153,099, 153,100, 153,101, 153,102, 153,103, 153,104, 153,105, 153,106, 153,107, 153,108, 153,109, 153,110, 153,111, 153,112, 153,113, 153,114, 153,115, 153,116, 153,117, 153,118, 153,119, 153,120, 153,121, 153,122, 153,123, 153,124, 153,125, 153,126, 153,127, 153,128, 153,129, 153,130, 153,131, 153,132, 153,133, 153,134, 153,135, 153,136, 153,137, 153,138, 153,139, 153,140, 153,141, 153,142, 153,143, 153,144, 153,145, 153,146, 153,147, 153,148, 153,149, 153,150, 153,151, 153,152, 153,153, 153,154, 153,155, 153,156, 153,157, 153,158, 153,159, 153,160, 153,161, 153,162, 153,163, 153,164, 153,165, 153,166, 153,167, 153,168, 153,169, 153,170, 153,171, 153,172, 153,173, 153,174, 153,175, 153,176, 153,177, 153,178, 153,179, 153,180, 153,181, 153,182, 153,183, 153,184, 153,185, 153,186, 153,187, 153,188, 153,189, 153,190, 153,191, 153,192, 153,193, 153,194, 153,195, 153,196, 153,197, 153,198, 153,199, 153,200, 153,200, 153,202, 153,203, 153,204, 153,205, 153,206, 153,207, 153,208, 153,209, 153,210, 153,211, 153,212, 153,213, 153,214, 153,215, 153,216, 153,217, 153,218, 153,219, 153,220, 153,221, 153,222, 153,223, 153,224, 153,225, 153,226, 153,227, 153,228, 153,229, 153,230, 153,231, 153,232, 153,233, 153,234, 153,235, 153,236, 153,237, 153,238, 153,239, 153,240, 153,241, 153,242, 153,243, 153,244, 153,245, 153,246, 153,247, 153,248, 153,249, 153,250, 153,251, 153,252, 153,253, 153,254, 153,255, 153,256, 153,257, 153,258, 153,259, 153,260, 153,261, 153,262, 153,263, 153,264, 153,265, 153,266, 153,267, 153,268, 153,269, 153,270, 153,271, 153,272, 153,273, 153,274, 153,275, 153,276, 153,277, 153,278, 153,279, 153,280, 153,281, 153,282, 153,283, 153,284, 153,285, 153,286, 153,287, 153,288, 153,289, 153,290, 153,291, 153,292, 153,293, 153,294, 153,295, 153,296, 153,297, 153,298, 153,299, 153,300, 153,301, 153,302, 153,303, 153,304, 153,305, 153,306, 153,307, 153,308, 153,309, 153,310, 153,311, 153,312, 153,313, 153,314, 153,315, 153,316, 153,317, 153,318, 153,319, 153,320, 153,321, 153,322, 153,323, 153,324, 153,325, 153,326, 153,327, 153,328, 153,329, 153,330, 153,331, 153,332, 153,333, 153,334, 153,335, 153,336, 153,337, 153,338, 153,339, 153,340, 153,341, 153,342, 153,343, 153,344, 153,345, 153,346, 153,347, 153,348, 153,349, 153,350, 153,351, 153,352, 153,353, 153,354, 153,355, 153,356, 153,357, 153,358, 153,359, 153,360, 153,361, 153,362, 153,363, 153,364, 153,365, 153,366, 153,367, 153,368, 153,369, 153,370, 153,371, 153,372, 153,373, 153,374, 153,375, 153,376, 153,377, 153,378, 153,379, 153,380, 153,381, 153,382, 153,383, 153,384, 153,385, 153,386, 153,387, 153,388, 153,389, 153,390, 153,391, 153,392, 153,393, 153,394, 153,395, 153,396, 153,397, 153,398, 153,399, 153,400, 153,401, 153,402, 153,403, 153,404, 153,405, 153,406, 153,407, 153,408, 153,409, 153,410, 153,411, 153,412, 153,413, 153,414, 153,415, 153,416, 153,417, 153,418, 153,419, 153,420, 153,421, 153,422, 153,423, 153,424, 153,425, 153,426, 153,427, 153,428, 153,429, 153,430, 153,431, 153,432, 153,433, 153,434, 153,435, 153,436, 153,437, 153,438, 153,439, 153,440, 153,441, 153,442, 153,443, 153,444, 153,445, 153,446, 153,447, 153,448, 153,449, 153,450, 153,451, 153,452, 153,453, 153,454, 153,455, 153,456, 153,457, 153,458, 153,459, 153,460, 153,461, 153,462, 153,463, 153,464, 153,465, 153,466, 153,467, 153,468, 153,469, 153,470, 153,471, 153,472, 153,473, 153,474, 153,475, 153,476, 153,477, 153,478, 153,479, 153,480, 153,481, 153,482, 153,483, 153,484, 153,485, 153,486, 153,487, 153,488, 153,489, 153,490, 153,491, 153,492, 153,493, 153,494, 153,495, 153,496, 153,497, 153,498, 153,499, 153,500, 153,501, 153,502, 153,503, 153,504, 153,505, 153,506, 153,507, 153,508, 153,509, 153,510, 153,511, 153,512, 153,513, 153,514, 153,515, 153,516, 153,517, 153,518, 153,519, 153,520, 153,521, 153,522, 153,523, 153,524, 153,525, 153,526, 153,527, 153,528, 153,529, 153,530, 153,531, 153,532, 153,533, 153,534, 153,535, 153,536, 153,537, 153,538, 153,539, 153,540, 153,541, 153,542, 153,543, 153,544, 153,545, 153,546, 153,547, 153,548, 153,549, 153,550, 153,551, 153,552, 153,553, 153,554, 153,555, 153,556, 153,557, 153,558, 153,559, 153,560, 153,561, 153,562, 153,563, 153,564, 153,565, 153,566, 153,567, 153,568, 153,569, 153,570, 153,571, 153,572, 153,573, 153,574, 153,575, 153,576, 153,577, 153,578, 153,579, 153,580, 153,581, 153,582, 153,583, 153,584, 153,585, 153,586, 153,587, 153,588, 153,589, 153,590, 153,591, 153,592, 153,593, 153,594, 153,595, 153,596, 153,597, 153,598, 153,599, 153,600, 153,601, 153,602, 153,603, 153,604, 153,605, 153,606, 153,607, 153,608, 153,609, 153,610, 153,611, 153,612, 153,613, 153,614, 153,615, 153,616, 153,617, 153,618, 153,619, 153,620, 153,621, 153,622, 153,623, 153,624, 153,625, 153,626, 153,627, 153,628, 153,629, 153,603, 153,631, 153,632, 153,633, 153,634, 153,635, 153,636, 153,637, 153,638, 153,639, 153,640, 153,641, 153,642, 153,643, 153,644, 153,645, 153,646, 153,647, 153,648, 153,649, 153,650, 153,651, 153,652, 153,653, 153,654, 153,655, 153,656, 153,657, 153,658, 153,659, 153,660, 153,661, 153,662, 153,663, 153,664, 153,665, 153,666, 153,667, 153,668, 153,669, 153,670, 153,671, 153,672, 153,673, 153,674, 153,675, 153,676, 153,677, 153,678, 153,679, 153,680, 153,681, 153,682, 153,683, 153,684, 153,685, 153,686, 153,687, 153,688, 153,689, 153,690, 153,691, 153,692, 153,693, 153,694, 153,695, 153,696, 153,697, 153,698, 153,699, 153,700, 153,701, 153,702, 153,703, 153,704, 153,705, 153,706, 153,707, 153,708, 153,709, 153,710, 153,711, 153,712, 153,713, 153,714, 153,715, 153,716, 153,717, 153,718, 153,719, 153,720, 153,721, 153,722, 153,723, 153,724, 153,725, 153,726, 153,727, 153,728, 153,729, 153,730, 153,731, 153,732, 153,733, 153,734, 153,735, 153,736, 153,737, 153,738, 153,739, 153,740, 153,741, 153,742, 153,743, 153,744, 153,745, 153,746, 153,747, 153,748, 153,749, 153,750, 153,751, 153,752, 153,753, 153,754, 153,755, 153,756, 153,757, 153,758, 153,759, 153,760, 153,761, 153,762, 153,763, 153,764, 153,765, 153,766, 153,767, 153,768, 153,769, 153,770, 153,771, 153,772, 153,773, 153,774, 153,775, 153,776, 153,777, 153,778, 153,779, 153,780, 153,781. 153,782. 153,783. 153,784. 153,785. 153,786. 153,787. 153,788. 153,789. 153,790. 153,791. 153,792. 153,793. 153,794. 153,795. 153,796. 153,797. 153,798. 153,799. 153,800. 153,801. 153,802. 153,803. 153,804. 153,805. 153,806. 153,807. 153,808. 153,809. 153,810. 153,811. 153,812. 153,813. 153,814. 153,815. 153,816. 153,817. 153,818. 153,819. 153,820. 153,821. 153,822. 153,823. 153,824. 153,825. 153,826. 153,827. 153,828. 153,829. 153,830. 153,831. 153,832. 153,833. 153,834. 153,835. 153,836. 153,837. 153,838. 153,839. 153,840. 153,841. 153,842. 153,843. 153,844. 153,845. 153,846. 153,847. 153,848. 153,849. 153,850. 153,851. 153,852. 153,853. 153,854. 153,855. 153,856. 153,857. 153,858. 153,859. 153,860. 153,861. 153,862. 153,863. 153,864. 153,865. 153,866. 153,867. 153,868. 153,869. 153,870. 153,871. 153,872. 153,873. 153,874. 153,875. 153,876. 153,877. 153,878. 153,879. 153,880. 153,881. 153,882. 153,883. 153,884. 153,885. 153,886. 153,887. 153,888. 153,889. 153,890. 153,891. 153,892. 153,893. 153,894. 153,895. 153,896. 153,897. 153,898. 153,899. 153,900. 153,901. 153,902. 153,903. 153,904. 153,905. 153,906. 153,907. 153,908. 153,909. 153,910. 153,911. 153,912. 153,913. 153,914. 153,915. 153,916. 153,917. 153,918. 153,919. 153,920. 153,921. 153,922. 153,923. 153,924. 153,925. 153,926. 153,927. 153,928. 153,929. 153,930. 153,931. 153,932. 153,933. 153,934. 153,935. 153,936. 153,937. 153,938. 153,939. 153,940. 153,941. 153,942. 153,943. 153,944. 153,945. 153,946. 153,947. 153,948. 153,949. 153,950. 153,951. 153,952. 153,953. 153,954. 153,955. 153,956. 153,957. 153,958. 153,959. 153,960. 153,961. 153,962. 153,963. 153,964. 153,965. 153,966. 153,967. 153,968. 153,969. 153,970. 153,971. 153,972. 153,973. 153,974. 153,975. 153,976. 153,978, 153,979, 153,980, 153,981, 153,982, 153,983, 153,984, 153,985, 153,986, 153,987, 153,988, 153,989, 153,990, 153,991, 153,992, 153,993, 153,994, 153,995, 153,996, 153,997, 153,998, 153,999, 154,000, 154,001, 154,002, 154,003, 154,004, 154,005, 154,006, 154,007, 154,008, 154,009, 154,010, 154,011, 154,012, 154,013, 154,014, 154,015, 154,016, 154,017, 154,018, 154,019, 154,020, 154,021, 154,022, 154,023, 154,024, 154,025, 154,026, 154,027, 154,028, 154,029, 154,030, 154,031, 154,032, 154,033, 154,034, 154,035, 154,036, 154,037, 154,038, 154,039, 154,040, 154,041, 154,042, 154,043, 154,044, 154,045, 154,046, 154,047, 154,048, 154,049, 154,050, 154,051, 154,052, 154,053, 154,054, 154,055, 154,056, 154,057, 154,058, 154,059, 154,060, 154,061, 154,062, 154,063, 154,064, 154,065, 154,066, 154,067, 154,068, 154,069, 154,070, 154,071, 154,072, 154,073, 154,074, 154,075, 154,076, 154,077, 154,078, 154,079, 154,080, 154,081, 154,082, 154,083, 154,084, 154,085, 154,086, 154,087, 154,088, 154,089, 154,090, 154,091, 154,092, 154,093, 154,094, 154,095, 154,096, 154,097, 154,098, 154,099, 154,100, 154,101, 154,102, 154,103, 154,104, 154,105, 154,106, 154,107, 154,108, 154,109, 154,110, 154,111, 154,112, 154,113, 154,114, 154,115, 154,116, 154,117, 154,118, 154,119, 154,120, 154,121, 154,122, 154,123, 154,124, 154,125, 154,126, 154,127, 154,128, 154,129, 154,130, 154,131, 154,132, 154,133, 154,134, 154,135, 154,136, 154,137, 154,138, 154,139, 154,140, 154,141, 154,142, 154,143, 154,144, 154,145, 154,146, 154,147, 154,148, 154,149, 154,150, 154,151, 154,152, 154,153, 154,154, 154,155, 154,156, 154,157, 154,158, 154,159, 154,160, 154,161, 154,162, 154,163, 154,164, 154,165, 154,166, 154,167, 154,168, 154,169, 154,170, 154,171, 154,172, 154,173, 154,174, 154,175, 154,176, 154,177, 154,178, 154,179, 154,180, 154,181, 154,182, 154,183, 154,184, 154,185, 154,186, 154,187, 154,188, 154,189, 154,190, 154,191, 154,192, 154,193, 154,194, 154,195, 154,196, 154,197, 154,198, 154,199, 154,200, 154,201, 154,202, 154,203, 154,204, 154,205, 154,206, 154,207, 154,208, 154,209, 154,210, 154,211, 154,212, 154,213, 154,214, 154,215, 154,216, 154,217, 154,218, 154,219, 154,220, 154,221, 154,222, 154,223, 154,224, 154,225, 154,226, 154,227, 154,228, 154,229, 154,230, 154,231, 154,232, 154,233, 154,234, 154,235, 154,236, 154,237, 154,238, 154,239, 154,240, 154,241, 154,242, 154,243, 154,244, 154,245, 154,246, 154,247, 154,248, 154,249, 154,250, 154,251, 154,252, 154,253, 154,254, 154,255, 154,256, 154,257, 154,258, 154,259, 154,260, 154,261, 154,262, 154,263, 154,264, 154,265, 154,266, 154,267, 154,268, 154,269, 154,270, 154,271, 154,272, 154,273, 154,274, 154,275, 154,276, 154,277, 154,278, 154,279, 154,280, 154,281, 154,282, 154,283, 154,284, 154,285, 154,286, 154,287, 154,288, 154,289, 154,290, 154,291, 154,292, 154,293, 154,294, 154,295, 154,296, 154,297, 154,298, 154,299, 154,300, 154,301, 154,302, 154,303, 154,304, 154,305, 154,306, 154,307, 154,308, 154,309, 154,310, 154,311, 154,312, 154,313, 154,314, 154,315, 154,316, 154,317, 154,318, 154,319, 154,320, 154,321, 154,322, 154,323, 154,324, 154,325, 154,326, 154,327, 154,328, 154,329, 154,330, 154,331, 154,332, 154,333, 154,334, 154,335, 154,336, 154,337, 154,338, 154,339, 154,340, 154,341, 154,342, 154,343, 154,344, 154,345, 154,346, 154,347, 154,348, 154,349, 154,350, 154,351, 154,352, 154,353, 154,354, 154,355, 154,356, 154,357, 154,358, 154,359, 154,360, 154,361, 154,362, 154,363, 154,364, 154,365, 154,366, 154,367, 154,368, 154,369, 154,370, 154,371, 154,372, 154,373, 154,374, 154,375, 154,376, 154,377, 154,378, 154,379, 154,380, 154,381, 154,382, 154,383, 154,384, 154,385, 154,386, 154,386, 154,397, 154,398, 154,399, 154,400, 154,401, 154,402, 154,403, 154,404, 154,405, 154,406, 154,407, 154,408, 154,409, 154,410, 154,411, 154,412, 154,413, 154,414, 154,415, 154,416, 154,417, 154,418, 154,419, 154,420, 154,421, 154,422, 154,423, 154,424, 154,425, 154,426, 154,427, 154,428, 154,429, 154,430, 154,431, 154,432, 154,433, 154,434, 154,435, 154,436, 154,437, 154,438, 154,439, 154,440, 154,441, 154,442, 154,443, 154,444, 154,445, 154,446, 154,447, 154,448, 154,449, 154,450, 154,451, 154,452, 154,453, 154,454, 154,455, 154,456, 154,457, 154,458, 154,459, 154,460, 154,461, 154,462, 154,463, 154,464, 154,465, 154,466, 154,467, 154,468, 154,469, 154,470, 154,471, 154,472, 154,473, 154,474, 154,475, 154,476, 154,477, 154,478, 154,479, 154,480, 154,481, 154,482, 154,483, 154,484, 154,485, 154,486, 154,487, 154,488, 154,489, 154,490, 154,491, 154,492, 154,493, 154,494, 154,495, 154,496, 154,497, 154,498, 154,499, 154,500, 154,501, 154,502, 154,503, 154,504, 154,505, 154,506, 154,507, 154,508, 154,509, 154,510, 154,511, 154,512, 154,513, 154,514, 154,515, 154,516, 154,517, 154,518, 154,519, 154,520, 154,521, 154,522, 154,523, 154,524, 154,525, 154,526, 154,527, 154,528, 154,529, 154,530, 154,531, 154,532, 154,533, 154,534, 154,535, 154,536, 154,537, 154,538, 154,539, 154,540, 154,541, 154,542, 154,543, 154,544, 154,545, 154,546, 154,547, 154,548, 154,549, 154,550, 154,551, 154,552, 154,553, 154,554, 154,555, 154,556, 154,557, 154,558, 154,559, 154,560, 154,561, 154,562, 154,563, 154,564, 154,565, 154,566, 154,567, 154,568, 154,569, 154,570, 154,571, 154,572, 154,573, 154,574, 154,575, 154,576, 154,577, 154,578, 154,579, 154,580, 154,581, 154,582, 154,583, 154,584, 154,585, 154,586, 154,587, 154,588, 154,589, 154,590, 154,591, 154,592, 154,592, 154,593, 154,594, 154,595, 154,596, 154,597, 154,598, 154,599, 154,600, 154,601, 154,602, 154,603, 154,604, 154,605, 154,606, 154,607, 154,608, 154,609, 154,610, 154,611, 154,612, 154,613, 154,614, 154,615, 154,616, 154,617, 154,618, 154,619, 154,620, 154,621, 154,622, 154,623, 154,624, 154,625, 154,626, 154,627, 154,628, 154,629, 154,630, 154,631, 154,632, 154,633, 154,634, 154,635, 154,636, 154,637, 154,638, 154,639, 154,640, 154,641, 154,642, 154,643, 154,644, 154,645, 154,646, 154,647, 154,648, 154,649, 154,650, 154,651, 154,652, 154,653, 154,654, 154,655, 154,656, 154,657, 154,658, 154,659, 154,660, 154,661, 154,662, 154,663, 154,664, 154,665, 154,666, 154,667, 154,668, 154,669, 154,670, 154,671, 154,672, 154,673, 154,674, 154,675, 154,676, 154,677, 154,678, 154,679, 154,680, 154,681, 154,682, 154,683, 154,684, 154,685, 154,686, 154,687, 154,688, 154,689, 154,690, 154,691, 154,692, 154,693, 154,694, 154,695, 154,696, 154,697, 154,698, 154,699, 154,700, 154,701, 154,702, 154,703, 154,704, 154,705, 154,706, 154,707, 154,708, 154,709, 154,710, 154,711, 154,712, 154,713, 154,714, 154,715, 154,716, 154,717, 154,718, 154,719, 154,720, 154,721, 154,722, 154,723, 154,724, 154,725, 154,726, 154,727, 154,728, 154,729, 154,730, 154,731, 154,732, 154,733, 154,734, 154,735, 154,736, 154,737, 154,738, 154,739, 154,740, 154,741, 154,742, 154,743, 154,744, 154,745, 154,746, 154,747, 154,748, 154,749, 154,750, 154,751, 154,752, 154,753, 154,754, 154,755, 154,756, 154,757, 154,758, 154,759, 154,760, 154,761, 154,762, 154,763, 154,764, 154,765, 154,766, 154,767, 154,768, 154,769, 154,770, 154,771, 154,772, 154,773, 154,774, 154,775, 154,776, 154,777, 154,778, 154,779, 154,780, 154,781, 154,782, 154,783, 154,784, 154,785, 154,786, 154,787, 154,788, 154,789, 154,790, 154,791, 154,792, 154,793, 154,794, 154,795, 154,796, 154,797, 154,798, 154,799, 154,800, 154,801, 154,802, 154,803, 154,804, 154,805, 154,806, 154,807, 154,808, 154,809, 154,810, 154,811, 154,812, 154,813, 154,814, 154,815, 154,816, 154,817, 154,818, 154,819, 154,820, 154,821, 154,822, 154,823, 154,824, 154,825, 154,826, 154,827, 154,828, 154,829, 154,830, 154,831, 154,832, 154,833, 154,834, 154,835, 154,836, 154,837, 154,838, 154,839, 154,840, 154,841, 154,842, 154,843, 154,844, 154,845, 154,846, 154,847, 154,848, 154,849, 154,850, 154,851, 154,852, 154,853, 154,854, 154,855, 154,856, 154,857, 154,858, 154,859, 154,860, 154,861, 154,862, 154,863, 154,864, 154,865, 154,866, 154,867, 154,868, 154,869, 154,870, 154,871, 154,872, 154,873, 154,874, 154,875, 154,876, 154,877, 154,878, 154,879, 154,880, 154,881, 154,882, 154,883, 154,884, 154,885, 154,886, 154,887, 154,888, 154,889, 154,890, 154,891, 154,892, 154,893, 154,894, 154,895, 154,896, 154,897, 154,898, 154,899, 154,900, 154,901, 154,902, 154,903, 154,904, 154,905, 154,906, 154,907, 154,908, 154,909, 154,910, 154,911, 154,912, 154,913, 154,914, 154,915, 154,916, 154,917, 154,918, 154,919, 154,920, 154,921, 154,922, 154,923, 154,924, 154,925, 154,926, 154,927, 154,928, 154,929, 154,930, 154,931, 154,932, 154,933, 154,934, 154,935, 154,936, 154,937, 154,938, 154,939, 154,940, 154,941, 154,942, 154,943, 154,944, 154,945, 154,946, 154,947, 154,948, 154,949, 154,950, 154,951, 154,952, 154,953, 154,954, 154,955, 154,956, 154,957, 154,958, 154,959, 154,960, 154,961, 154,962, 154,963, 154,964, 154,965, 154,966, 154,967, 154,968, 154,969, 154,970, 154,971, 154,972, 154,973, 154,974, 154,975, 154,976, 154,977, 154,978, 154,979, 154,983, 154,984, 154,985, 154,986, 154,987, 154,988, 154,989, 154,990, 154,991, 154,992, 154,993, 154,994, 154,995, 154,996, 154,997, 154,998, 154,999, 155,000, 155,001, 155,002, 155,003, 155,004, 155,005, 155,006, 155,007, 155,008, 155,009, 155,010, 155,011, 155,012, 155,013, 155,014, 155,015, 155,016, 155,017, 155,018, 155,019, 155,020, 155,021, 155,022, 155,023, 155,024, 155,025, 155,026, 155,027, 155,028, 155,029, 155,030, 155,031, 155,032, 155,033, 155,034, 155,035, 155,036, 155,037, 155,038, 155,039, 155,040, 155,041, 155,042, 155,043, 155,044, 155,045, 155,046, 155,047, 155,048, 155,049, 155,050, 155,051, 155,052, 155,053, 155,054, 155,055, 155,056, 155,057, 155,058, 155,059, 155,060, 155,061, 155,062, 155,063, 155,064, 155,065, 155,066, 155,067, 155,068, 155,069, 155,070, 155,071, 155,072, 155,073, 155,074, 155,075, 155,076, 155,077, 155,078, 155,079, 155,080, 155,081, 155,082, 155,083, 155,084, 155,085, 155,086, 155,087, 155,088, 155,089, 155,090, 155,091, 155,092, 155,093, 155,094, 155,095, 155,096, 155,097, 155,098, 155,099, 155,100, 155,101, 155,102, 155,103, 155,104, 155,105, 155,106, 155,107, 155,108, 155,109, 155,110, 155,111, 155,112, 155,113, 155,114, 155,115, 155,116, 155,117, 155,118, 155,119, 155,120, 155,121, 155,122, 155,123, 155,124, 155,125, 155,126, 155,127, 155,128, 155,129, 155,130, 155,131, 155,132, 155,133, 155,134, 155,135, 155,136, 155,137, 155,138, 155,139, 155,140, 155,141, 155,142, 155,143, 155,144, 155,145, 155,146, 155,147, 155,148, 155,149, 155,150, 155,151, 155,152, 155,153, 155,154, 155,155, 155,156, 155,157, 155,158, 155,159, 155,160, 155,161, 155,162, 155,163, 155,164, 155,165, 155,166, 155,167, 155,168, 155,169, 155,170, 155,171, 155,172, 155,173, 155,174, 155,175, 155,176, 155,177, 155,178, 155,179, 155,180, 155,181, 155,182, 155,183, 155,184, 155,185, 155,186, 155,187, 155,188, 155,189, 155,190, 155,191, 155,192, 155,193, 155,194, 155,195, 155,196, 155,197, 155,198, 155,199, 155,200, 155,201, 155,202, 155,203, 155,204, 155,205, 155,206, 155,207, 155,208, 155,209, 155,210, 155,211, 155,212, 155,213, 155,214, 155,215, 155,216, 155,217, 155,218, 155,219, 155,220, 155,221, 155,222, 155,223, 155,224, 155,225, 155,226, 155,227, 155,228, 155,229, 155,230, 155,231, 155,232, 155,233, 155,234, 155,235, 155,236, 155,237, 155,238, 155,239, 155,240, 155,241, 155,242, 155,243, 155,244, 155,245, 155,246, 155,247, 155,248, 155,249, 155,250, 155,251, 155,252, 155,253, 155,254, 155,255, 155,256, 155,257, 155,258, 155,259, 155,260, 155,261, 155,262, 155,263, 155,264, 155,265, 155,266, 155,267, 155,268, 155,269, 155,270, 155,271, 155,272, 155,273, 155,274, 155,275, 155,276, 155,277, 155,278, 155,279, 155,280, 155,281, 155,282, 155,283, 155,284, 155,285, 155,286, 155,287, 155,288, 155,289, 155,290, 155,291, 155,292, 155,293, 155,294, 155,295, 155,296, 155,297, 155,298, 155,299, 155,300, 155,301, 155,302, 155,303, 155,304, 155,305, 155,306, 155,307, 155,308, 155,309, 155,310, 155,311, 155,312, 155,313, 155,314, 155,315, 155,316, 155,317, 155,318, 155,319, 155,320, 155,321, 155,322, 155,323, 155,324, 155,325, 155,326, 155,327, 155,328, 155,329, 155,330, 155,331, 155,332, 155,333, 155,334, 155,335, 155,336, 155,337, 155,338, 155,339, 155,340, 155,341, 155,342, 155,343, 155,344, 155,345, 155,346, 155,347, 155,348, 155,349, 155,350, 155,351, 155,352, 155,353, 155,354, 155,355, 155,356, 155,357, 155,358, 155,359, 155,360, 155,361, 155,362, 155,363, 155,364, 155,365, 155,366, 155,367, 155,368, 155,369, 155,370, 155,371, 155,372, 155,373, 155,374, 155,375, 155,376, 155,377, 155,378, 155,379, 155,380, 155,381, 155,382, 155,383, 155,384, 155,385, 155,386, 155,387, 155,388, 155,389, 155,390, 155,391, 155,392, 155,393, 155,394, 155,395, 155,396, 155,397, 155,398, 155,399, 155,400, 155,401, 155,402, 155,403, 155,404, 155,405, 155,406, 155,407, 155,408, 155,409, 155,410, 155,411, 155,412, 155,413, 155,414, 155,415, 155,416, 155,417, 155,418, 155,419, 155,420, 155,421, 155,422, 155,423, 155,424, 155,425, 155,426, 155,427, 155,428, 155,429, 155,430, 155,431, 155,432, 155,433, 155,434, 155,435, 155,436, 155,437, 155,438, 155,439, 155,440, 155,441, 155,442, 155,443, 155,444, 155,445, 155,446, 155,447, 155,448, 155,449, 155,450, 155,451, 155,452, 155,453, 155,454, 155,455, 155,456, 155,457, 155,458, 155,459, 155,460, 155,461, 155,462, 155,463, 155,464, 155,465, 155,466, 155,467, 155,468, 155,469, 155,470, 155,471, 155,472, 155,473, 155,474, 155,475, 155,476, 155,477, 155,478, 155,479, 155,480, 155,481, 155,482, 155,483, 155,484, 155,485, 155,486, 155,487, 155,488, 155,489, 155,490, 155,491, 155,492, 155,493, 155,494, 155,495, 155,496, 155,497, 155,498, 155,499, 155,500, 155,501, 155,502, 155,503, 155,504, 155,505, 155,506, 155,507, 155,508, 155,509, 155,510, 155,511, 155,512, 155,513, 155,514, 155,515, 155,516, 155,517, 155,518, 155,519, 155,520, 155,521, 155,522, 155,523, 155,524, 155,525, 155,526, 155,527, 155,528, 155,529, 155,530, 155,531, 155,532, 155,533, 155,534, 155,535, 155,536, 155,537, 155,538, 155,539, 155,540, 155,541, 155,542, 155,543, 155,544, 155,545, 155,546, 155,547, 155,548, 155,549, 155,550, 155,551, 155,552, 155,553, 155,554, 155,555, 155,556, 155,557, 155,558, 155,559, 155,560, 155,561, 155,562, 155,563, 155,564, 155,565, 155,566, 155,567, 155,568, 155,569, 155,570, 155,571, 155,572, 155,573, 155,574, 155,575, 155,576, 155,577, 155,578, 155,579, 155,580, 155,581, 155,582, 155,583, 155,584, 155,585, 155,586, 155,587, 155,588, 155,589, 155,590, 155,591, 155,592, 155,593, 155,594, 155,595, 155,596, 155,597, 155,598, 155,599, 155,600, 155,601, 155,602, 155,603, 155,604, 155,605, 155,606, 155,607, 155,608, 155,609, 155,610, 155,611, 155,612, 155,613, 155,614, 155,615, 155,616, 155,617, 155,618, 155,619, 155,620, 155,621, 155,622, 155,623, 155,624, 155,625, 155,626, 155,627, 155,628, 155,629, 155,630, 155,631, 155,632, 155,633, 155,634, 155,635, 155,636, 155,637, 155,638, 155,639, 155,640, 155,641, 155,642, 155,643, 155,644, 155,645, 155,646, 155,647, 155,648, 155,649, 155,650, 155,651, 155,652, 155,653, 155,654, 155,655, 155,656, 155,657, 155,658, 155,659, 155,660, 155,661, 155,662, 155,663, 155,664, 155,665, 155,666, 155,667, 155,668, 155,669, 155,670, 155,671, 155,672, 155,673, 155,674, 155,675, 155,676, 155,677, 155,678, 155,679, 155,680, 155,681, 155,682, 155,683, 155,684, 155,685, 155,686, 155,687, 155,688, 155,689, 155,690, 155,691, 155,692, 155,693, 155,694, 155,695, 155,696, 155,697, 155,698, 155,699, 155,700, 155,701, 155,702, 155,703, 155,704, 155,705, 155,706, 155,707, 155,708, 155,709, 155,710, 155,711, 155,712, 155,713, 155,714, 155,715, 155,716, 155,717, 155,718, 155,719, 155,720, 155,721, 155,722, 155,723, 155,724, 155,725, 155,726, 155,727, 155,728, 155,729, 155,730, 155,731, 155,732, 155,733, 155,734, 155,735, 155,736, 155,737, 155,738, 155,739, 155,740, 155,741, 155,742, 155,743, 155,744, 155,745, 155,746, 155,747, 155,748, 155,749, 155,750, 155,751, 155,752, 155,753, 155,754, 155,755, 155,756, 155,757, 155,758, 155,759, 155,760, 155,761, 155,762, 155,763, 155,764, 155,765, 155,766, 155,767, 155,768, 155,769, 155,770, 155,771, 155,772, 155,773, 155,774, 155,775, 155,776, 155,777, 155,778, 155,779, 155,780, 155,781, 155,782, 155,783, 155,784, 155,785, 155,786, 155,787, 155,788, 155,789, 155,790, 155,791, 155,792, 155,793, 155,794, 155,795, 155,796, 155,797, 155,798, 155,799, 155,800, 155,801, 155,802, 155,803, 155,804, 155,805, 155,806, 155,807, 155,808, 155,809, 155,810, 155,811, 155,812, 155,813, 155,814, 155,815, 155,816, 155,817, 155,818, 155,819, 155,820, 155,821, 155,822, 155,823, 155,824, 155,825, 155,826, 155,827, 155,828, 155,829, 155,830, 155,831, 155,832, 155,833, 155,834, 155,835, 155,836, 155,837, 155,838, 155,839, 155,840, 155,841, 155,842, 155,843, 155,844, 155,845, 155,846, 155,847, 155,848, 155,849, 155,850, 155,851, 155,852, 155,853, 155,854, 155,855, 155,856, 155,857, 155,858, 155,859, 155,860, 155,861, 155,862, 155,863, 155,864, 155,865, 155,866, 155,867, 155,868, 155,869, 155,870, 155,871, 155,872, 155,873, 155,874, 155,875, 155,876, 155,877, 155,878, 155,879, 155,880, 155,881, 155,882, 155,883, 155,884, 155,885, 155,886, 155,887, 155,888, 155,889, 155,890, 155,891, 155,892, 155,893, 155,894, 155,895, 155,896, 155,897, 155,898, 155,899, 155,900, 155,901, 155,902, 155,903, 155,904, 155,905, 155,906, 155,907, 155,908, 155,909, 155,910, 155,911, 155,912, 155,913, 155,914, 155,915, 155,916, 155,917, 155,918, 155,919, 155,920, 155,921, 155,922, 155,923, 155,924, 155,925, 155,926, 155,927, 155,928, 155,929, 155,930, 155,931, 155,932, 155,933, 155,934, 155,935, 155,936, 155,937, 155,938, 155,939, 155,940, 155,941, 155,942, 155,943, 155,944, 155,945, 155,946, 155,947, 155,948, 155,949, 155,950, 155,951, 155,952, 155,953, 155,954, 155,955, 155,956, 155,957, 155,958, 155,959, 155,960, 155,961, 155,962, 155,963, 155,964, 155,965, 155,966, 155,967, 155,968, 155,969, 155,970, 155,971, 155,972, 155,973, 155,974, 155,975, 155,976, 155,977, 155,978, 155,979, 155,980, 155,981, 155,982, 155,983, 155,984, 155,985, 155,986, 155,987, 155,988, 155,989, 155,990, 155,991, 155,992, 155,993, 155,994, 155,995, 155,996, 155,997, 155,998, 155,999, 156,000, 156,001, 156,002, 156,003, 156,004, 156,005, 156,006, 156,007, 156,008, 156,009, 156,010, 156,011, 156,012, 156,013, 156,014, 156,015, 156,016, 156,017, 156,018, 156,019, 156,020, 156,021, 156,022, 156,023, 156,024, 156,025, 156,026, 156,027, 156,028, 156,029, 156,030, 156,031, 156,032, 156,033, 156,034, 156,035, 156,036, 156,037, 156,038, 156,039, 156,040, 156,041, 156,042, 156,043, 156,044, 156,045, 156,046, 156,047, 156,048, 156,049, 156,050, 156,051, 156,052, 156,053, 156,054, 156,055, 156,056, 156,057, 156,058, 156,059, 156,060, 156,061, 156,062, 156,063, 156,064, 156,065, 156,066, 156,067, 156,068, 156,069, 156,070, 156,071, 156,072, 156,073, 156,074, 156,075, 156,076, 156,077, 156,078, 156,079, 156,080, 156,081, 156,082, 156,083, 156,084, 156,085, 156,086, 156,087, 156,088, 156,089, 156,090, 156,091, 156,092, 156,093, 156,094, 156,095, 156,096, 156,097, 156,098, 156,099, 156,100, 156,101, 156,102, 156,103, 156,104, 156,105, 156,106, 156,107, 156,108, 156,109, 156,110, 156,111, 156,112, 156,113, 156,114, 156,115, 156,116, 156,117, 156,118, 156,119, 156,120, 156,121, 156,122, 156,123, 156,124, 156,125, 156,126, 156,127, 156,128, 156,129, 156,130, 156,131, 156,132, 156,133, 156,134, 156,135, 156,136, 156,137, 156,138, 156,139, 156,140, 156,141, 156,142, 156,143, 156,144, 156,145, 156,146, 156,147, 156,148, 156,149, 156,150, 156,151, 156,152, 156,153, 156,154, 156,155, 156,156, 156,157, 156,158, 156,159, 156,160, 156,161, 156,162, 156,163, 156,164, 156,165, 156,166, 156,167, 156,168, 156,169, 156,170, 156,171, 156,172, 156,173, 156,174, 156,175, 156,176, 156,177, 156,178, 156,179, 156,180, 156,181, 156,182, 156,183, 156,184, 156,185, 156,186, 156,187, 156,188, 156,189, 156,190, 156,191, 156,192, 156,193, 156,194, 156,195, 156,196, 156,197, 156,198, 156,199, 156,200, 156,201, 156,202, 156,203, 156,204, 156,205, 156,206, 156,207, 156,208, 156,209, 156,210, 156,211, 156,212, 156,213, 156,214, 156,215, 156,216, 156,217, 156,218, 156,219, 156,220, 156,221, 156,222, 156,223, 156,224, 156,225, 156,226, 156,227, 156,228, 156,229, 156,230, 156,231, 156,232, 156,233, 156,234, 156,235, 156,236, 156,237, 156,238, 156,239, 156,240, 156,241, 156,242, 156,243, 156,244, 156,245, 156,246, 156,247, 156,248, 156,249, 156,250, 156,251, 156,252, 156,253, 156,254, 156,255, 156,256, 156,257, 156,258, 156,259, 156,260, 156,261, 156,262, 156,263, 156,264, 156,265, 156,266, 156,267, 156,268, 156,269, 156,270, 156,271, 156,272, 156,273, 156,274, 156,275, 156,276, 156,277, 156,278, 156,279, 156,280, 156,281, 156,282, 156,283, 156,284, 156,285, 156,286, 156,287, 156,288, 156,289, 156,290, 156,291, 156,292, 156,293, 156,294, 156,295, 156,296, 156,297, 156,298, 156,299, 156,300, 156,301, 156,302, 156,303, 156,304, 156,305, 156,306, 156,307, 156,308, 156,309, 156,310, 156,311, 156,312, 156,313, 156,314, 156,315, 156,316, 156,317, 156,318, 156,319, 156,320, 156,321, 156,322, 156,323, 156,324, 156,325, 156,326, 156,327, 156,328, 156,329, 156,330, 156,331, 156,332, 156,333, 156,334, 156,335, 156,336, 156,337, 156,338, 156,339, 156,340, 156,341, 156,342, 156,343, 156,344, 156,345, 156,346, 156,347, 156,348, 156,349, 156,350, 156,351, 156,352, 156,353, 156,354, 156,355, 156,356, 156,357, 156,358, 156,359, 156,360, 156,361, 156,362, 156,363, 156,364, 156,365, 156,366, 156,367, 156,368, 156,369, 156,370, 156,371, 156,372, 156,373, 156,374, 156,375, 156,376, 156,377, 156,378, 156,379, 156,380, 156,381, 156,382, 156,383, 156,384, 156,385, 156,386, 156,387, 156,388, 156,389, 156,390, 156,391, 156,392, 156,393, 156,394, 156,395, 156,396, 156,397, 156,398, 156,399, 156,400, 156,401, 156,402, 156,403, 156,404, 156,405, 156,406, 156,407, 156,408, 156,409, 156,410, 156,411, 156,412, 156,413, 156,414, 156,415, 156,416, 156,417, 156,418, 156,419, 156,420, 156,421, 156,422, 156,423, 156,424, 156,425, 156,426, 156,427, 156,428, 156,429, 156,430, 156,431, 156,432, 156,433, 156,434, 156,435, 156,436, 156,437, 156,438, 156,439, 156,440, 156,441, 156,442, 156,443, 156,444, 156,445, 156,446, 156,447, 156,448, 156,449, 156,450, 156,451, 156,452, 156,453, 156,454, 156,455, 156,456, 156,457, 156,458, 156,459, 156,460, 156,461, 156,462, 156,463, 156,464, 156,465, 156,466, 156,467, 156,468, 156,469, 156,470, 156,471, 156,472, 156,473, 156,474, 156,475, 156,476, 156,477, 156,478, 156,479, 156,480, 156,481, 156,482, 156,483, 156,484, 156,485, 156,486, 156,487, 156,488, 156,489, 156,490, 156,491, 156,492, 156,493, 156,494, 156,495, 156,496, 156,497, 156,498, 156,499, 156,500, 156,501, 156,502, 156,503, 156,504, 156,505, 156,506, 156,507, 156,508, 156,509, 156,510, 156,511, 156,512, 156,513, 156,514, 156,515, 156,516, 156,517, 156,518, 156,519, 156,520, 156,521, 156,522, 156,523, 156,524, 156,525, 156,526, 156,527, 156,528, 156,529, 156,530, 156,531, 156,532, 156,533, 156,534, 156,535, 156,536, 156,537, 156,538, 156,539, 156,540, 156,541, 156,542, 156,543, 156,544, 156,545, 156,546, 156,547, 156,548, 156,549, 156,550, 156,551, 156,552, 156,553, 156,554, 156,555, 156,556, 156,557, 156,558, 156,559, 156,560, 156,561, 156,562, 156,563, 156,564, 156,565, 156,566, 156,567, 156,568, 156,569, 156,570, 156,571, 156,572, 156,573, 156,574, 156,575, 156,576, 156,577, 156,578, 156,579, 156,580, 156,581, 156,582, 156,583, 156,584, 156,585, 156,586, 156,587, 156,588, 156,589, 156,590, 156,591, 156,592, 156,593, 156,594, 156,595, 156,596, 156,597, 156,598, 156,599, 156,600, 156,601, 156,602, 156,603, 156,604, 156,605, 156,606, 156,607, 156,608, 156,609, 156,610, 156,611, 156,612, 156,613, 156,614, 156,615, 156,616, 156,617, 156,618, 156,619, 156,620, 156,621, 156,622, 156,623, 156,624, 156,625, 156,626, 156,627, 156,628, 156,629, 156,630, 156,631, 156,632, 156,633, 156,634, 156,635, 156,636, 156,637, 156,638, 156,639, 156,640, 156,641, 156,642, 156,643, 156,644, 156,645, 156,646, 156,647, 156,648, 156,649, 156,650, 156,651, 156,652, 156,653, 156,654, 156,655, 156,656, 156,657, 156,658, 156,659, 156,660, 156,661, 156,662, 156,663, 156,664, 156,665, 156,666, 156,667, 156,668, 156,669, 156,670, 156,671, 156,672, 156,673, 156,674, 156,675, 156,676, 156,677, 156,678, 156,679, 156,680, 156,681, 156,682, 156,683, 156,684, 156,685, 156,686, 156,687, 156,688, 156,689, 156,690, 156,691, 156,692, 156,693, 156,694, 156,695, 156,696, 156,697, 156,698, 156,699, 156,700, 156,701, 156,702, 156,703, 156,704, 156,705, 156,706, 156,707, 156,708, 156,709, 156,710, 156,711, 156,712, 156,713, 156,714, 156,715, 156,716, 156,717, 156,718, 156,719, 156,720, 156,721, 156,722, 156,723, 156,724, 156,725, 156,726, 156,727, 156,728, 156,729, 156,730, 156,731, 156,732, 156,733, 156,734, 156,735, 156,736, 156,737, 156,738, 156,739, 156,740, 156,741, 156,742, 156,743, 156,744, 156,745, 156,746, 156,747, 156,748, 156,749, 156,750, 156,751, 156,752, 156,753, 156,754, 156,755, 156,756, 156,757, 156,758, 156,759, 156,760, 156,761, 156,762, 156,763, 156,764, 156,765, 156,766, 156,767, 156,768, 156,769, 156,770, 156,771, 156,772, 156,773, 156,774, 156,775, 156,776, 156,777, 156,778, 156,779, 156,780, 156,781, 156,782, 156,783, 156,784, 156,785, 156,786, 156,787, 156,788, 156,789, 156,790, 156,791, 156,792, 156,793, 156,794, 156,795, 156,796, 156,797, 156,798, 156,799, 156,800, 156,801, 156,802, 156,803, 156,804, 156,805, 156,806, 156,807, 156,808, 156,809, 156,810, 156,811, 156,812, 156,813, 156,814, 156,815, 156,816, 156,817, 156,818, 156,819, 156,820, 156,821, 156,822, 156,823, 156,824, 156,825, 156,826, 156,827, 156,828, 156,829, 156,830, 156,831, 156,832, 156,833, 156,834, 156,835, 156,836, 156,837, 156,838, 156,839, 156,840, 156,841, 156,842, 156,843, 156,844, 156,845, 156,846, 156,847, 156,848, 156,849, 156,850, 156,851, 156,852, 156,853, 156,854, 156,855, 156,856, 156,857, 156,858, 156,859, 156,860, 156,861, 156,862, 156,863, 156,864, 156,865, 156,866, 156,867, 156,868, 156,869, 156,870, 156,871, 156,872, 156,873, 156,874, 156,875, 156,876, 156,877, 156,878, 156,879, 156,880, 156,881, 156,882, 156,883, 156,884, 156,885, 156,886, 156,887, 156,888, 156,889, 156,890, 156,891, 156,892, 156,893, 156,894, 156,895, 156,896, 156,897, 156,898, 156,899, 156,900, 156,901, 156,902, 156,903, 156,904, 156,905, 156,906, 156,907, 156,908, 156,909, 156,910, 156,911, 156,912, 156,913, 156,914, 156,915, 156,916, 156,917, 156,918, 156,919, 156,920, 156,921, 156,922, 156,923, 156,924, 156,925, 156,926, 156,927, 156,928, 156,929, 156,930, 156,931, 156,932, 156,933, 156,934, 156,935, 156,936, 156,937, 156,938, 156,939, 156,940, 156,941, 156,942, 156,943, 156,944, 156,945, 156,946, 156,947, 156,948, 156,949, 156,950, 156,951, 156,952, 156,953, 156,954, 156,955, 156,956, 156,957, 156,958, 156,959, 156,960, 156,961, 156,962, 156,963, 156,964, 156,965, 156,966, 156,967, 156,968, 156,969, 156,970, 156,971, 156,972, 156,973, 156,974, 156,975, 156,976, 156,977, 156,978, 156,979, 156,980, 156,981, 156,982, 156,983, 156,984, 156,985, 156,986, 156,987, 156,988, 156,989, 156,990, 156,991, 156,992, 156,993, 156,994, 156,995, 156,996, 156,997, 156,998, 156,999, 157,000, 157,001, 157,002, 157,003, 157,004, 157,005, 157,006, 157,007, 157,008, 157,009, 157,010, 157,011, 157,012, 157,013, 157,014, 157,015, 157,016, 157,017, 157,018, 157,019, 157,020, 157,021, 157,022, 157,023, 157,024, 157,025, 157,026, 157,027, 157,028, 157,029, 157,030, 157,031, 157,032, 157,033, 157,034, 157,035, 157,036, 157,037, 157,038, 157,039, 157,040, 157,041, 157,042, 157,043, 157,044, 157,045, 157,046, 157,047, 157,048, 157,049, 157,050, 157,051, 157,052, 157,053, 157,054, 157,055, 157,056, 157,057, 157,058, 157,059, 157,060, 157,061, 157,062, 157,063, 157,064, 157,065, 157,066, 157,067, 157,068, 157,069, 157,070, 157,071, 157,072, 157,073, 157,074, 157,075, 157,076, 157,077, 157,078, 157,079, 157,080, 157,081, 157,082, 157,083, 157,084, 157,085, 157,086, 157,087, 157,088, 157,089, 157,090, 157,091, 157,092, 157,093, 157,094, 157,095, 157,096, 157,097, 157,098, 157,099, 157,100, 157,101, 157,102, 157,103, 157,104, 157,105, 157,106, 157,107, 157,108, 157,109, 157,110, 157,111, 157,112, 157,113, 157,114, 157,115, 157,116, 157,117, 157,118, 157,119, 157,120, 157,121, 157,122, 157,123, 157,124, 157,125, 157,126, 157,127, 157,128, 157,129, 157,130, 157,131, 157,132, 157,133, 157,134, 157,135, 157,136, 157,137, 157,138, 157,139, 157,140, 157,141, 157,142, 157,143, 157,144, 157,145, 157,146, 157,147, 157,148, 157,149, 157,150, 157,151, 157,152, 157,153, 157,154, 157,155, 157,156, 157,157, 157,158, 157,159, 157,160, 157,161, 157,162, 157,163, 157,164, 157,165, 157,166, 157,167, 157,168, 157,169, 157,170, 157,171, 157,172, 157,173, 157,174, 157,175, 157,176, 157,177, 157,178, 157,179, 157,180, 157,181, 157,182, 157,183, 157,184, 157,185, 157,186, 157,187, 157,188, 157,189, 157,190, 157,191, 157,192, 157,193, 157,194, 157,195, 157,196, 157,197, 157,198, 157,199, 157,200, 157,201, 157,202, 157,203, 157,204, 157,205, 157,206, 157,207, 157,208, 157,209, 157,210, 157,211, 157,212, 157,213, 157,214, 157,215, 157,216, 157,217, 157,218, 157,219, 157,220, 157,221, 157,222, 157,223, 157,224, 157,225, 157,226, 157,227, 157,228, 157,229, 157,230, 157,231, 157,232, 157,233, 157,234, 157,235, 157,236, 157,237, 157,238, 157,239, 157,240, 157,241, 157,242, 157,243, 157,244, 157,245, 157,246, 157,247, 157,248, 157,249, 157,250, 157,251, 157,252, 157,253, 157,254, 157,255, 157,256, 157,257, 157,258, 157,259, 157,260, 157,261, 157,262, 157,263, 157,264, 157,265, 157,266, 157,267, 157,268, 157,269, 157,270, 157,271, 157,272, 157,273, 157,274, 157,275, 157,276, 157,277, 157,278, 157,279, 157,280, 157,281, 157,282, 157,283, 157,284, 157,285, 157,286, 157,287, 157,288, 157,289, 157,290, 157,291, 157,292, 157,293, 157,294, 157,295, 157,296, 157,297, 157,298, 157,299, 157,300, 157,301, 157,302, 157,303, 157,304, 157,305, 157,306, 157,307, 157,308, 157,309, 157,310, 157,311, 157,312, 157,313, 157,314, 157,315, 157,316, 157,317, 157,318, 157,319, 157,320, 157,321, 157,322, 157,323, 157,324, 157,325, 157,326, 157,327, 157,328, 157,329, 157,330, 157,331, 157,332, 157,333, 157,334, 157,335, 157,336, 157,337, 157,338, 157,339, 157,340, 157,341, 157,342, 157,343, 157,344, 157,345, 157,346, 157,347, 157,348, 157,349, 157,350, 157,351, 157,352, 157,353, 157,354, 157,355, 157,356, 157,357, 157,358, 157,359, 157,360, 157,361, 157,362, 157,363, 157,364, 157,365, 157,366, 157,367, 157,368, 157,369, 157,370, 157,371, 157,372, 157,373, 157,374, 157,375, 157,376, 157,377, 157,378, 157,379, 157,380, 157,381, 157,382, 157,383, 157,384, 157,385, 157,386, 157,387, 157,388, 157,389, 157,390, 157,391, 157,392, 157,393, 157,394, 157,395, 157,396, 157,397, 157,398, 157,399, 157,400, 157,401, 157,402, 157,403, 157,404, 157,405, 157,406, 157,407, 157,408, 157,409, 157,410, 157,411, 157,412, 157,413, 157,414, 157,415, 157,416, 157,417, 157,418, 157,419, 157,420, 157,421, 157,422, 157,423, 157,424, 157,425, 157,426, 157,427, 157,428, 157,429, 157,430, 157,431, 157,432, 157,433, 157,434, 157,435, 157,436, 157,437, 157,438, 157,439, 157,440, 157,441, 157,442, 157,443, 157,444, 157,445, 157,446, 157,447, 157,448, 157,449, 157,450, 157,451, 157,452, 157,453, 157,454, 157,455, 157,456, 157,457, 157,458, 157,459, 157,460, 157,461, 157,462, 157,463, 157,464, 157,465, 157,466, 157,467, 157,468, 157,469, 157,470, 157,471, 157,472, 157,473, 157,474, 157,475, 157,476, 157,477, 157,478, 157,479, 157,480, 157,481, 157,482, 157,483, 157,484, 157,485, 157,486, 157,487, 157,488, 157,489, 157,490, 157,491, 157,492, 157,493, 157,494, 157,495, 157,496, 157,497, 157,498, 157,499, 157,500, 157,501, 157,502, 157,503, 157,504, 157,505, 157,506, 157,507, 157,508, 157,509, 157,510, 157,511, 157,512, 157,513, 157,514, 157,515, 157,516, 157,517, 157,518, 157,519, 157,520, 157,521, 157,522, 157,523, 157,524, 157,525, 157,526, 157,527, 157,528, 157,529, 157,530, 157,531, 157,532, 157,533, 157,534, 157,535, 157,536, 157,537, 157,538, 157,539, 157,540, 157,541, 157,542, 157,543, 157,544, 157,545, 157,546, 157,547, 157,548, 157,549, 157,550, 157,551, 157,552, 157,553, 157,554, 157,555, 157,556, 157,557, 157,558, 157,559, 157,560, 157,561, 157,562, 157,563, 157,564, 157,565, 157,566, 157,567, 157,568, 157,569, 157,570, 157,571, 157,572, 157,573, 157,574, 157,575, 157,576, 157,577, 157,578, 157,579, 157,580, 157,581, 157,582, 157,583, 157,584, 157,585, 157,586, 157,587, 157,588, 157,589, 157,590, 157,591, 157,592, 157,593, 157,594, 157,595, 157,596, 157,597, 157,598, 157,599, 157,600, 157,601, 157,602, 157,603, 157,604, 157,605, 157,606, 157,607, 157,608, 157,609, 157,610, 157,611, 157,612, 157,613, 157,614, 157,615, 157,616, 157,617, 157,618, 157,619, 157,620, 157,621, 157,622, 157,623, 157,624, 157,625, 157,626, 157,627, 157,628, 157,629, 157,630, 157,631, 157,632, 157,633, 157,634, 157,635, 157,636, 157,637, 157,638, 157,639, 157,640, 157,641, 157,642, 157,643, 157,644, 157,645, 157,646, 157,647, 157,648, 157,649, 157,650, 157,651, 157,652, 157,653, 157,654, 157,655, 157,656, 157,657, 157,658, 157,659, 157,660, 157,661, 157,662, 157,663, 157,664, 157,665, 157,666, 157,667, 157,668, 157,669, 157,670, 157,671, 157,672, 157,673, 157,674, 157,675, 157,676, 157,677, 157,678, 157,679, 157,680, 157,681, 157,682, 157,683, 157,684, 157,685, 157,686, 157,687, 157,688, 157,689, 157,690, 157,691, 157,692, 157,693, 157,694, 157,695, 157,696, 157,697, 157,698, 157,699, 157,700, 157,701, 157,702, 157,703, 157,704, 157,705, 157,706, 157,707, 157,708, 157,709, 157,710, 157,711, 157,712, 157,713, 157,714, 157,715, 157,716, 157,717, 157,718, 157,719, 157,720, 157,721, 157,722, 157,723, 157,724, 157,725, 157,726, 157,727, 157,728, 157,729, 157,730, 157,731, 157,732. 157,733. 157,734. 157,735. 157,736. 157,737. 157,738. 157,739. 157,740. 157,741. 157,742. 157,743. 157,744. 157,745. 157,746. 157,747. 157,748. 157,749. 157,750. 157,751. 157,752. 157,753. 157,754. 157,755. 157,756. 157,757. 157,758. 157,759. 157,760. 157,761. 157,762. 157,763. 157,764. 157,765. 157,766. 157,767. 157,768. 157,769. 157,770. 157,771. 157,772. 157,773. 157,774. 157,775. 157,776. 157,777. 157,778. 157,779. 157,780. 157,781. 157,782. 157,783. 157,784. 157,785. 157,786. 157,787. 157,788. 157,789. 157,790. 157,791. 157,792. 157,793. 157,794. 157,795. 157,796. 157,797. 157,798. 157,799. 157,800. 157,801. 157,802. 157,803. 157,804. 157,805. 157,806. 157,807. 157,808. 157,809. 157,810. 157,811. 157,812. 157,813. 157,814. 157,815. 157,816. 157,817. 157,818. 157,819. 157,820. 157,821. 157,822. 157,823. 157,824. 157,825. 157,826. 157,827. 157,828. 157,829. 157,830. 157,831. 157,832. 157,833. 157,834. 157,835. 157,836. 157,837. 157,838. 157,839. 157,840. 157,841. 157,842. 157,843. 157,844. 157,845. 157,846. 157,847. 157,848. 157,849. 157,850. 157,851. 157,852. 157,853. 157,854. 157,855. 157,856. 157,857. 157,858. 157,859. 157,860. 157,861. 157,862. 157,863. 157,864. 157,865. 157,866. 157,867. 157,868. 157,869. 157,870. 157,871. 157,872. 157,873. 157,874. 157,875. 157,876. 157,877. 157,878. 157,879. 157,880. 157,881. 157,882. 157,883. 157,884. 157,885. 157,886. 157,887. 157,888. 157,889. 157,890. 157,891. 157,892. 157,893. 157,894. 157,895. 157,896. 157,897. 157,898. 157,899. 157,900. 157,901. 157,902. 157,903. 157,904. 157,905. 157,906. 157,907. 157,908. 157,909. 157,910. 157,911. 157,912. 157,913. 157,914. 157,915. 157,916. 157,917. 157,918. 157,919. 157,920. 157,921. 157,922. 157,923. 157,924, 157,925, 157,926, 157,927, 157,928, 157,929, 157,930, 157,931, 157,932, 157,933, 157,934, 157,935, 157,936, 157,937, 157,938, 157,939, 157,940, 157,941, 157,942, 157,943, 157,944, 157,945, 157,946, 157,947, 157,948, 157,949, 157,950, 157,951, 157,952, 157,953, 157,954, 157,955, 157,956, 157,957, 157,958, 157,959, 157,960, 157,961, 157,962, 157,963, 157,964, 157,965, 157,966, 157,967, 157,968, 157,969, 157,970, 157,971, 157,972, 157,973, 157,974, 157,975, 157,976, 157,977, 157,978, 157,979, 157,980, 157,981, 157,982, 157,983, 157,984, 157,985, 157,986, 157,987, 157,988, 157,989, 157,990, 157,991, 157,992, 157,993, 157,994, 157,995, 157,996, 157,997, 157,998, 157,999, 158,000, 158,001, 158,002, 158,003, 158,004, 158,005, 158,006, 158,007, 158,008, 158,009, 158,010, 158,011, 158,012, 158,013, 158,014, 158,015, 158,016, 158,017, 158,018, 158,019, 158,020, 158,021, 158,022, 158,023, 158,024, 158,025, 158,026, 158,027, 158,028, 158,029, 158,030, 158,031, 158,032, 158,033, 158,034, 158,035, 158,036, 158,037, 158,038, 158,039, 158,040, 158,041, 158,042, 158,043, 158,044, 158,045, 158,046, 158,047, 158,048, 158,049, 158,050, 158,051, 158,052, 158,053, 158,054, 158,055, 158,056, 158,057, 158,058, 158,059, 158,060, 158,061, 158,062, 158,063, 158,064, 158,065, 158,066, 158,067, 158,068, 158,069, 158,070, 158,071, 158,072, 158,073, 158,074, 158,075, 158,076, 158,077, 158,078, 158,079, 158,080, 158,081, 158,082, 158,083, 158,084, 158,085, 158,086, 158,087, 158,088, 158,089, 158,090, 158,091, 158,092, 158,093, 158,094, 158,095, 158,096, 158,097, 158,098, 158,099, 158,100, 158,101, 158,102, 158,103, 158,104, 158,105, 158,106, 158,107, 158,108, 158,109, 158,110, 158,111, 158,112, 158,113, 158,114, 158,115, 158,116, 158,117, 158,118, 158,119, 158,120, 158,121, 158,122, 158,123, 158,124, 158,125, 158,126, 158,127, 158,128, 158,129, 158,130, 158,131, 158,132, 158,133, 158,134, 158,135, 158,136, 158,137, 158,138, 158,139, 158,140, 158,141, 158,142, 158,143, 158,144, 158,145, 158,146, 158,147, 158,148, 158,149, 158,150, 158,151, 158,152, 158,153, 158,154, 158,155, 158,156, 158,157, 158,158, 158,159, 158,160, 158,161, 158,162, 158,163, 158,164, 158,165, 158,166, 158,167, 158,168, 158,169, 158,170, 158,171, 158,172, 158,173, 158,174, 158,175, 158,176, 158,177, 158,178, 158,179, 158,180, 158,181, 158,182, 158,183, 158,184, 158,185, 158,186, 158,187, 158,188, 158,189, 158,190, 158,191, 158,192, 158,193, 158,194, 158,195, 158,196, 158,197, 158,198, 158,199, 158,200, 158,201, 158,202, 158,203, 158,204, 158,205, 158,206, 158,207, 158,208, 158,209, 158,210, 158,211, 158,212, 158,213, 158,214, 158,215, 158,216, 158,217, 158,218, 158,219, 158,220, 158,221, 158,222, 158,223, 158,224, 158,225, 158,226, 158,227, 158,228, 158,229, 158,230, 158,231, 158,232, 158,233, 158,234, 158,235, 158,236, 158,237, 158,238, 158,239, 158,240, 158,241, 158,242, 158,243, 158,244, 158,245, 158,246, 158,247, 158,248, 158,249, 158,250, 158,251, 158,252, 158,253, 158,254, 158,255, 158,256, 158,257, 158,258, 158,259, 158,260, 158,261, 158,262, 158,263, 158,264, 158,265, 158,266, 158,267, 158,268, 158,269, 158,270, 158,271, 158,272, 158,273, 158,274, 158,275, 158,276, 158,277, 158,278, 158,279, 158,280, 158,281, 158,282, 158,283, 158,284, 158,285, 158,286, 158,287, 158,288, 158,289, 158,290, 158,291, 158,292, 158,293, 158,294, 158,295, 158,296, 158,297, 158,298, 158,299, 158,300, 158,301, 158,302, 158,303, 158,304, 158,305, 158,306, 158,307, 158,308, 158,309, 158,310, 158,311, 158,312, 158,313, 158,314, 158,315, 158,316, 158,317, 158,318, 158,319, 158,320, 158,321, 158,322, 158,323, 158,324, 158,325, 158,326, 158,327, 158,328, 158,329, 158,330, 158,331, 158,332, 158,333, 158,334, 158,335, 158,336, 158,337, 158,338, 158,339, 158,340, 158,341, 158,342, 158,343, 158,344, 158,345, 158,346, 158,347, 158,348, 158,349, 158,350, 158,351, 158,352, 158,353, 158,354, 158,355, 158,356, 158,357, 158,358, 158,359, 158,360, 158,361, 158,362, 158,363, 158,364, 158,365, 158,366, 158,367, 158,368, 158,369, 158,370, 158,371, 158,372, 158,373, 158,374, 158,375, 158,376, 158,377, 158,378, 158,379, 158,380, 158,381, 158,382, 158,383, 158,384, 158,385, 158,386, 158,387, 158,388, 158,389, 158,390, 158,391, 158,392, 158,393, 158,394, 158,395, 158,396, 158,397, 158,398, 158,399, 158,400, 158,401, 158,402, 158,403, 158,404, 158,405, 158,406, 158,407, 158,408, 158,409, 158,410, 158,411, 158,412, 158,413, 158,414, 158,415, 158,416, 158,417, 158,418, 158,419, 158,420, 158,421, 158,422, 158,423, 158,424, 158,425, 158,426, 158,427, 158,428, 158,429, 158,430, 158,431, 158,432, 158,433, 158,434, 158,435, 158,436, 158,437, 158,438, 158,439, 158,440, 158,441, 158,442, 158,443, 158,444, 158,445, 158,446, 158,447, 158,448, 158,449, 158,450, 158,451, 158,452, 158,453, 158,454, 158,455, 158,456, 158,457, 158,458, 158,459, 158,460, 158,461, 158,462, 158,463, 158,464, 158,465, 158,466, 158,467, 158,468, 158,469, 158,470, 158,471, 158,472, 158,473, 158,474, 158,475, 158,476, 158,477, 158,478, 158,479, 158,480, 158,481, 158,482, 158,483, 158,484, 158,485, 158,486, 158,487, 158,488, 158,489, 158,490, 158,491, 158,492, 158,493, 158,494, 158,495, 158,496, 158,497, 158,498, 158,499, 158,500, 158,501, 158,502, 158,503, 158,504, 158,505, 158,506, 158,507, 158,508, 158,509, 158,510, 158,511, 158,512, 158,513, 158,514, 158,515, 158,516, 158,517, 158,518, 158,519, 158,520, 158,521, 158,522, 158,523, 158,524, 158,525, 158,526, 158,527, 158,528, 158,529, 158,530, 158,531, 158,532, 158,533, 158,534, 158,535, 158,536, 158,537, 158,538, 158,539, 158,540, 158,541, 158,542, 158,543, 158,544, 158,545, 158,546, 158,547, 158,548, 158,549, 158,550, 158,551, 158,552, 158,553, 158,554, 158,555, 158,556, 158,557, 158,558, 158,559, 158,560, 158,561, 158,562, 158,563, 158,564, 158,565, 158,566, 158,567, 158,568, 158,569, 158,570, 158,571, 158,572, 158,573, 158,574, 158,575, 158,576, 158,577, 158,578, 158,579, 158,580, 158,581, 158,582, 158,583, 158,584, 158,585, 158,586, 158,587, 158,588, 158,589, 158,590, 158,591, 158,592, 158,593, 158,594, 158,595, 158,596, 158,597, 158,598, 158,599, 158,600, 158,601, 158,602, 158,603, 158,604, 158,605, 158,606, 158,607, 158,608, 158,609, 158,610, 158,611, 158,612, 158,613, 158,614, 158,615, 158,616, 158,617, 158,618, 158,619, 158,620, 158,621, 158,622, 158,623, 158,624, 158,625, 158,626, 158,627, 158,628, 158,629, 158,630, 158,631, 158,632, 158,633, 158,634, 158,635, 158,636, 158,637, 158,638, 158,639, 158,640, 158,641, 158,642, 158,643, 158,644, 158,645, 158,646, 158,647, 158,648, 158,649, 158,650, 158,651, 158,652, 158,653, 158,654, 158,655, 158,656, 158,657, 158,658, 158,659, 158,660, 158,661, 158,662, 158,663, 158,664, 158,665, 158,666, 158,667, 158,668, 158,669, 158,670, 158,671, 158,672, 158,673, 158,674, 158,675, 158,676, 158,677, 158,678, 158,679, 158,680, 158,681, 158,682, 158,683, 158,684, 158,685, 158,686, 158,687, 158,688, 158,689, 158,690, 158,691, 158,692, 158,693, 158,694, 158,695, 158,696, 158,697, 158,698, 158,699, 158,700, 158,701, 158,702, 158,703, 158,704, 158,705, 158,706, 158,707, 158,708, 158,709, 158,710, 158,711, 158,712, 158,713, 158,714, 158,715, 158,716, 158,717, 158,718, 158,719, 158,720, 158,721, 158,722, 158,723, 158,724, 158,725, 158,726, 158,727, 158,728, 158,729, 158,730, 158,731, 158,732, 158,733, 158,734, 158,735, 158,736, 158,737, 158,738, 158,739, 158,740, 158,741, 158,742, 158,743, 158,744, 158,745, 158,746, 158,747, 158,748, 158,749, 158,750, 158,751, 158,752, 158,753, 158,754, 158,755, 158,756, 158,757, 158,758, 158,759, 158,760, 158,761, 158,762, 158,763, 158,764, 158,765, 158,766, 158,767, 158,768, 158,769, 158,770, 158,771, 158,772, 158,773, 158,774, 158,775, 158,776, 158,777, 158,778, 158,779, 158,780, 158,781, 158,782, 158,783, 158,784, 158,785, 158,786, 158,787, 158,788, 158,789, 158,790, 158,791, 158,792, 158,793, 158,794, 158,795, 158,796, 158,797, 158,798, 158,799, 158,800, 158,801, 158,802, 158,803, 158,804, 158,805, 158,806, 158,807, 158,808, 158,809, 158,810, 158,811, 158,812, 158,813, 158,814, 158,815, 158,816, 158,817, 158,818, 158,819, 158,820, 158,821, 158,822, 158,823, 158,824, 158,825, 158,826, 158,827, 158,828, 158,829, 158,830, 158,831, 158,832, 158,833, 158,834, 158,835, 158,836, 158,837, 158,838, 158,839, 158,840, 158,841, 158,842, 158,843, 158,844, 158,845, 158,846, 158,847, 158,848, 158,849, 158,850, 158,851, 158,852, 158,853, 158,854, 158,855, 158,856, 158,857, 158,858, 158,859, 158,860, 158,861, 158,862, 158,863, 158,864, 158,865, 158,866, 158,867, 158,868, 158,869, 158,870, 158,871, 158,872, 158,873, 158,874, 158,875, 158,876, 158,877, 158,878, 158,879, 158,880, 158,881, 158,882, 158,883, 158,884, 158,885, 158,886, 158,887, 158,888, 158,889, 158,890, 158,891, 158,892, 158,893, 158,894, 158,895, 158,896, 158,897, 158,898, 158,899, 158,900, 158,901, 158,902, 158,903, 158,904, 158,905, 158,906, 158,907, 158,908, 158,909, 158,910, 158,911, 158,912, 158,913, 158,914, 158,915, 158,916, 158,917, 158,918, 158,919, 158,920, 158,921, 158,922, 158,923, 158,924, 158,925, 158,926, 158,927, 158,928, 158,929, 158,930, 158,931, 158,932, 158,933, 158,934, 158,935, 158,936, 158,937, 158,938, 158,939, 158,940, 158,941, 158,942, 158,943, 158,944, 158,945, 158,946, 158,947, 158,948, 158,949, 158,950, 158,951, 158,952, 158,953, 158,954, 158,955, 158,956, 158,957, 158,958, 158,959, 158,960, 158,961, 158,962, 158,963, 158,964, 158,965, 158,966, 158,967, 158,968, 158,969, 158,970, 158,971, 158,972, 158,973, 158,974, 158,975, 158,976, 158,977, 158,978, 158,979, 158,980, 158,981, 158,982, 158,983, 158,984, 158,985, 158,986, 158,987, 158,988, 158,989, 158,990, 158,991, 158,992, 158,993, 158,994, 158,995, 158,996, 158,997, 158,998, 158,999, 159,000, 159,001, 159,002, 159,003, 159,004, 159,005, 159,006, 159,007, 159,008, 159,009, 159,010, 159,011, 159,012, 159,013, 159,014, 159,015, 159,016, 159,017, 159,018, 159,019, 159,020, 159,021, 159,022, 159,023, 159,024, 159,025, 159,026, 159,027, 159,028, 159,029, 159,030, 159,031, 159,032, 159,033, 159,034, 159,035, 159,036, 159,037, 159,038, 159,039, 159,040, 159,041, 159,042, 159,043, 159,044, 159,045, 159,046, 159,047, 159,048, 159,049, 159,050, 159,051, 159,052, 159,053, 159,054, 159,055, 159,056, 159,057, 159,058, 159,059, 159,060, 159,061, 159,062, 159,063, 159,064, 159,065, 159,066, 159,067, 159,068, 159,069, 159,070, 159,071, 159,072, 159,073, 159,074, 159,075, 159,076, 159,077, 159,078, 159,079, 159,080, 159,081, 159,082, 159,083, 159,084, 159,085, 159,086, 159,087, 159,088, 159,089, 159,090, 159,091, 159,092, 159,093, 159,094, 159,095, 159,096, 159,097, 159,098, 159,099, 150,100, 150,101, 150,102, 150,103, 150,104, 150,105, 150,106, 150,107, 150,108, 150,109, 150,110, 150,111, 150,112, 150,113, 150,114, 150,115, 150,116, 150,117, 150,118, 150,119, 150,120, 150,121, 150,122, 150,123, 150,124, 150,125, 150,126, 150,127, 150,128, 150,129, 150,130, 150,131, 150,132, 150,133, 150,134, 150,135, 150,136, 150,137, 150,138, 150,139, 150,140, 150,141, 150,142, 150,143, 150,144, 150,145, 159,150, 159,150, 159,151, 159,152, 159,153, 159,154, 159,155, 159,156, 159,157, 159,158, 159,159, 159,160, 159,161, 159,162, 159,163, 159,164, 159,165, 159,166, 159,167, 159,168, 159,169, 159,170, 159,171, 159,172, 159,173, 159,174, 159,175, 159,176, 159,177, 159,178, 159,179, 159,180, 159,181, 159,182, 159,183, 159,184, 159,185, 159,186, 159,187, 159,188, 159,189, 159,190, 159,191, 159,192, 159,193, 159,194, 159,195, 159,196, 159,197, 159,198, 159,199, 159,200, 159,201, 159,202, 159,203, 159,204, 159,205, 159,206, 159,207, 159,208, 159,209, 159,210, 159,211, 159,212, 159,213, 159,214, 159,215, 159,216, 159,217, 159,218, 159,219, 159,220, 159,221, 159,222, 159,223, 159,224, 159,225, 159,226, 159,227, 159,228, 159,229, 159,230, 159,231, 159,232, 159,233, 159,234, 159,235, 159,236, 159,237, 159,238, 159,239, 159,240, 159,241, 159,242, 159,243, 159,244, 159,245, 159,246, 159,247, 159,248, 159,249, 159,250, 159,251, 159,252, 159,253, 159,254, 159,255, 159,256, 159,257, 159,258, 159,259, 159,260, 159,261, 159,262, 159,263, 159,264, 159,265, 159,266, 159,267, 159,268, 159,269, 159,270, 159,271, 159,272, 159,273, 159,274, 159,275, 159,276, 159,277, 159,278, 159,279, 159,280, 159,281, 159,282, 159,283, 159,284, 159,285, 159,286, 159,287, 159,288, 159,289, 159,290, 159,291, 159,292, 159,293, 159,294, 159,295, 159,296, 159,297, 159,298, 159,299, 159,300, 159,301, 159,302, 159,303, 159,304, 159,305, 159,306, 159,307, 159,308, 159,309, 159,310, 159,311, 159,312, 159,313, 159,314, 159,315, 159,316, 159,317, 159,318, 159,319, 159,320, 159,321, 159,322, 159,323, 159,324, 159,325, 159,326, 159,327, 159,328, 159,329, 159,330, 159,331, 159,332, 159,333, 159,334, 159,335, 159,336, 159,337, 159,338, 159,339, 159,340, 159,341, 159,342, 159,343, 159,344, 159,345, 159,346, 159,347, 159,348, 159,348, 159,349, 159,350, 159,351, 159,352, 159,353, 159,354, 159,355, 159,356, 159,357, 159,358, 159,359, 159,360, 159,361, 159,362, 159,363, 159,364, 159,365, 159,366, 159,367, 159,368, 159,369, 159,370, 159,371, 159,372, 159,373, 159,374, 159,375, 159,376, 159,377, 159,378, 159,379, 159,380, 159,381, 159,382, 159,383, 159,384, 159,385, 159,386, 159,387, 159,388, 159,389, 159,390, 159,391, 159,392, 159,393, 159,394, 159,395, 159,396, 159,397, 159,398, 159,399, 159,400, 159,401, 159,402, 159,403, 159,404, 159,405, 159,406, 159,407, 159,408, 159,409, 159,410, 159,411, 159,412, 159,413, 159,414, 159,415, 159,416, 159,417, 159,418, 159,419, 159,420, 159,421, 159,422, 159,423, 159,424, 159,425, 159,426, 159,427, 159,428, 159,429, 159,430, 159,431, 159,432, 159,433, 159,434, 159,435, 159,436, 159,437, 159,438, 159,439, 159,440, 159,441, 159,442, 159,443, 159,444, 159,445, 159,446, 159,447, 159,448, 159,449, 159,450, 159,451, 159,452, 159,453, 159,454, 159,455, 159,456, 159,457, 159,458, 159,459, 159,460, 159,461, 159,462, 159,463, 159,464, 159,465, 159,466, 159,467, 159,468, 159,469, 159,470, 159,471, 159,472, 159,473, 159,474, 159,475, 159,476, 159,477, 159,478, 159,479, 159,480, 159,481, 159,482, 159,483, 159,484, 159,485, 159,486, 159,487, 159,488, 159,489, 159,490, 159,491, 159,492, 159,493, 159,494, 159,495, 159,496, 159,497, 159,498, 159,499, 159,500, 159,501, 159,502, 159,503, 159,504, 159,505, 159,506, 159,507, 159,508, 159,509, 159,510, 159,511, 159,512, 159,513, 159,514, 159,515, 159,516, 159,517, 159,518, 159,519, 159,520, 159,521, 159,522, 159,523, 159,524, 159,525, 159,526, 159,527, 159,528, 159,529, 159,530, 159,531, 159,532, 159,533, 159,534, 159,535, 159,536, 159,537, 159,538, 159,539, 159,540, 159,541, 159,542, 159,543, 159,544, 159,545, 159,546, 159,547, 159,548, 159,549, 159,550, 159,551, 159,552, 159,553, 159,554, 159,555, 159,556, 159,557, 159,558, 159,559, 159,560, 159,561, 159,562, 159,563, 159,564, 159,565, 159,566, 159,567, 159,568, 159,569, 159,570, 159,571, 159,572, 159,573, 159,574, 159,575, 159,576, 159,577, 159,578, 159,579, 159,580, 159,581, 159,582, 159,583, 159,584, 159,585, 159,586, 159,587, 159,588, 159,589, 159,590, 159,591, 159,592, 159,593, 159,594, 159,595, 159,596, 159,597, 159,598, 159,599, 159,600, 159,601, 159,602, 159,603, 159,604, 159,605, 159,606, 159,607, 159,608, 159,609, 159,610, 159,611, 159,612, 159,613, 159,614, 159,615, 159,616, 159,617, 159,618, 159,619, 159,620, 159,621, 159,622, 159,623, 159,624, 159,625, 159,626, 159,627, 159,628, 159,629, 159,630, 159,631, 159,632, 159,633, 159,634, 159,635, 159,636, 159,637, 159,638, 159,639, 159,640, 159,641, 159,642, 159,643, 159,644, 159,645, 159,646, 159,647, 159,648, 159,649, 159,650, 159,651, 159,652, 159,653, 159,654, 159,655, 159,656, 159,657, 159,658, 159,659, 159,660, 159,661, 159,662, 159,663, 159,664, 159,665, 159,666, 159,667, 159,668, 159,669, 159,670, 159,671, 159,672, 159,673, 159,674, 159,675, 159,676, 159,677, 159,678, 159,679, 159,680, 159,681, 159,682, 159,683, 159,684, 159,685, 159,686, 159,687, 159,688, 159,689, 159,690, 159,691, 159,692, 159,693, 159,694, 159,695, 159,696, 159,697, 159,698, 159,699, 159,700, 159,701, 159,702, 159,703, 159,704, 159,705, 159,706, 159,707, 159,708, 159,709, 159,710, 159,711, 159,712, 159,713, 159,714, 159,715, 159,716, 159,717, 159,718, 159,719, 159,720, 159,721, 159,722, 159,723, 159,724, 159,725, 159,726, 159,727, 159,728, 159,729, 159,730, 159,731, 159,732, 159,733, 159,734, 159,735, 159,736, 159,737, 159,738, 159,739, 159,740, 159,741, 159,742, 159,743, 159,744, 159,745, 159,746, 159,747, 159,748, 159,749, 159,750, 159,751, 159,752, 159,753, 159,754, 159,755, 159,756, 159,757, 159,758, 159,759, 159,760, 159,761, 159,762, 159,763, 159,764, 159,765, 159,766, 159,767, 159,768, 159,769, 159,770, 159,771, 159,772, 159,773, 159,774, 159,775, 159,776, 159,777, 159,778, 159,779, 159,780, 159,781, 159,782, 159,783, 159,784, 159,785, 159,786, 159,787, 159,788, 159,789, 159,790, 159,791, 159,792, 159,793, 159,794, 159,795, 159,796, 159,797, 159,798, 159,799, 159,800, 159,801, 159,802, 159,803, 159,804, 159,805, 159,806, 159,807, 159,808, 159,809, 159,810, 159,811, 159,812, 159,813, 159,814, 159,815, 159,816, 159,817, 159,818, 159,819, 159,820, 159,821, 159,822, 159,823, 159,824, 159,825, 159,826, 159,827, 159,828, 159,829, 159,830, 159,831, 159,832, 159,833, 159,834, 159,835, 159,836, 159,837, 159,838, 159,839, 159,840, 159,841, 159,842, 159,843, 159,844, 159,845, 159,846, 159,847, 159,848, 159,849, 159,850, 159,851, 159,852, 159,853, 159,854, 159,855, 159,856, 159,857, 159,858, 159,859, 159,860, 159,861, 159,862, 159,863, 159,864, 159,865, 159,866, 159,867, 159,868, 159,869, 159,870, 159,871, 159,872, 159,873, 159,874, 159,875, 159,876, 159,877, 159,878, 159,879, 159,880, 159,881, 159,882, 159,883, 159,884, 159,885, 159,886, 159,887, 159,888, 159,889, 159,890, 159,891, 159,892, 159,893, 159,894, 159,895, 159,896, 159,897, 159,898, 159,899, 159,900, 159,901, 159,902, 159,903, 159,904, 159,905, 159,906, 159,907, 159,908, 159,909, 159,910, 159,911, 159,912, 159,913, 159,914, 159,915, 159,916, 159,917, 159,918, 159,919, 159,920, 159,921, 159,922, 159,923, 159,924, 159,925, 159,926, 159,927, 159,928, 159,929, 159,930, 159,931, 159,932, 159,933, 159,934, 159,935, 159,936, 159,937, 137, 159,938, 159,939, 159,940, 159,941, 159,942, 159,943, 159,944, 159,945, 159,946, 159,947, 159,948, 159,949, 159,950, 159,951, 159,952, 159,953, 159,954, 159,955, 159,956, 159,957, 159,958, 159,959, 159,960, 159,961, 159,962, 159,963, 159,964, 159,965, 159,966, 159,967, 159,968, 159,969, 159,970, 159,971, 159,972, 159,973, 159,974, 159,975, 159,976, 159,977, 159,978, 159,979, 159,980, 159,981, 159,982, 159,983, 159,984, 159,985, 159,986, 159,987, 159,988, 159,989, 159,990, 159,991, 159,992, 159,993, 159,994, 159,995, 159,996, 159,997, 159,998, 159,999, 160,000, 160,001, 160,002, 160,003, 160,004, 160,005, 160,006, 160,007, 160,008, 160,009, 160,010, 160,011, 160,012, 160,013, 160,014, 160,015, 160,016, 160,017, 160,018, 160,019, 160,020, 160,021, 160,022, 160,023, 160,024, 160,025, 160,026, 160,027, 160,028, 160,029, 160,030, 160,031, 160,032, 160,033, 160,034, 160,035, 160,036, 160,037, 160,038, 160,039, 160,040, 160,041, 160,042, 160,043, 160,044, 160,045, 160,046, 160,047, 160,048, 160,049, 160,050, 160,051, 160,052, 160,053, 160,054, 160,055, 160,056, 160,057, 160,058, 160,059, 160,060, 160,061, 160,062, 160,063, 160,064, 160,065, 160,066, 160,067, 160,068, 160,069, 160,070, 160,071, 160,072, 160,073, 160,074, 160,075, 160,076, 160,077, 160,078, 160,079, 160,080, 160,081, 160,082, 160,083, 160,084, 160,085, 160,086, 160,087, 160,088, 160,089, 160,090, 160,091, 160,092, 160,093, 160,094, 160,095, 160,096, 160,097, 160,098, 160,099, 160,100, 160,101, 160,102, 160,103, 160,104, 160,105, 160,106, 160,107, 160,108, 160,109, 160,110, 160,111, 160,112, 160,113, 160,114, 160,115, 160,116, 160,117, 160,118, 160,119, 160,120, 160,121, 160,122, 160,123, 160,124, 160,125, 160,126, 160,127, 160,128, 160,129, 160,130, 160,131, 160,132, 160,133, 160,134, 160,135, 160,136, 160,137, 160,138, 160,139, 160,140, 160,141, 160,142, 160,143, 160,144, 160,145, 160,146, 160,147, 160,148, 160,149, 160,150, 160,151, 160,152, 160,153, 160,154, 160,155, 160,156, 160,157, 160,158, 160,159, 160,160, 160,161, 160,162, 160,163, 160,164, 160,165, 160,166, 160,167, 160,168, 160,169, 160,170, 160,171, 160,172, 160,173, 160,174, 160,175, 160,176, 160,177, 160,178, 160,179, 160,180, 160,181, 160,182, 160,183, 160,184, 160,185, 160,186, 160,187, 160,188, 160,189, 160,190, 160,191, 160,192, 160,193, 160,194, 160,195, 160,196, 160,197, 160,198, 160,199, 160,200, 160,201, 160,202, 160,203, 160,204, 160,205, 160,206, 160,207, 160,208, 160,209, 160,210, 160,211, 160,212, 160,213, 160,214, 160,215, 160,216, 160,217, 160,218, 160,219, 160,220, 160,221, 160,222, 160,223, 160,224, 160,225, 160,226, 160,227, 160,228, 160,229, 160,230, 160,231, 160,232, 160,233, 160,234, 160,235, 160,236, 160,237, 160,238, 160,239, 160,240, 160,241, 160,242, 160,243, 160,244, 160,245, 160,246, 160,247, 160,248, 160,249, 160,250, 160,251, 160,252, 160,253, 160,254, 160,255, 160,256, 160,257, 160,258, 160,259, 160,260, 160,261, 160,262, 160,263, 160,264, 160,265, 160,266, 160,267, 160,268, 160,269, 160,270, 160,271, 160,272, 160,273, 160,274, 160,275, 160,276, 160,277, 160,278, 160,279, 160,280, 160,281, 160,282, 160,283, 160,284, 160,285, 160,286, 160,287, 160,288, 160,289, 160,290, 160,291, 160,292, 160,293, 160,294, 160,295, 160,296, 160,297, 160,298, 160,299, 160,300, 160,301, 160,302, 160,303, 160,304, 160,305, 160,306, 160,307, 160,308, 160,309, 160,310, 160,311, 160,312, 160,313, 160,314, 160,315, 160,316, 160,317, 160,318, 160,319, 160,320, 160,321, 160,322, 160,323, 160,324, 160,325, 160,326, 160,327, 160,328, 160,329, 160,330, 160,331, 160,332, 160,333, 160,334, 160,335, 160,336, 160,337, 160,338, 160,339, 160,340, 160,341, 160,342, 160,343, 160,344, 160,345, 160,346, 160,347, 160,348, 160,349, 160,350, 160,351, 160,352, 160,353, 160,354, 160,355, 160,356, 160,357, 160,358, 160,359, 160,360, 160,361, 160,361, 160,362, 160,363, 160,364, 160,365, 160,366, 160,367, 160,368, 160,369, 160,370, 160,371, 160,372, 160,373, 160,374, 160,375, 160,376, 160,377, 160,378, 160,379, 160,380, 160,381, 160,382, 160,383, 160,384, 160,385, 160,386, 160,387, 160,388, 160,389, 160,390, 160,391, 160,392, 160,393, 160,394, 160,395, 160,396, 160,397, 160,398, 160,399, 160,400, 160,401, 160,402, 160,403, 160,404, 160,405, 160,406, 160,407, 160,408, 160,409, 160,410, 160,411, 160,412, 160,413, 160,414, 160,415, 160,416, 160,417, 160,418, 160,419, 160,420, 160,421, 160,422, 160,423, 160,424, 160,425, 160,426, 160,427, 160,428, 160,429, 160,430, 160,431, 160,432, 160,433, 160,434, 160,435, 160,436, 160,437, 160,438, 160,439, 160,440, 160,441, 160,442, 160,443, 160,444, 160,445, 160,446, 160,447, 160,448, 160,449, 160,450, 160,451, 160,452, 160,453, 160,454, 160,455, 160,456, 160,457, 160,458, 160,459, 160,460, 160,461, 160,462, 160,463, 160,464, 160,465, 160,466, 160,467, 160,468, 160,469, 160,470, 160,471, 160,472, 160,473, 160,474, 160,475, 160,476, 160,477, 160,478, 160,479, 160,480, 160,481, 160,482, 160,483, 160,484, 160,485, 160,486, 160,487, 160,488, 160,489, 160,490, 160,491, 160,492, 160,493, 160,494, 160,495, 160,496, 160,497, 160,498, 160,499, 160,500, 160,501, 160,502, 160,503, 160,504, 160,505, 160,506, 160,507, 160,508, 160,509, 160,510, 160,511, 160,512, 160,513, 160,514, 160,515, 160,516, 160,517, 160,518, 160,519, 160,520, 160,521, 160,522, 160,523, 160,524, 160,525, 160,526, 160,527, 160,528, 160,529, 160,530, 160,531, 160,532, 160,533, 160,534, 160,535, 160,536, 160,537, 160,538, 160,539, 160,540, 160,541, 160,542, 160,543, 160,544, 160,545, 160,546, 160,547, 160,548, 160,549, 160,550, 160,551, 160,552, 160,553, 160,554, 160,555, 160,556, 160,557, 160,558, 160,559, 160,560, 160,561, 160,562, 160,563, 160,564, 160,565, 160,566, 160,567, 160,568, 160,569, 160,570, 160,571, 160,572, 160,573, 160,574, 160,575, 160,576, 160,577, 160,578, 160,579, 160,580, 160,581, 160,582, 160,583, 160,584, 160,585, 160,586, 160,587, 160,588, 160,589, 160,590, 160,591, 160,592, 160,593, 160,594, 160,595, 160,596, 160,597, 160,598, 160,599, 160,600, 160,601, 160,602, 160,603, 160,604, 160,605, 160,606, 160,607, 160,608, 160,609, 160,610, 160,611, 160,612, 160,613, 160,614, 160,615, 160,616, 160,617, 160,618, 160,619, 160,620, 160,621, 160,622, 160,623, 160,624, 160,625, 160,626, 160,627, 160,628, 160,629, 160,603, 160,631, 160,632, 160,633, 160,634, 160,635, 160,636, 160,637, 160,638, 160,639, 160,640, 160,641, 160,642, 160,643, 160,644, 160,645, 160,646, 160,647, 160,648, 160,649, 160,650, 160,651, 160,652, 160,653, 160,654, 160,655, 160,656, 160,657, 160,658, 160,659, 160,660, 160,661, 160,662, 160,663, 160,664, 160,665, 160,666, 160,667, 160,668, 160,669, 160,670, 160,671, 160,672, 160,673, 160,674, 160,675, 160,676, 160,677, 160,678, 160,679, 160,680, 160,681, 160,682, 160,683, 160,684, 160,685, 160,686, 160,687, 160,688, 160,689, 160,690, 160,691, 160,692, 160,693, 160,694, 160,695, 160,696, 160,697, 160,698, 160,699, 160,700, 160,701, 160,702, 160,703, 160,704, 160,705, 160,706, 160,707, 160,708, 160,709, 160,710, 160,711, 160,712, 160,713, 160,714, 160,715, 160,716, 160,717, 160,718, 160,719, 160,720, 160,721, 160,722, 160,723, 160,724, 160,725, 160,726, 160,727, 160,728, 160,729, 160,730, 160,731, 160,732, 160,733, 160,734, 160,735, 160,736, 160,737, 160,738, 160,739, 160,740, 160,741, 160,742, 160,743, 160,744, 160,745, 160,746, 160,747, 160,748, 160,749, 160,750, 160,751, 160,752, 160,753, 160,754, 160,755, 160,756, 160,757, 160,758, 160,759, 160,760, 160,761, 160,762, 160,763, 160,764, 160,765, 160,766, 160,767, 160,768, 160,769, 160,770, 160,771, 160,772, 160,773, 160,774, 160,775, 160,776, 160,777, 160,778, 160,779, 160,780, 160,781, 160,782, 160,783, 160,784, 160,785, 160,786, 160,787, 160,788, 160,789, 160,790, 160,791, 160,792, 160,793, 160,794, 160,795, 160,796, 160,797, 160,798, 160,799, 160,800, 160,801, 160,802, 160,803, 160,804, 160,805, 160,806, 160,807, 160,808, 160,809, 160,810, 160,811, 160,812, 160,813, 160,814, 160,815, 160,816, 160,817, 160,818, 160,819, 160,820, 160,821, 160,822, 160,823, 160,824, 160,825, 160,826, 160,827, 160,828, 160,829, 160,830, 160,831, 160,832, 160,833, 160,834, 160,835, 160,836, 160,837, 160,838, 160,839, 160,840, 160,841, 160,842, 160,843, 160,844, 160,845, 160,846, 160,847, 160,848, 160,849, 160,850, 160,851, 160,852, 160,853, 160,854, 160,855, 160,856, 160,857, 160,858, 160,859, 160,860, 160,861, 160,862, 160,863, 160,864, 160,865, 160,866, 160,867, 160,868, 160,869, 160,870, 160,871, 160,872, 160,873, 160,874, 160,875, 160,876, 160,877, 160,878, 160,879, 160,880, 160,881, 160,882, 160,883, 160,884, 160,885, 160,886, 160,887, 160,888, 160,889, 160,890, 160,891, 160,892, 160,893, 160,894, 160,895, 160,896, 160,897, 160,898, 160,899, 160,900, 160,901, 160,902, 160,903, 160,904, 160,905, 160,906, 160,907, 160,908, 160,909, 160,910, 160,911, 160,912, 160,913, 160,914, 160,915, 160,916, 160,917, 160,918, 160,919, 160,920, 160,921, 160,922, 160,923, 160,924, 160,925, 160,926, 160,927, 160,928, 160,929, 160,930, 160,931, 160,932, 160,933, 160,934, 160,935, 160,936, 160,937, 160,938, 160,939, 160,940, 160,941, 160,942, 160,943, 160,944, 160,945, 160,946, 160,947, 160,948, 160,949, 160,950, 160,951, 160,952, 160,953, 160,954, 160,955, 160,956, 160,957, 160,958, 160,959, 160,960, 160,961, 160,962, 160,963, 160,964, 160,965, 160,966, 160,967, 160,968, 160,969, 160,970, 160,971, 160,972, 160,973, 160,974, 160,975, 160,976, 160,977, 160,978, 160,979, 160,980, 160,981, 160,982, 160,983, 160,984, 160,985, 160,986, 160,987, 160,988, 160,989, 160,990, 160,991, 160,992, 160,993, 160,994, 160,995, 160,996, 160,997, 160,998, 160,999, 161,000, 161,001, 161,002, 161,003, 161,004, 161,005, 161,006, 161,007, 161,008, 161,009, 161,010, 161,011, 161,012, 161,013, 161,014, 161,015, 161,016, 161,017, 161,018, 161,019, 161,020, 161,021, 161,022, 161,023, 161,024, 161,025, 161,026, 161,027, 161,028, 161,029, 161,030, 161,031, 161,032, 161,033, 161,034, 161,035, 161,036, 161,037, 161,038, 161,039, 161,040, 161,041, 161,042, 161,043, 161,044, 161,045, 161,046, 161,047, 161,048, 161,049, 161,050, 161,051, 161,052, 161,053, 161,054, 161,055, 161,056, 161,057, 161,058, 161,059, 161,060, 161,061, 161,062, 161,063, 161,064, 161,065, 161,066, 161,067, 161,068, 161,069, 161,070, 161,071, 161,072, 161,073, 161,074, 161,075, 161,076, 161,077, 161,078, 161,079, 161,080, 161,081, 161,082, 161,083, 161,084, 161,085, 161,086, 161,087, 161,088, 161,089, 161,090, 161,091, 161,092, 161,093, 161,094, 161,095, 161,096, 161,097, 161,098, 161,099, 161,100, 161,101, 161,102, 161,103, 161,104, 161,105, 161,106, 161,107, 161,108, 161,109, 161,110, 161,111, 161,112, 161,113, 161,114, 161,115, 161,116, 161,117, 161,118, 161,119, 161,120, 161,121, 161,122, 161,123, 161,124, 161,125, 161,126, 161,127, 161,128, 161,129, 161,130, 161,131, 161,132, 161,133, 161,134, 161,135, 161,136, 161,137, 161,138, 161,139, 161,140, 161,141, 161,142, 161,143, 161,144, 161,145, 161,146, 161,147, 161,148, 161,149, 161,150, 161,151, 161,152, 161,153, 161,154, 161,155, 161,156, 161,157, 161,158, 161,159, 161,160, 161,161, 161,162, 161,163, 161,164, 161,165, 161,166, 161,167, 161,168, 161,169, 161,170, 161,171, 161,172, 161,173, 161,174, 161,175, 161,176, 161,177, 161,178, 161,179, 161,180, 161,181, 161,182, 161,183, 161,184, 161,185, 161,186, 161,187, 161,188, 161,189, 161,190, 161,191, 161,192, 161,193, 161,194, 161,195, 161,196, 161,197, 161,198, 161,199, 161,200, 161,201, 161,202, 161,203, 161,204, 161,205, 161,206, 161,207, 161,208, 161,209, 161,210, 161,211, 161,212, 161,213, 161,214, 161,215, 161,216, 161,217, 161,218, 161,219, 161,220, 161,221, 161,222, 161,223, 161,224, 161,225, 161,226, 161,227, 161,228, 161,229, 161,230, 161,231, 161,232, 161,233, 161,234, 161,235, 161,236, 161,237, 161,238, 161,239, 161,240, 161,241, 161,242, 161,243, 161,244, 161,245, 161,246, 161,247, 161,248, 161,249, 161,250, 161,251, 161,252, 161,253, 161,254, 161,255, 161,256, 161,257, 161,258, 161,259, 161,260, 161,261, 161,262, 161,263, 161,264, 161,265, 161,266, 161,267, 161,268, 161,269, 161,270, 161,271, 161,272, 161,273, 161,274, 161,275, 161,276, 161,277, 161,278, 161,279, 161,280, 161,281, 161,282, 161,283, 161,284, 161,285, 161,286, 161,287, 161,288, 161,289, 161,290, 161,291, 161,292, 161,293, 161,294, 161,295, 161,296, 161,297, 161,298, 161,299, 161,300, 161,301, 161,302, 161,303, 161,304, 161,305, 161,306, 161,307, 161,308, 161,309, 161,310, 161,311, 161,312, 161,313, 161,314, 161,315, 161,316, 161,317, 161,318, 161,319, 161,320, 161,321, 161,322, 161,323, 161,324, 161,325, 161,326, 161,327, 161,328, 161,329, 161,330, 161,331, 161,332, 161,333, 161,334, 161,335, 161,336, 161,337, 161,338, 161,339, 161,340, 161,341, 161,342, 161,343, 161,344, 161,345, 161,346, 161,347, 161,348, 161,349, 161,350, 161,351, 161,352, 161,353, 161,354, 161,355, 161,356, 161,357, 161,358, 161,359, 161,360, 161,361, 161,362, 161,363, 161,364, 161,365, 161,366, 161,367, 161,368, 161,369, 161,370, 161,371, 161,372, 161,373, 161,374, 161,375, 161,376, 161,377, 161,378, 161,379, 161,380, 161,381, 161,382, 161,383, 161,384, 161,385, 161,386, 161,387, 161,388, 161,389, 161,390, 161,391, 161,392, 161,393, 161,394, 161,395, 161,396, 161,397, 161,398, 161,399, 161,400, 161,401, 161,402, 161,403, 161,404, 161,405, 161,406, 161,407, 161,408, 161,409, 161,410, 161,411, 161,412, 161,413, 161,414, 161,415, 161,416, 161,417, 161,418, 161,419, 161,420, 161,421, 161,422, 161,423, 161,424, 161,425, 161,426, 161,427, 161,428, 161,429, 161,430, 161,431, 161,432, 161,433, 161,434, 161,435, 161,436, 161,437, 161,438, 161,439, 161,440, 161,441, 161,442, 161,443, 161,444, 161,445, 161,446, 161,447, 161,448, 161,449, 161,450, 161,451, 161,452, 161,453, 161,454, 161,455, 161,456, 161,457, 161,458, 161,459, 161,460, 161,461, 161,462, 161,463, 161,464, 161,465, 161,466, 161,467, 161,468, 161,469, 161,470, 161,471, 161,472, 161,473, 161,474, 161,475, 161,476, 161,477, 161,478, 161,479, 161,480, 161,481, 161,482, 161,483, 161,484, 161,485, 161,486, 161,487, 161,488, 161,489, 161,490, 161,491, 161,492, 161,493, 161,494, 161,495, 161,496, 161,497, 161,498, 161,499, 161,500, 161,501, 161,502, 161,503, 161,504, 161,505, 161,506, 161,507, 161,508, 161,509, 161,510, 161,511, 161,512, 161,513, 161,514, 161,515, 161,516, 161,517, 161,518, 161,519, 161,520, 161,521, 161,522, 161,523, 161,524, 161,525, 161,526, 161,527, 161,528, 161,529, 161,530, 161,531, 161,532, 161,533, 161,534, 161,535, 161,536, 161,537, 161,538, 161,539, 161,540, 161,541, 161,542, 161,543, 161,544, 161,545, 161,546, 161,547, 161,548, 161,549, 161,550, 161,551, 161,552, 161,553, 161,554, 161,555, 161,556, 161,557, 161,558, 161,559, 161,560, 161,561, 161,562, 161,563, 161,564, 161,565, 161,566, 161,567, 161,568, 161,569, 161,570, 161,571, 161,572, 161,573, 161,574, 161,575, 161,576, 161,577, 161,578, 161,579, 161,580, 161,581, 161,582, 161,583, 161,584, 161,585, 161,586, 161,587, 161,588, 161,589, 161,590, 161,591, 161,592, 161,593, 161,594, 161,595, 161,596, 161,597, 161,598, 161,599, 161,600, 161,601, 161,602, 161,603, 161,604, 161,605, 161,606, 161,607, 161,608, 161,609, 161,610, 161,611, 161,612, 161,613, 161,614, 161,615, 161,616, 161,617, 161,618, 161,619, 161,620, 161,621, 161,622, 161,623, 161,624, 161,625, 161,626, 161,627, 161,628, 161,629, 161,630, 161,631, 161,632, 161,633, 161,634, 161,635, 161,636, 161,637, 161,638, 161,639, 161,640, 161,641, 161,642, 161,643, 161,644, 161,645, 161,646, 161,647, 161,648, 161,649, 161,650, 161,651, 161,652, 161,653, 161,654, 161,655, 161,656, 161,657, 161,658, 161,659, 161,660, 161,661, 161,662, 161,663, 161,664, 161,665, 161,666, 161,667, 161,668, 161,669, 161,670, 161,671, 161,672, 161,673, 161,674, 161,675, 161,676, 161,677, 161,678, 161,679, 161,680, 161,681, 161,682, 161,683, 161,684, 161,685, 161,686, 161,687, 161,688, 161,689, 161,690, 161,691, 161,692, 161,693, 161,694, 161,695, 161,696, 161,697, 161,698, 161,699, 161,700, 161,701, 161,702, 161,703, 161,704, 161,705, 161,706, 161,707, 161,708, 161,709, 161,710, 161,711, 161,712, 161,713, 161,714, 161,715, 161,716, 161,717, 161,718, 161,719, 161,720, 161,721, 161,722, 161,723, 161,724, 161,725, 161,726, 161,727, 161,728, 161,729, 161,730, 161,731, 161,732, 161,733, 161,734, 161,735, 161,736, 161,737, 161,738, 161,739, 161,740, 161,741, 161,742, 161,743, 161,744, 161,745, 161,746, 161,747, 161,748, 161,749, 161,750, 161,751, 161,752, 161,753, 161,754, 161,755, 161,756, 161,757, 161,758, 161,759, 161,760, 161,761, 161,762, 161,763, 161,764, 161,765, 161,766, 161,767, 161,768, 161,769, 161,770, 161,771, 161,772, 161,773, 161,774, 161,775, 161,776, 161,777, 161,778, 161,779, 161,780, 161,781, 161,782, 161,783, 161,784, 161,785, 161,786, 161,787, 161,788, 161,789, 161,790, 161,791, 161,792, 161,793, 161,794, 161,795, 161,796, 161,797, 161,798, 161,799, 161,800, 161,801, 161,802, 161,803, 161,804, 161,805, 161,806, 161,807, 161,808, 161,809, 161,810, 161,811, 161,812, 161,813, 161,814, 161,815, 161,816, 161,817, 161,818, 161,819, 161,820, 161,821, 161,822, 161,823, 161,824, 161,825, 161,826, 161,827, 161,828, 161,829, 161,830, 161,831, 161,832, 161,833, 161,834, 161,835, 161,836, 161,837, 161,838, 161,839, 161,840, 161,841, 161,842, 161,843, 161,844, 161,845, 161,846, 161,847, 161,848, 161,849, 161,850, 161,851, 161,852, 161,853, 161,854, 161,855, 161,856, 161,857, 161,858, 161,859, 161,860, 161,861, 161,862, 161,863, 161,864, 161,865, 161,866, 161,867, 161,868, 161,869, 161,870, 161,871, 161,872, 161,873, 161,874, 161,875, 161,876, 161,877, 161,878, 161,879, 161,880, 161,881, 161,882, 161,883, 161,884, 161,885, 161,886, 161,887, 161,888, 161,889, 161,890, 161,891, 161,892, 161,893, 161,894, 161,895, 161,896, 161,897, 161,898, 161,899, 161,900, 161,901, 161,902, 161,903, 161,904, 161,905, 161,906, 161,907, 161,908, 161,909, 161,910, 161,911, 161,912, 161,913, 161,914, 161,915, 161,916, 161,917, 161,918, 161,919, 161,920, 161,921, 161,922, 161,923, 161,924, 161,925, 161,926, 161,927, 161,928, 161,929, 161,930, 161,931, 161,932, 161,933, 161,934, 161,935, 161,936, 161,937, 161,938, 161,939, 161,940, 161,941, 161,942, 161,943, 161,944, 161,945, 161,946, 161,947, 161,948, 161,949, 161,950, 161,951. 161,952. 161,953. 161,954. 161,955. 161,956. 161,957. 161,958. 161,959. 161,960. 161,961. 161,962. 161,963. 161,964. 161,965. 161,966. 161,967. 161,968. 161,969. 161,970. 161,971. 161,972. 161,973. 161,974. 161,975. 161,976. 161,977. 161,978. 161,979. 161,980. 161,981. 161,982. 161,983. 161,984. 161,985. 161,986. 161,987. 161,988. 161,989. 161,990. 161,991. 161,992. 161,993. 161,994. 161,995. 161,996. 161,997. 161,998. 161,999. 162,000. 162,001. 162,002. 162,003. 162,004. 162,005. 162,006. 162,007. 162,008. 162,009. 162,010. 162,011. 162,012. 162,013. 162,014. 162,015. 162,016. 162,017. 162,018. 162,019. 162,020. 162,021. 162,022. 162,023. 162,024. 162,025. 162,026. 162,027. 162,028. 162,029. 162,030. 162,031. 162,032. 162,033. 162,034. 162,035. 162,036. 162,037. 162,038. 162,039. 162,040. 162,041. 162,042. 162,043. 162,044. 162,045. 162,046. 162,047. 162,048. 162,049. 162,050. 162,051. 162,052. 162,053. 162,054. 162,055. 162,056. 162,057. 162,058. 162,059. 160,060. 160,061. 162,062. 162,063. 162,064. 162,065. 162,066. 162,067. 162,068. 162,069. 162,070. 162,071. 162,072. 162,073. 162,074. 162,075. 162,076. 162,077. 162,078. 162,079. 162,080. 162,081. 162,082. 162,083. 162,084. 162,085. 162,086. 162,087. 162,088. 162,089. 162,090. 162,091. 162,092. 162,093. 162,094. 162,095. 162,096. 162,097. 162,098. 162,099. 162,100. 162,101. 162,102. 162,103. 162,104. 162,105. 162,106. 162,107. 162,108. 162,109. 162,110. 162,111. 162,112. 162,113. 162,114. 162,115. 162,116. 162,117. 162,118. 162,119. 162,120. 162,121. 162,122. 162,123. 162,124. 162,125. 162,126. 162,127. 162,128. 162,129. 162,130. 162,131. 162,132. 162,133. 162,134. 162,135. 162,136. 162,137. 162,138. 162,139. 162,140. 162,141. 162,142. 162,143. 162,144. 162,145. 162,146. 162,147. 162,148. 162,149. 162,150. 162,151. 162,152. 162,153. 162,154. 162,155. 162,156. 162,157. 162,158. 162,159. 162,160. 162,161, 162,162, 162,163, 162,164, 162,165, 162,166, 162,167, 162,168, 162,169, 162,170, 162,171, 162,172, 162,173, 162,174, 162,175, 162,176, 162,177, 162,178, 162,179, 162,180, 162,181, 162,182, 162,183, 162,184, 162,185, 162,186, 162,187, 162,188, 162,189, 162,190, 162,191, 162,192, 162,193, 162,194, 162,195, 162,196, 162,197, 162,198, 162,199, 162,200, 162,201, 162,202, 162,203, 162,204, 162,205, 162,206, 162,207, 162,208, 162,209, 162,210, 162,211, 162,212, 162,213, 162,214, 162,215, 162,216, 162,217, 162,218, 162,219, 162,220, 162,221, 162,222, 162,223, 162,224, 162,225, 162,226, 162,227, 162,228, 162,229, 162,230, 162,231, 162,232, 162,233, 162,234, 162,235, 162,236, 162,237, 162,238, 162,239, 162,240, 162,241, 162,242, 162,243, 162,244, 162,245, 162,246, 162,247, 162,248, 162,249, 162,250, 162,251, 162,252, 162,253, 162,254, 162,255, 162,256, 162,257, 162,258, 162,259, 162,260, 162,261, 162,262, 162,263, 162,264, 162,265, 162,266, 162,267, 162,268, 162,269, 162,270, 162,271, 162,272, 162,273, 162,274, 162,275, 162,276, 162,277, 162,278, 162,279, 162,280, 162,281, 162,282, 162,283, 162,284, 162,285, 162,286, 162,287, 162,288, 162,289, 162,290, 162,291, 162,292, 162,293, 162,294, 162,295, 162,296, 162,297, 162,298, 162,299, 162,300, 162,301, 162,302, 162,303, 162,304, 162,305, 162,306, 162,307, 162,308, 162,309, 162,310, 162,311, 162,312, 162,313, 162,314, 162,315, 162,316, 162,317, 162,318, 162,319, 162,320, 162,321, 162,322, 162,323, 162,324, 162,325, 162,326, 162,327, 162,328, 162,329, 162,330, 162,331, 162,332, 162,333, 162,334, 162,335, 162,336, 162,337, 162,338, 162,339, 162,340, 162,341, 162,342, 162,343, 162,344, 162,345, 162,346, 162,347, 162,348, 162,349, 162,350, 162,351, 162,352, 162,353, 162,354, 162,355, 162,356, 162,357, 162,358, 162,359, 162,360, 162,361, 162,362, 162,363, 162,364, 162,365, 162,366, 162,367, 162,368, 162,369, 162,370, 162,371, 162,372, 162,373, 162,374, 162,375, 162,376, 162,377, 162,378, 162,379, 162,380, 162,381, 162,382, 162,383, 162,384, 162,385, 162,386, 162,387, 162,388, 162,389, 162,390, 162,391, 162,392, 162,393, 162,394, 162,395, 162,396, 162,397, 162,398, 162,399, 162,400, 162,401, 162,402, 162,403, 162,404, 162,405, 162,406, 162,407, 162,408, 162,409, 162,410, 162,411, 162,412, 162,413, 162,414, 162,415, 162,416, 162,417, 162,418, 162,419, 162,420, 162,421, 162,422, 162,423, 162,424, 162,425, 162,426, 162,427, 162,428, 162,429, 162,430, 162,431, 162,432, 162,433, 162,434, 162,435, 162,436, 162,437, 162,438, 162,439, 162,440, 162,441, 162,442, 162,443, 162,444, 162,445, 162,446, 162,447, 162,448, 162,449, 162,450, 162,451, 162,452, 162,453, 162,454, 162,455, 162,456, 162,457, 162,458, 162,459, 162,460, 162,461, 162,462, 162,463, 162,464, 162,465, 162,466, 162,467, 162,468, 162,469, 162,470, 162,471, 162,472, 162,473, 162,474, 162,475, 162,476, 162,477, 162,478, 162,479, 162,480, 162,481, 162,482, 162,483, 162,484, 162,485, 162,486, 162,487, 162,488, 162,489, 162,490, 162,491, 162,492, 162,493, 162,494, 162,495, 162,496, 162,497, 162,498, 162,499, 162,500, 162,501, 162,502, 162,503, 162,504, 162,505, 162,506, 162,507, 162,508, 162,509, 162,510, 162,511, 162,512, 162,513, 162,514, 162,515, 162,516, 162,517, 162,518, 162,519, 162,520, 162,521, 162,522, 162,523, 162,524, 162,525, 162,526, 162,527, 162,528, 162,529, 162,530, 162,531, 162,532, 162,533, 162,534, 162,535, 162,536, 162,537, 162,538, 162,539, 162,540, 162,541, 162,542, 162,543, 162,544, 162,545, 162,546, 162,547, 162,548, 162,549, 162,550, 162,551, 162,552, 162,553, 162,554, 162,555, 162,556, 162,557, 162,558, 162,559, 162,560, 162,561, 162,562, 162,563, 162,564, 162,565, 162,566, 162,567, 162,568, 162,569, 162,570, 162,571, 162,572, 162,573, 162,574, 162,575, 162,576, 162,577, 162,578, 162,579, 162,580, 162,581, 162,582, 162,583, 162,584, 162,585, 162,586, 162,587, 162,588, 162,589, 162,590, 162,591, 162,592, 162,593, 162,594, 162,595, 162,596, 162,597, 162,598, 162,599, 162,600, 162,601, 162,602, 162,603, 162,604, 162,605, 162,606, 162,607, 162,608, 162,609, 162,610, 162,611, 162,612, 162,613, 162,614, 162,615, 162,616, 162,617, 162,618, 162,619, 162,620, 162,621, 162,622, 162,623, 162,624, 162,625, 162,626, 162,627, 162,628, 162,629, 162,603, 162,631, 162,632, 162,633, 162,634, 162,635, 160,636, 160,637, 160,638, 160,639, 160,640, 160,641, 160,642, 160,643, 160,644, 160,645, 160,646, 160,647, 160,648, 160,649, 160,650, 160,651, 160,652, 160,653, 160,654, 160,655, 160,656, 160,657, 160,658, 160,659, 160,660, 160,661, 160,662, 160,663, 160,664, 160,665, 160,666, 160,667, 160,668, 160,669, 160,670, 160,671, 160,672, 160,673, 160,674, 160,675, 160,676, 160,677, 160,678, 160,679, 160,680, 160,681, 160,682, 160,683, 160,684, 160,685, 160,686, 160,687, 160,688, 160,689, 160,690, 160,691, 160,692, 160,693, 160,694, 160,695, 160,696, 160,697, 160,698, 160,699, 160,700, 160,701, 160,702, 160,703, 160,704, 160,705, 160,706, 160,707, 160,708, 160,709, 160,710, 160,711, 160,712, 160,713, 160,714, 160,715, 160,716, 160,717, 160,718, 160,719, 160,720, 160,721, 160,722, 160,723, 160,724, 160,725, 160,726, 160,727, 160,728, 160,729, 160,730, 160,731, 160,732, 160,733, 160,734, 160,735, 160,736, 160,737, 162,738, 162,739, 162,740, 162,741, 162,742, 162,743, 162,744, 162,745, 162,746, 162,747, 162,748, 162,749, 162,750, 162,751, 162,752, 162,753, 162,754, 162,755, 162,756, 162,757, 162,758, 162,759, 162,760, 162,761, 162,762, 162,763, 162,764, 162,765, 162,766, 162,767, 162,768, 162,769, 162,770, 162,771, 162,772, 162,773, 162,774, 162,775, 162,776, 162,777, 162,778, 162,779, 162,780, 162,781, 162,782, 162,783, 162,784, 162,785, 162,786, 162,787, 162,788, 162,789, 162,790, 162,791, 162,792, 162,793, 162,794, 162,795, 162,796, 162,797, 162,798, 162,799, 162,800, 162,801, 162,802, 162,803, 162,804, 162,805, 162,806, 162,807, 162,808, 162,809, 162,810, 162,811, 162,812, 162,813, 162,814, 162,815, 162,816, 162,817, 162,818, 162,819, 162,820, 162,821, 162,822, 162,823, 162,824, 162,825, 162,826, 162,827, 162,828, 162,829, 162,830, 162,831, 162,832, 162,833, 162,834, 162,835, 162,836, 162,837, 162,838, 162,839, 162,840, 162,841, 162,842, 162,843, 162,844, 162,845, 162,846, 162,847, 162,848, 162,849, 162,850, 162,851, 162,852, 162,853, 162,854, 162,855, 162,856, 162,857, 162,858, 162,859, 162,860, 162,861, 162,862, 162,863, 162,864, 162,865, 162,866, 162,867, 162,868, 162,869, 162,870, 162,871, 162,872, 162,873, 162,874, 162,875, 162,876, 162,877, 162,878, 162,879, 162,880, 162,881, 162,882, 162,883, 162,884, 162,885, 162,886, 162,887, 162,888, 162,889, 162,890, 162,891, 162,892, 162,893, 162,894, 162,895, 162,896, 162,897, 162,898, 162,899, 162,900, 162,901, 162,902, 162,903, 162,904, 162,905, 162,906, 162,907, 162,908, 162,909, 162,910, 162,911, 162,912, 162,913, 162,914, 162,915, 162,916, 162,917, 162,918, 162,919, 162,920, 162,921, 162,922, 162,923, 162,924, 162,925, 162,926, 162,927, 162,928, 162,929, 162,930, 162,931, 162,932, 162,933, 162,934, 162,935, 162,936, 162,937, 162,938, 162,939, 162,940, 162,941, 162,942, 162,943, 162,944, 162,945, 162,946, 162,947, 162,948, 162,949, 162,950, 162,951, 162,952, 162,953, 162,954, 162,955, 162,956, 162,957, 162,958, 162,959, 162,960, 162,961, 162,962, 162,963, 162,964, 162,965, 162,966, 162,967, 162,968, 162,969, 162,970, 162,971, 162,972, 162,973, 162,974, 162,975, 162,976, 162,977, 162,978, 162,979, 162,980, 162,981, 162,982, 162,983, 162,984, 162,985, 162,986, 162,987, 162,988, 162,989, 162,990, 162,991, 162,992, 162,993, 162,994, 162,995, 162,996, 162,997, 162,998, 162,999, 163,000, 163,001, 163,002, 163,003, 163,004, 163,005, 163,006, 163,007, 163,008, 163,009, 163,010, 163,011, 163,012, 163,013, 163,014, 163,015, 163,016, 163,017, 163,018, 163,019, 163,020, 163,021, 163,022, 163,023, 163,024, 163,025, 163,026, 163,027, 163,028, 163,029, 163,030, 163,031, 163,032, 163,033, 163,034, 163,035, 163,036, 163,037, 163,038, 163,039, 163,040, 163,041, 163,042, 163,043, 163,044, 163,045, 163,046, 163,047, 163,048, 163,049, 163,050, 163,051, 163,052, 163,053, 163,054, 163,055, 163,056, 163,057, 163,058, 163,059, 163,060, 163,061, 163,062, 163,063, 163,064, 163,065, 163,066, 163,067, 163,068, 163,069, 163,070, 163,071, 163,072, 163,073, 163,074, 163,075, 163,076, 163,077, 163,078, 163,079, 163,080, 163,081, 163,082, 163,083, 163,084, 163,085, 163,086, 163,087, 163,088, 163,089, 163,090, 163,091, 163,092, 163,093, 163,094, 163,095, 163,096, 163,097, 163,098, 163,099, 163,100, 163,101, 163,102, 163,103, 163,104, 163,105, 163,106, 163,107, 163,108, 163,109, 163,110, 163,111, 163,112, 163,113, 163,114, 163,115, 163,116, 163,117, 163,118, 163,119, 163,120, 163,121, 163,122, 163,123, 163,124, 163,125, 163,126, 163,127, 163,128, 163,129, 163,130, 163,131, 163,132, 163,133, 163,134, 163,135, 163,136, 163,137, 163,138, 163,139, 163,140, 163,141, 163,142, 163,143, 163,144, 163,145, 163,146, 163,147, 163,148, 163,149, 163,150, 163,151, 163,152, 163,153, 163,154, 163,155, 163,156, 163,157, 163,158, 163,159, 163,160, 163,161, 163,162, 163,163, 163,164, 163,165, 163,166, 163,167, 163,168, 163,169, 163,170, 163,171, 163,172, 163,173, 163,174, 163,175, 163,176, 163,177, 163,178, 163,179, 163,180, 163,181, 163,182, 163,183, 163,184, 163,185, 163,186, 163,187, 163,188, 163,189, 163,190, 163,191, 163,192, 163,193, 163,194, 163,195, 163,196, 163,197, 163,198, 163,199, 163,200, 163,201, 163,202, 163,203, 163,204, 163,205, 163,206, 163,207, 163,208, 163,209, 163,210, 163,211, 163,212, 163,213, 163,214, 163,215, 163,216, 163,217, 163,218, 163,219, 163,220, 163,221, 163,222, 163,223, 163,224, 163,225, 163,226, 163,227, 163,228, 163,229, 163,230, 163,231, 163,232, 163,233, 163,234, 163,235, 163,236, 163,237, 163,238, 163,239, 163,240, 163,241, 163,242, 163,243, 163,244, 163,245, 163,246, 163,247, 163,248, 163,249, 163,250, 163,251, 163,252, 163,253, 163,254, 163,255, 163,256, 163,257, 163,258, 163,259, 163,260, 163,261, 163,262, 163,263, 163,264, 163,265, 163,266, 163,267, 163,268, 163,269, 163,270, 163,271, 163,272, 163,273, 163,274, 163,275, 163,276, 163,277, 163,278, 163,279, 163,280, 163,281, 163,282, 163,283, 163,284, 163,285, 163,286, 163,287, 163,288, 163,289, 163,290, 163,291, 163,292, 163,293, 163,294, 163,295, 163,296, 163,297, 163,298, 163,299, 163,300, 163,301, 163,302, 163,303, 163,304, 163,305, 163,306, 163,307, 163,308, 163,309, 163,310, 163,311, 163,312, 163,313, 163,314, 163,315, 163,316, 163,317, 163,318, 163,319, 163,320, 163,321, 163,322, 163,323, 163,324, 163,325, 163,326, 163,327, 163,328, 163,329, 163,330, 163,331, 163,332, 163,333, 163,334, 163,335, 163,336, 163,337, 163,338, 163,339, 163,340, 163,341, 163,342, 163,343, 163,344, 163,345, 163,346, 163,347, 163,348, 163,349, 163,350, 163,351, 163,352, 163,353, 163,354, 163,355, 163,356, 163,357, 163,358, 163,359, 163,360, 163,361, 163,362, 163,363, 163,364, 163,365, 163,366, 163,367, 163,368, 163,369, 163,370, 163,371, 163,372, 163,373, 163,374, 163,375, 163,376, 163,377, 163,378, 163,379, 163,380, 163,381, 163,382, 163,383, 163,384, 163,385, 163,386, 163,387, 163,388, 163,389, 163,390, 163,391, 163,392, 163,393, 163,394, 163,395, 163,396, 163,397, 163,398, 163,399, 163,400, 163,401, 163,402, 163,403, 163,404, 163,405, 163,406, 163,407, 163,408, 163,409, 163,410, 163,411, 163,412, 163,413, 163,414, 163,415, 163,416, 163,417, 163,418, 163,419, 163,420, 163,421, 163,422, 163,423, 163,424, 163,425, 163,426, 163,427, 163,428, 163,429, 163,430, 163,431, 163,432, 163,433, 163,434, 163,435, 163,436, 163,437, 163,438, 163,439, 163,440, 163,441, 163,442, 163,443, 163,444, 163,445, 163,446, 163,447, 163,448, 163,449, 163,450, 163,451, 163,452, 163,453, 163,454, 163,455, 163,456, 163,457, 163,458, 163,459, 163,460, 163,461, 163,462, 163,463, 163,464, 163,465, 163,466, 163,467, 163,468, 163,469, 163,470, 163,471, 163,472, 163,473, 163,474, 163,475, 163,476, 163,477, 163,478, 163,479, 163,480, 163,481, 163,482, 163,483, 163,484, 163,485, 163,486, 163,487, 163,488, 163,489, 163,490, 163,491, 163,492, 163,493, 163,494, 163,495, 163,496, 163,497, 163,498, 163,499, 163,500, 163,501, 163,502, 163,503, 163,504, 163,505, 163,506, 163,507, 163,508, 163,509, 163,510, 163,511, 163,512, 163,513, 163,514, 163,515, 163,516, 163,517, 163,518, 163,519, 163,520, 163,521, 163,522, 163,523, 163,524, 163,525, 163,526, 163,527, 163,528, 163,529, 163,530, 163,531, 163,532, 163,533, 163,534, 163,535, 163,536, 163,537, 163,538, 163,539, 163,540, 163,541, 163,542, 163,543, 163,544, 163,545, 163,546, 163,547, 163,548, 163,549, 163,550, 163,551, 163,552, 163,553, 163,554, 163,555, 163,556, 163,557, 163,558, 163,559, 163,560, 163,561, 163,562, 163,563, 163,564, 163,565, 163,566, 163,567, 163,568, 163,569, 163,570, 163,571, 163,572, 163,573, 163,574, 163,575, 163,576, 163,577, 163,578, 163,579, 163,580, 163,581, 163,582, 163,583, 163,584, 163,585, 163,586, 163,587, 163,588, 163,589, 163,590, 163,591, 163,592, 163,593, 163,594, 163,595, 163,596, 163,597, 163,598, 163,599, 163,600, 163,601, 163,602, 163,603, 163,604, 163,605, 163,606, 163,607, 163,608, 163,609, 163,610, 163,611, 163,612, 163,613, 163,614, 163,615, 163,616, 163,617, 163,618, 163,619, 163,620, 163,621, 163,622, 163,623, 163,624, 163,625, 163,626, 163,627, 163,628, 163,629, 163,630, 163,631, 163,632, 163,633, 163,634, 163,635, 163,636, 163,637, 163,638, 163,639, 163,640, 163,641, 163,642, 163,643, 163,644, 163,645, 163,646, 163,647, 163,648, 163,649, 163,650, 163,651, 163,652, 163,653, 163,654, 163,655, 163,656, 163,657, 163,658, 163,659, 163,660, 163,661, 163,662, 163,663, 163,664, 163,665, 163,666, 163,667, 163,668, 163,669, 163,670, 163,671, 163,672, 163,673, 163,674, 163,675, 163,676, 163,677, 163,678, 163,679, 163,680, 163,681, 163,682, 163,683, 163,684, 163,685, 163,686, 163,687, 163,688, 163,689, 163,690, 163,691, 163,692, 163,693, 163,694, 163,695, 163,696, 163,697, 163,698, 163,699, 163,700, 163,701, 163,702, 163,703, 163,704, 163,705, 163,706, 163,707, 163,708, 163,709, 163,710, 163,711, 163,712, 163,713, 163,714, 163,715, 163,716, 163,717, 163,718, 163,719, 163,720, 163,721, 163,722, 163,723, 163,724, 163,725, 163,726, 163,727, 163,728, 163,729, 163,730, 163,731, 163,732, 163,733, 163,734, 163,735, 163,736, 163,737, 163,738, 163,739, 163,740, 163,741, 163,742, 163,743, 163,744, 163,745, 163,746, 163,747, 163,748, 163,749, 163,750, 163,751, 163,752, 163,753, 163,754, 163,755, 163,756, 163,757, 163,758, 163,759, 163,760, 163,761, 163,762, 163,763, 163,764, 163,765, 163,766, 163,767, 163,768, 163,769, 163,770, 163,771, 163,772, 163,773, 163,774, 163,775, 163,776, 163,777, 163,778, 163,779, 163,780, 163,781, 163,782, 163,783, 163,784, 163,785, 163,786, 163,787, 163,788, 163,789, 163,790, 163,791, 163,792, 163,793, 163,794, 163,795, 163,796, 163,797, 163,798, 163,799, 163,800, 163,801, 163,802, 163,803, 163,804, 163,805, 163,806, 163,807, 163,808, 163,809, 163,810, 163,811, 163,812, 163,813, 163,814, 163,815, 163,816, 163,817, 163,818, 163,819, 163,820, 163,821, 163,822, 163,823, 163,824, 163,825, 163,826, 163,827, 163,828, 163,829, 163,830, 163,831, 163,832, 163,833, 163,834, 163,835, 163,836, 163,837, 163,838, 163,839, 163,840, 163,841, 163,842, 163,843, 163,844, 163,845, 163,846, 163,847, 163,848, 163,849, 163,850, 163,851, 163,852, 163,853, 163,854, 163,855, 163,856, 163,857, 163,858, 163,859, 163,860, 163,861, 163,862, 163,863, 163,864, 163,865, 163,866, 163,867, 163,868, 163,869, 163,870, 163,871, 163,872, 163,873, 163,874, 163,875, 163,876, 163,877, 163,878, 163,879, 163,880, 163,881, 163,882, 163,883, 163,884, 163,885, 163,886, 163,887, 163,888, 163,889, 163,890, 163,891, 163,892, 163,893, 163,894, 163,895, 163,896, 163,897, 163,898, 163,899, 163,900, 163,901, 163,902, 163,903, 163,904, 163,905, 163,906, 163,907, 163,908, 163,909, 163,910, 163,911, 163,912, 163,913, 163,914, 163,915, 163,916, 163,917, 163,918, 163,919, 163,920, 163,921, 163,922, 163,923, 163,924, 163,925, 163,926, 163,927, 163,928, 163,929, 163,930, 163,931, 163,932, 163,933, 163,934, 163,935, 163,936, 163,937, 163,938, 163,939, 163,940, 163,941, 163,942, 163,943, 163,944, 163,945, 163,946, 163,947, 163,948, 163,949, 163,950, 163,951, 163,952, 163,953, 163,954, 163,955, 163,956, 163,957, 163,958, 163,959, 163,960, 163,961, 163,962, 163,963, 163,964, 163,965, 163,966, 163,967, 163,968, 163,969, 163,970, 163,971, 163,972, 163,973, 163,974, 163,975, 163,976, 163,977, 163,978, 163,979, 163,980, 163,981, 163,982, 163,983, 163,984, 163,985, 163,986, 163,987, 163,988, 163,989, 163,990, 163,991, 163,992, 163,993, 163,994, 163,995, 163,996, 163,997, 163,998, 163,999, 164,000, 164,001, 164,002, 164,003, 164,004, 164,005, 164,006, 164,007, 164,008, 164,009, 164,010, 164,011, 164,012, 164,013, 164,014, 164,015, 164,016, 164,017, 164,018, 164,019, 164,020, 164,021, 164,022, 164,023, 164,024, 164,025, 164,026, 164,027, 164,028, 164,029, 164,030, 164,031, 164,032, 164,033, 164,034, 164,035, 164,036, 164,037, 164,038, 164,039, 164,040, 164,041, 164,042, 164,043, 164,044, 164,045, 164,046, 164,047, 164,048, 164,049, 164,050, 164,051, 164,052, 164,053, 164,054, 164,055, 164,056, 164,057, 164,058, 164,059, 164,060, 164,061, 164,062, 164,063, 164,064, 164,065, 164,066, 164,067, 164,068, 164,069, 164,070, 164,071, 164,072, 164,073, 164,074, 164,075, 164,076, 164,077, 164,078, 164,079, 164,080, 164,081, 164,082, 164,083, 164,084, 164,085, 164,086, 164,087, 164,088, 164,089, 164,090, 164,091, 164,092, 164,093, 164,094, 164,095, 164,096, 164,097, 164,098, 164,099, 164,100, 164,101, 164,102, 164,103, 164,104, 164,105, 164,106, 164,107, 164,108, 164,109, 164,110, 164,111, 164,112, 164,113, 164,114, 164,115, 164,116, 164,117, 164,118, 164,119, 164,120, 164,121, 164,122, 164,123, 164,124, 164,125, 164,126, 164,127, 164,128, 164,129, 164,130, 164,131, 164,132, 164,133, 164,134, 164,135, 164,136, 164,137, 164,138, 164,139, 164,140, 164,141, 164,142, 164,143, 164,144, 164,145, 164,146, 164,147, 164,148, 164,149, 164,150, 164,151, 164,152, 164,153, 164,154, 164,155, 164,156, 164,157, 164,158, 164,159, 164,160, 164,161, 164,162, 164,163, 164,164, 164,165, 164,166, 164,167, 164,168, 164,169, 164,170, 164,171, 164,172, 164,173, 164,174, 164,175, 164,176, 164,177, 164,178, 164,179, 164,180, 164,181, 164,182, 164,183, 164,184, 164,185, 164,186, 164,187, 164,188, 164,189, 164,190, 164,191, 164,192, 164,193, 164,194, 164,195, 164,196, 164,197, 164,198, 164,199, 164,200, 164,201, 164,202, 164,203, 164,204, 164,205, 164,206, 164,207, 164,208, 164,209, 164,210, 164,211, 164,212, 164,213, 164,214, 164,215, 164,216, 164,217, 164,218, 164,219, 164,220, 164,221, 164,222, 164,223, 164,224, 164,225, 164,226, 164,227, 164,228, 164,229, 164,230, 164,231, 164,232, 164,233, 164,234, 164,235, 164,236, 164,237, 164,238, 164,239, 164,240, 164,241, 164,242, 164,243, 164,244, 164,245, 164,246, 164,247, 164,248, 164,249, 164,250, 164,251, 164,252, 164,253, 164,254, 164,255, 164,256, 164,257, 164,258, 164,259, 164,260, 164,261, 164,262, 164,263, 164,264, 164,265, 164,266, 164,267, 164,268, 164,269, 164,270, 164,271, 164,272, 164,273, 164,274, 164,275, 164,276, 164,277, 164,278, 164,279, 164,280, 164,281, 164,282, 164,283, 164,284, 164,285, 164,286, 164,287, 164,288, 164,289, 164,290, 164,291, 164,292, 164,293, 164,294, 164,295, 164,296, 164,297, 164,298, 164,299, 164,300, 164,301, 164,302, 164,303, 164,304, 164,305, 164,306, 164,307, 164,308, 164,309, 164,310, 164,311, 164,312, 164,313, 164,314, 164,315, 164,316, 164,317, 164,318, 164,319, 164,320, 164,321, 164,322, 164,323, 164,324, 164,325, 164,326, 164,327, 164,328, 164,329, 164,330, 164,331, 164,332, 164,333, 164,334, 164,335, 164,336, 164,337, 164,338, 164,339, 164,340, 164,341, 164,342, 164,343, 164,344, 164,345, 164,346, 164,347, 164,348, 164,349, 164,350, 164,351, 164,352, 164,353, 164,354, 164,355, 164,356, 164,357, 164,358, 164,359, 164,360, 164,361, 164,362, 164,363, 164,364, 164,365, 164,366, 164,367, 164,368, 164,369, 164,370, 164,371, 164,372, 164,373, 164,374, 164,375, 164,376, 164,377, 164,378, 164,379, 164,380, 164,381, 164,382, 164,383, 164,384, 164,385, 164,386, 164,387, 164,388, 164,389, 164,390, 164,391, 164,392, 164,393, 164,394, 164,395, 164,396, 164,397, 164,398, 164,399, 164,400, 164,401, 164,402, 164,403, 164,404, 164,405, 164,406, 164,407, 164,408, 164,409, 164,410, 164,411, 164,412, 164,413, 164,414, 164,415, 164,416, 164,417, 164,418, 164,419, 164,420, 164,421, 164,422, 164,423, 164,424, 164,425, 164,426, 164,427, 164,428, 164,429, 164,430, 164,431, 164,432, 164,433, 164,434, 164,435, 164,436, 164,437, 164,438, 164,439, 164,440, 164,441, 164,442, 164,443, 164,444, 164,445, 164,446, 164,447, 164,448, 164,449, 164,450, 164,451, 164,452, 164,453, 164,454, 164,455, 164,456, 164,457, 164,458, 164,459, 164,460, 164,461, 164,462, 164,463, 164,464, 164,465, 164,466, 164,467, 164,468, 164,469, 164,470, 164,471, 164,472, 164,473, 164,474, 164,475, 164,476, 164,477, 164,478, 164,479, 164,480, 164,481, 164,482, 164,483, 164,484, 164,485, 164,486, 164,487, 164,488, 164,489, 164,490, 164,491, 164,492, 164,493, 164,494, 164,495, 164,496, 164,497, 164,498, 164,499, 164,500, 164,501, 164,502, 164,503, 164,504, 164,505, 164,506, 164,507, 164,508, 164,509, 164,510, 164,511, 164,512, 164,513, 164,514, 164,515, 164,516, 164,517, 164,518, 164,519, 164,520, 164,521, 164,522, 164,523, 164,524, 164,525, 164,526, 164,527, 164,528, 164,529, 164,530, 164,531, 164,532, 164,533, 164,534, 164,535, 164,536, 164,537, 164,538, 164,539, 164,540, 164,541, 164,542, 164,543, 164,544, 164,545, 164,546, 164,547, 164,548, 164,549, 164,550, 164,551, 164,552, 164,553, 164,554, 164,555, 164,556, 164,557, 164,558, 164,559, 164,560, 164,561, 164,562, 164,563, 164,564, 164,565, 164,566, 164,567, 164,568, 164,569, 164,570, 164,571, 164,572, 164,573, 164,574, 164,575, 164,576, 164,577, 164,578, 164,579, 164,580, 164,581, 164,582, 164,583, 164,584, 164,585, 164,586, 164,587, 164,588, 164,589, 164,590, 164,591, 164,592, 164,593, 164,594, 164,595, 164,596, 164,597, 164,598, 164,599, 164,600, 164,601, 164,602, 164,603, 164,604, 164,605, 164,606, 164,607, 164,608, 164,609, 164,610, 164,611, 164,612, 164,613, 164,614, 164,615, 164,616, 164,617, 164,618, 164,619, 164,620, 164,621, 164,622, 164,623, 164,624, 164,625, 164,626, 164,627, 164,628, 164,629, 164,630, 164,631, 164,632, 164,633, 164,634, 164,635, 164,636, 164,637, 164,638, 164,639, 164,640, 164,641, 164,642, 164,643, 164,644, 164,645, 164,646, 164,647, 164,648, 164,649, 164,650, 164,651, 164,652, 164,653, 164,654, 164,655, 164,656, 164,657, 164,658, 164,659, 164,660, 164,661, 164,662, 164,663, 164,664, 164,665, 164,666, 164,667, 164,668, 164,669, 164,670, 164,671, 164,672, 164,673, 164,674, 164,675, 164,676, 164,677, 164,678, 164,679, 164,680, 164,681, 164,682, 164,683, 164,684, 164,685, 164,686, 164,687, 164,688, 164,689, 164,690, 164,691, 164,692, 164,693, 164,694, 164,695, 164,696, 164,697, 164,698, 164,699, 164,700, 164,701, 164,702, 164,703, 164,704, 164,705, 164,706, 164,707, 164,708, 164,709, 164,710, 164,711, 164,712, 164,713, 164,714, 164,715, 164,716, 164,717, 164,718, 164,719, 164,720, 164,721, 164,722, 164,723, 164,724, 164,725, 164,726, 164,727, 164,728, 164,729, 164,730, 164,731, 164,732, 164,733, 164,734, 164,735, 164,736, 164,737, 164,738, 164,739, 164,740, 164,741, 164,742, 164,743, 164,744, 164,745, 164,746, 164,747, 164,748, 164,749, 164,750, 164,751, 164,752, 164,753, 164,754, 164,755, 164,756, 164,757, 164,758, 164,759, 164,760, 164,761, 164,762, 164,763, 164,764, 164,765, 164,766, 164,767, 164,768, 164,769, 164,770, 164,771, 164,772, 164,773, 164,774, 164,775, 164,776, 164,777, 164,778, 164,779, 164,780, 164,781, 164,782, 164,783, 164,784, 164,785, 164,786, 164,787, 164,788, 164,789, 164,790, 164,791, 164,792, 164,793, 164,794, 164,795, 164,796, 164,797, 164,798, 164,799, 164,800, 164,801, 164,802, 164,803, 164,804, 164,805, 164,806, 164,807, 164,808, 164,809, 164,810, 164,811, 164,812, 164,813, 164,814, 164,815, 164,816, 164,817, 164,818, 164,819, 164,820, 164,821, 164,822, 164,823, 164,824, 164,825, 164,826, 164,827, 164,828, 164,829, 164,830, 164,831, 164,832, 164,833, 164,834, 164,835, 164,836, 164,837, 164,838, 164,839, 164,840, 164,841, 164,842, 164,843, 164,844, 164,845, 164,846, 164,847, 164,848, 164,849, 164,850, 164,851, 164,852, 164,853, 164,854, 164,855, 164,856, 164,857, 164,858, 164,859, 164,860, 164,861, 164,862, 164,863, 164,864, 164,865, 164,866, 164,867, 164,868, 164,869, 164,870, 164,871, 164,872, 164,873, 164,874, 164,875, 164,876, 164,877, 164,878, 164,879, 164,880, 164,881, 164,882, 164,883, 164,884, 164,885, 164,886, 164,887, 164,888, 164,889, 164,890, 164,891, 164,892, 164,893, 164,894, 164,895, 164,896, 164,897, 164,898, 164,899, 164,900, 164,901, 164,902, 164,903, 164,904, 164,905, 164,906, 164,907, 164,908, 164,909, 164,910, 164,911, 164,912, 164,913, 164,914, 164,915, 164,916, 164,917, 164,918, 164,919, 164,920, 164,921, 164,922, 164,923, 164,924, 164,925, 164,926, 164,927, 164,928, 164,929, 164,930, 164,931, 164,932, 164,933, 164,934, 164,935, 164,936, 164,937, 164,938, 164,939, 164,940, 164,941, 164,942, 164,943, 164,944, 164,945, 164,946, 164,947, 164,948, 164,949, 164,950, 164,951, 164,952, 164,953, 164,954, 164,955, 164,956, 164,957, 164,958, 164,959, 164,960, 164,961, 164,962, 164,963, 164,964, 164,965, 164,966, 164,967, 164,968, 164,969, 164,970, 164,971, 164,972, 164,973, 164,974, 164,975, 164,976, 164,977, 164,978, 164,979, 164,980, 164,981, 164,982, 164,983, 164,984, 164,985, 164,986, 164,987, 164,988, 164,989, 164,990, 164,991, 164,992, 164,993, 164,994, 164,995, 164,996, 164,997, 164,998, 164,999, 165,000, 165,001, 165,002, 165,003, 165,004, 165,005, 165,006, 165,007, 165,008, 165,009, 165,010, 165,011, 165,012, 165,013, 165,014, 165,015, 165,016, 165,017, 165,018, 165,019, 165,020, 165,021, 165,022, 165,023, 165,024, 165,025, 165,026, 165,027, 165,028, 165,029, 165,030, 165,031, 165,032, 165,033, 165,034, 165,035, 165,036, 165,037, 165,038, 165,039, 165,040, 165,041, 165,042, 165,043, 165,044, 165,045, 165,046, 165,047, 165,048, 165,049, 165,050, 165,051, 165,052, 165,053, 165,054, 165,055, 165,056, 165,057, 165,058, 165,059, 165,060, 165,061, 165,062, 165,063, 165,064, 165,065, 165,066, 165,067, 165,068, 165,069, 165,070, 165,071, 165,072, 165,073, 165,074, 165,075, 165,076, 165,077, 165,078, 165,079, 165,080, 165,081, 165,082, 165,083, 165,084, 165,085, 165,086, 165,087, 165,088, 165,089, 165,090, 165,091, 165,092, 165,093, 165,094, 165,095, 165,096, 165,097, 165,098, 165,099, 165,100, 165,101, 165,102, 165,103, 165,104, 165,105, 165,106, 165,107, 165,108, 165,109, 165,110, 165,111, 165,112, 165,113, 165,114, 165,115, 165,116, 165,117, 165,118, 165,119, 165,120, 165,121, 165,122, 165,123, 165,124, 165,125, 165,126, 165,127, 165,128, 165,129, 165,130, 165,131, 165,132, 165,133, 165,134, 165,135, 165,136, 165,137, 165,138, 165,139, 165,140, 165,141, 165,142, 165,143, 165,144, 165,145, 165,146, 165,147, 165,148, 165,149, 165,150, 165,151, 165,152, 165,153, 165,154, 165,155, 165,156, 165,157, 165,158, 165,159, 165,160, 165,161, 165,162, 165,163, 165,164, 165,165, 165,166, 165,167, 165,168, 165,169, 165,170, 165,171, 165,172, 165,173, 165,174, 165,175, 165,176, 165,177, 165,178, 165,179, 165,180, 165,181, 165,182, 165,183, 165,184, 165,185, 165,186, 165,187, 165,188, 165,189, 165,190, 165,191, 165,192, 165,193, 165,194, 165,195, 165,196, 165,197, 165,198, 165,199, 165,200, 165,201, 165,202, 165,203, 165,204, 165,205, 165,206, 165,207, 165,208, 165,209, 165,210, 165,211, 165,212, 165,213, 165,214, 165,215, 165,216, 165,217, 165,218, 165,219, 165,220, 165,221, 165,222, 165,223, 165,224, 165,225, 165,226, 165,227, 165,228, 165,229, 165,230, 165,231, 165,232, 165,233, 165,234, 165,235, 165,236, 165,237, 165,238, 165,239, 165,240, 165,241, 165,242, 165,243, 165,244, 165,245, 165,246, 165,247, 165,248, 165,249, 165,250, 165,251, 165,252, 165,253, 165,254, 165,255, 165,256, 165,257, 165,258, 165,259, 165,260, 165,261, 165,262, 165,263, 165,264, 165,265, 165,266, 165,267, 165,268, 165,269, 165,270, 165,271, 165,272, 165,273, 165,274, 165,275, 165,276, 165,277, 165,278, 165,279, 165,280, 165,281, 165,282, 165,283, 165,284, 165,285, 165,286, 165,287, 165,288, 165,289, 165,290, 165,291, 165,292, 165,293, 165,294, 165,295, 165,296, 165,297, 165,298, 165,299, 165,300, 165,301, 165,302, 165,303, 165,304, 165,305, 165,306, 165,307, 165,308, 165,309, 165,310, 165,311, 165,312, 165,313, 165,314, 165,315, 165,316, 165,317, 165,318, 165,319, 165,320, 165,321, 165,322, 165,323, 165,324, 165,325, 165,326, 165,327, 165,328, 165,329, 165,330, 165,331, 165,332, 165,333, 165,334, 165,335, 165,336, 165,337, 165,338, 165,339, 165,340, 165,341, 165,342, 165,343, 165,344, 165,345, 165,346, 165,347, 165,348, 165,349, 165,350, 165,351, 165,352, 165,353, 165,354, 165,355, 165,356, 165,357, 165,358, 165,359, 165,360, 165,361, 165,362, 165,363, 165,364, 165,365, 165,366, 165,367, 165,368, 165,369, 165,370, 165,371, 165,372, 165,373, 165,374, 165,375, 165,376, 165,377, 165,378, 165,379, 165,380, 165,381, 165,382, 165,383, 165,384, 165,385, 165,386, 165,387, 165,388, 165,389, 165,390, 165,391, 165,392, 165,393, 165,394, 165,395, 165,396, 165,397, 165,398, 165,399, 165,400, 165,401, 165,402, 165,403, 165,404, 165,405, 165,406, 165,407, 165,408, 165,409, 165,410, 165,411, 165,412, 165,413, 165,414, 165,415, 165,416, 165,417, 165,418, 165,419, 165,420, 165,421, 165,422, 165,423, 165,424, 165,425, 165,426, 165,427, 165,428, 165,429, 165,430, 165,431, 165,432, 165,433, 165,434, 165,435, 165,436, 165,437, 165,438, 165,439, 165,440, 165,441, 165,442, 165,443, 165,444, 165,445, 165,446, 165,447, 165,448, 165,449, 165,450, 165,451, 165,452, 165,453, 165,454, 165,455, 165,456, 165,457, 165,458, 165,459, 165,460, 165,461, 165,462, 165,463, 165,464, 165,465, 165,466, 165,467, 165,468, 165,469, 165,470, 165,471, 165,472, 165,473, 165,474, 165,475, 165,476, 165,477, 165,478, 165,479, 165,480, 165,481, 165,482, 165,483, 165,484, 165,485, 165,486, 165,487, 165,488, 165,489, 165,490, 165,491, 165,492, 165,493, 165,494, 165,495, 165,496, 165,497, 165,498, 165,499, 165,500, 165,501, 165,502, 165,503, 165,504, 165,505, 165,506, 165,507, 165,508, 165,509, 165,510, 165,511, 165,512, 165,513, 165,514, 165,515, 165,516, 165,517, 165,518, 165,519, 165,520, 165,521, 165,522, 165,523, 165,524, 165,525, 165,526, 165,527, 165,528, 165,529, 165,530, 165,531, 165,532, 165,533, 165,534, 165,535, 165,536, 165,537, 165,538, 165,539, 165,540, 165,541, 165,542, 165,543, 165,544, 165,545, 165,546, 165,547, 165,548, 165,549, 165,550, 165,551, 165,552, 165,553, 165,554, 165,555, 165,556, 165,557, 165,558, 165,559, 165,560, 165,561, 165,562, 165,563, 165,564, 165,565, 165,566, 165,567, 165,568, 165,569, 165,570, 165,571, 165,572, 165,573, 165,574, 165,575, 165,576, 165,577, 165,578, 165,579, 165,580, 165,581, 165,582, 165,583, 165,584, 165,585, 165,586, 165,587, 165,588, 165,589, 165,590, 165,591, 165,592, 165,593, 165,594, 165,595, 165,596, 165,597, 165,598, 165,599, 165,600, 165,601, 165,602, 165,603, 165,604, 165,605, 165,606, 165,607, 165,608, 165,609, 165,610, 165,611, 165,612, 165,613, 165,614, 165,615, 165,616, 165,617, 165,618, 165,619, 165,620, 165,621, 165,622, 165,623, 165,624, 165,625, 165,626, 165,627, 165,628, 165,629, 165,630, 165,631, 165,632, 165,633, 165,634, 165,635, 165,636, 165,637, 165,638, 165,639, 165,640, 165,641, 165,642, 165,643, 165,644, 165,645, 165,646, 165,647, 165,648, 165,649, 165,650, 165,651, 165,652, 165,653, 165,654, 165,655, 165,656, 165,657, 165,658, 165,659, 165,660, 165,661, 165,662, 165,663, 165,664, 165,665, 165,666, 165,667, 165,668, 165,669, 165,670, 165,671, 165,672, 165,673, 165,674, 165,675, 165,676, 165,677, 165,678, 165,679, 165,680, 165,681, 165,682, 165,683, 165,684, 165,685, 165,686, 165,687, 165,688, 165,689, 165,690, 165,691, 165,692, 165,693, 165,694, 165,695, 165,696, 165,697, 165,698, 165,699, 165,700, 165,701, 165,702, 165,703, 165,704, 165,705, 165,706, 165,707, 165,708, 165,709, 165,710, 165,711, 165,712, 165,713, 165,714, 165,715, 165,716, 165,717, 165,718, 165,719, 165,720, 165,721, 165,722, 165,723, 165,724, 165,725, 165,726, 165,727, 165,728, 165,729, 165,730, 165,731, 165,732, 165,733, 165,734, 165,735, 165,736, 165,737, 165,738, 165,739, 165,740, 165,741, 165,742, 165,743, 165,744, 165,745, 165,746, 165,747, 165,748, 165,749, 165,750, 165,751, 165,752, 165,753, 165,754, 165,755, 165,756, 165,757, 165,758, 165,759, 165,760, 165,761, 165,762, 165,763, 165,764, 165,765, 165,766, 165,767, 165,768, 165,769, 165,770, 165,771, 165,772, 165,773, 165,774, 165,775, 165,776, 165,777, 165,778, 165,779, 165,780, 165,781, 165,782, 165,783, 165,784, 165,785, 165,786, 165,787, 165,788, 165,789, 165,790, 165,791, 165,792, 165,793, 165,794, 165,795, 165,796, 165,797, 165,798, 165,799, 165,800, 165,801, 165,802, 165,803, 165,804, 165,805, 165,806, 165,807, 165,808, 165,809, 165,810, 165,811, 165,812, 165,813, 165,814, 165,815, 165,816, 165,817, 165,818, 165,819, 165,820, 165,821, 165,822, 165,823, 165,824, 165,825, 165,826, 165,827, 165,828, 165,829, 165,830, 165,831, 165,832, 165,833, 165,834, 165,835, 165,836, 165,837, 165,838, 165,839, 165,840, 165,841, 165,842, 165,843, 165,844, 165,845, 165,846, 165,847, 165,848, 165,849, 165,850, 165,851, 165,852, 165,853, 165,854, 165,855, 165,856, 165,857, 165,858, 165,859, 165,860, 165,861, 165,862, 165,863, 165,864, 165,865, 165,866, 165,867, 165,868, 165,869, 165,870, 165,871, 165,872, 165,873, 165,874, 165,875, 165,876, 165,877, 165,878, 165,879, 165,880, 165,881, 165,882, 165,883, 165,884, 165,885, 165,886, 165,887, 165,888, 165,889, 165,890, 165,891, 165,892, 165,893, 165,894, 165,895, 165,896, 165,897, 165,898, 165,899, 165,900, 165,901, 165,902, 165,903, 165,904, 165,905, 165,906, 165,907, 165,908, 165,909, 165,910, 165,911, 165,912, 165,913, 165,914, 165,915, 165,916, 165,917, 165,918, 165,919, 165,920, 165,921, 165,922, 165,923, 165,924, 165,925, 165,926, 165,927, 165,928, 165,929, 165,930, 165,931, 165,932, 165,933, 165,934, 165,935, 165,936, 165,937, 165,938, 165,939, 165,940, 165,941, 165,942, 165,943, 165,944, 165,945, 165,946, 165,947, 165,948, 165,949, 165,950, 165,951, 165,952, 165,953, 165,954, 165,955, 165,956, 165,957, 165,958, 165,959, 165,960, 165,961, 165,962, 165,963, 165,964, 165,965, 165,966, 165,967, 165,968, 165,969, 165,970, 165,971, 165,972, 165,973, 165,974, 165,975, 165,976, 165,977, 165,978, 165,979, 165,980, 165,981, 165,982, 165,983, 165,984, 165,985, 165,986, 165,987, 165,988, 165,989, 165,990, 165,991, 165,992, 165,993, 165,994, 165,995, 165,996, 165,997, 165,998, 165,999, 166,000, 166,001, 166,002, 166,003, 166,004, 166,005, 166,006, 166,007, 166,008, 166,009, 166,010, 166,011, 166,012, 166,013, 166,014, 166,015, 166,016, 166,017, 166,018, 166,019, 166,020, 166,021, 166,022, 166,023, 166,024, 166,025, 166,026, 166,027, 166,028, 166,029, 166,030, 166,031, 166,032, 166,033, 166,034, 166,035, 166,036, 166,037, 166,038, 166,039, 166,040, 166,041, 166,042, 166,043, 166,044, 166,045, 166,046, 166,047, 166,048, 166,049, 166,050, 166,051, 166,052, 166,053, 166,054, 166,055, 166,056, 166,057, 166,058, 166,059, 166,060, 166,061, 166,062, 166,063, 166,064, 166,065, 166,066, 166,067, 166,068, 166,069, 166,070, 166,071, 166,072, 166,073, 166,074, 166,075, 166,076, 166,077, 166,078, 166,079, 166,080, 166,081, 166,082, 166,083, 166,084, 166,085, 166,086, 166,087, 166,088, 166,089, 166,090, 166,091, 166,092, 166,093, 166,094, 166,095, 166,096, 166,097, 166,098, 166,099, 166,100, 166,101, 166,102, 166,103, 166,104, 166,105, 166,106, 166,107, 166,108, 166,109, 166,110, 166,111, 166,112, 166,113, 166,114, 166,115, 166,116, 166,117, 166,118, 166,119, 166,120, 166,121, 166,122, 166,123, 166,124, 166,125, 166,126, 166,127, 166,128, 166,129, 166,130, 166,131, 166,132, 166,133, 166,134, 166,135, 166,136, 166,137, 166,138, 166,139, 166,140, 166,141, 166,142, 166,143, 166,144, 166,145, 166,146, 166,147, 166,148, 166,149, 166,150, 166,151, 166,152, 166,153, 166,154, 166,155, 166,156, 166,157, 166,158, 166,159, 166,160, 166,161, 166,162, 166,163, 166,164, 166,165, 166,166, 166,167, 166,168, 166,169, 166,170, 166,171, 166,172, 166,173, 166,174, 166,175, 166,176, 166,177, 166,178, 166,179, 166,180, 166,181, 166,182, 166,183, 166,184, 166,185, 166,186, 166,187, 166,188, 166,189, 166,190, 166,191, 166,192, 166,193, 166,194, 166,195, 166,196, 166,197, 166,198, 166,199, 166,200, 166,201, 166,202, 166,203, 166,204, 166,205, 166,206, 166,207, 166,208, 166,209, 166,210, 166,211, 166,212, 166,213, 166,214, 166,215, 166,216, 166,217, 166,218, 166,219, 166,220, 166,221, 166,225, 166,226, 166,227, 166,228, 166,229, 166,230, 166,231, 166,232, 166,233, 166,234, 166,235, 166,236, 166,237, 166,238, 166,239, 166,240, 166,241, 166,242, 166,243, 166,244, 166,245, 166,246, 166,247, 166,248, 166,249, 166,250, 166,251, 166,252, 166,253, 166,254, 166,255, 166,256, 166,257, 166,258, 166,259, 166,260, 166,261, 166,262, 166,263, 166,264, 166,265, 166,266, 166,267, 166,268, 166,269, 166,270, 166,271, 166,272, 166,273, 166,274, 166,275, 166,276, 166,277, 166,278, 166,279, 166,280, 166,281, 166,282, 166,283, 166,284, 166,285, 166,286, 166,287, 166,288, 166,289, 166,290, 166,291, 166,292, 166,293, 166,294, 166,295, 166,296, 166,297, 166,298, 166,299, 166,300, 166,301, 166,302, 166,303, 166,304, 166,305, 166,306, 166,307, 166,308, 166,309, 166,310, 166,311, 166,312, 166,313, 166,314, 166,315, 166,316, 166,317, 166,318, 166,319, 166,320, 166,321, 166,322, 166,323, 166,324, 166,325, 166,326, 166,327, 166,328, 166,329, 166,330, 166,331, 166,332, 166,333, 166,334, 166,335, 166,336, 166,337, 166,338, 166,339, 166,340, 166,341, 166,342, 166,343, 166,344, 166,345, 166,346, 166,347, 166,348, 166,349, 166,350, 166,351, 166,352, 166,353, 166,354, 166,355, 166,356, 166,357, 166,358, 166,359, 166,360, 166,361, 166,362, 166,363, 166,364, 166,365, 166,366, 166,367, 166,368, 166,369, 166,370, 166,371, 166,372, 166,373, 166,374, 166,375, 166,376, 166,377, 166,378, 166,379, 166,380, 166,381, 166,382, 166,383, 166,384, 166,385, 166,386, 166,387, 166,388, 166,389, 166,390, 166,391, 166,392, 166,393, 166,394, 166,395, 166,396, 166,397, 166,398, 166,399, 166,400, 166,401, 166,402, 166,403, 166,404, 166,405, 166,406, 166,407, 166,408, 166,409, 166,410, 166,411, 166,412, 166,413, 166,414, 166,415, 166,416, 166,417, 166,418, 166,419, 166,420, 166,421, 166,422, 166,423, 166,424, 166,425, 166,426, 166,427, 166,428, 166,429, 166,430, 166,431, 166,432, 166,433, 166,434, 166,435, 166,436, 166,437, 166,438, 166,439, 166,440, 166,441, 166,442, 166,443, 166,444, 166,445, 166,446, 166,447, 166,448, 166,449, 166,450, 166,451, 166,452, 166,453, 166,454, 166,455, 166,456, 166,457, 166,458, 166,459, 166,460, 166,461, 166,462, 166,463, 166,464, 166,465, 166,466, 166,467, 166,468, 166,469, 166,470, 166,471, 166,472, 166,473, 166,474, 166,475, 166,476, 166,477, 166,478, 166,479, 166,480, 166,481, 166,482, 166,483, 166,484, 166,485, 166,486, 166,487, 166,488, 166,489, 166,490, 166,491, 166,492, 166,493, 166,494, 166,495, 166,496, 166,497, 166,498, 166,499, 166,500, 166,501, 166,502, 166,503, 166,504, 166,505, 166,506, 166,507, 166,508, 166,509, 166,510, 166,511, 166,512, 166,513, 166,514, 166,515, 166,516, 166,517, 166,518, 166,519, 166,520, 166,521, 166,522, 166,523, 166,524, 166,525, 166,526, 166,527, 166,528, 166,529, 166,530, 166,531, 166,532, 166,533, 166,534, 166,535, 166,536, 166,537, 166,538, 166,539, 166,540, 166,541, 166,542, 166,543, 166,544, 166,545, 166,546, 166,547, 166,548, 166,549, 166,550, 166,551, 166,552, 166,553, 166,554, 166,555, 166,556, 166,557, 166,558, 166,559, 166,560, 166,561, 166,562, 166,563, 166,564, 166,565, 166,566, 166,567, 166,568, 166,569, 166,570, 166,571, 166,572, 166,573, 166,574, 166,575, 166,576, 166,577, 166,578, 166,579, 166,580, 166,581, 166,582, 166,583, 166,584, 166,585, 166,586, 166,587, 166,588, 166,589, 166,590, 166,591, 166,592, 166,593, 166,594, 166,595, 166,596, 166,597, 166,598, 166,599, 166,600, 166,601, 166,602, 166,603, 166,604, 166,605, 166,606, 166,607, 166,608, 166,609, 166,610, 166,611, 166,612, 166,613, 166,614, 166,615, 166,616, 166,617, 166,618, 166,619, 166,620, 166,621, 166,622, 166,623, 166,624, 166,625, 166,626, 166,627, 166,628, 166,629, 166,630, 166,631, 166,632, 166,633, 166,634, 166,635, 166,636, 166,637, 166,638, 166,639, 166,640, 166,641, 166,642, 166,643, 166,644, 166,645, 166,646, 166,647, 166,648, 166,649, 166,650, 166,651, 166,652, 166,653, 166,654, 166,655, 166,656, 166,657, 166,658, 166,659, 166,660, 166,661, 166,662, 166,663, 166,664, 166,665, 166,666, 166,667, 166,668, 166,669, 166,670, 166,671, 166,672, 166,673, 166,674, 166,675, 166,676, 166,677, 166,678, 166,679, 166,680, 166,681, 166,682, 166,683, 166,684, 166,685, 166,686, 166,687, 166,688, 166,689, 166,690, 166,691, 166,692, 166,693, 166,694, 166,695, 166,696, 166,697, 166,698, 166,699, 166,700, 166,701, 166,702, 166,703, 166,704, 166,705, 166,706, 166,707, 166,708, 166,709, 166,710, 166,711, 166,712, 166,713, 166,714, 166,715, 166,716, 166,717, 166,718, 166,719, 166,720, 166,721, 166,722, 166,723, 166,724, 166,725, 166,726, 166,727, 166,728, 166,729, 166,730, 166,731, 166,732, 166,733, 166,734, 166,735, 166,736, 166,737, 166,738, 166,739, 166,740, 166,741, 166,742, 166,743, 166,744, 166,745, 166,746, 166,747, 166,748, 166,749, 166,750, 166,751, 166,752, 166,753, 166,754, 166,755, 166,756, 166,757, 166,758, 166,759, 166,760, 166,761, 166,762, 166,763, 166,764, 166,765, 166,766, 166,767, 166,768, 166,769, 166,770, 166,771, 166,772, 166,773, 166,774, 166,775, 166,776, 166,777, 166,778, 166,779, 166,780, 166,781, 166,782, 166,783, 166,784, 166,785, 166,786, 166,787, 166,788, 166,789, 166,790, 166,791, 166,792, 166,793, 166,794, 166,795, 166,796, 166,797, 166,798, 166,799, 166,800, 166,801, 166,802, 166,803, 166,804, 166,805, 166,806, 166,807, 166,808, 166,809, 166,810, 166,811, 166,812, 166,813, 166,814, 166,815, 166,816, 166,817, 166,818, 166,819, 166,820, 166,821, 166,822, 166,823, 166,824, 166,825, 166,826, 166,827, 166,828, 166,829, 166,830, 166,831, 166,832, 166,833, 166,834, 166,835, 166,836, 166,837, 166,838, 166,839, 166,840, 166,841, 166,842, 166,843, 166,844, 166,845, 166,846, 166,847, 166,848, 166,849, 166,850, 166,851, 166,852, 166,853, 166,854, 166,855, 166,856, 166,857, 166,858, 166,859, 166,860, 166,861, 166,862, 166,863, 166,864, 166,865, 166,866, 166,867, 166,868, 166,869, 166,870, 166,871, 166,872, 166,873, 166,874, 166,875, 166,876, 166,877, 166,878, 166,879, 166,880, 166,881, 166,882, 166,883, 166,884, 166,885, 166,886, 166,887, 166,888, 166,889, 166,890, 166,891, 166,892, 166,893, 166,894, 166,895, 166,896, 166,897, 166,898, 166,899, 166,900, 166,901, 166,902, 166,903, 166,904, 166,905, 166,906, 166,907, 166,908, 166,909, 166,910, 166,911, 166,912, 166,913, 166,914, 166,915, 166,916, 166,917, 166,918, 166,919, 166,920, 166,921, 166,922, 166,923, 166,924, 166,925, 166,926, 166,927, 166,928, 166,929, 166,930, 166,931, 166,932, 166,933, 166,934, 166,935, 166,936, 166,937, 166,938, 166,939, 166,940, 166,941, 166,942, 166,943, 166,944, 166,945, 166,946, 166,947, 166,948, 166,949, 166,950, 166,951, 166,952, 166,953, 166,954, 166,955, 166,956, 166,957, 166,958, 166,959, 166,960, 166,961, 166,962, 166,963, 166,964, 166,965, 166,966, 166,967, 166,968, 166,969, 166,970, 166,971, 166,972, 166,973, 166,974, 166,975, 166,976, 166,977, 166,978, 166,979, 166,980, 166,981, 166,982, 166,983, 166,984, 166,985, 166,986, 166,987, 166,988, 166,989, 166,990, 166,991, 166,992, 166,993, 166,994, 166,995, 166,996, 166,997, 166,998, 166,999, 167,000, 167,001, 167,002, 167,003, 167,004, 167,005, 167,006, 167,007, 167,008, 167,009, 167,010, 167,011, 167,012, 167,013, 167,014, 167,015, 167,016, 167,017, 167,018, 167,019, 167,020, 167,021, 167,022, 167,023, 167,024, 167,025, 167,026, 167,027, 167,028, 167,029, 167,030, 167,031, 167,032, 167,033, 167,034, 167,035, 167,036, 167,037, 167,038, 167,039, 167,040, 167,041, 167,042, 167,043, 167,044, 167,045, 167,046, 167,047, 167,048, 167,049, 167,050, 167,051, 167,052, 167,053, 167,054, 167,055, 167,056, 167,057, 167,058, 167,059, 167,060, 167,061, 167,062, 167,063, 167,064, 167,065, 167,066, 167,067, 167,068, 167,069, 167,070, 167,071, 167,072, 167,073, 167,074, 167,075, 167,076, 167,077, 167,078, 167,079, 167,080, 167,081, 167,082, 167,083, 167,084, 167,085, 167,086, 167,087, 167,088, 167,089, 167,090, 167,091, 167,092, 167,093, 167,094, 167,095, 167,096, 167,097, 167,098, 167,099, 167,100, 167,101, 167,102, 167,103, 167,104, 167,105, 167,106, 167,107, 167,108, 167,109, 167,110, 167,111, 167,112, 167,113, 167,114, 167,115, 167,116, 167,117, 167,118, 167,119, 167,120, 167,121, 167,122, 167,123, 167,124, 167,125, 167,126, 167,127, 167,128, 167,129, 167,130, 167,131, 167,132, 167,133, 167,134, 167,135, 167,136, 167,137, 167,138, 167,139, 167,140, 167,141, 167,142, 167,143, 167,144, 167,145, 167,146, 167,147, 167,148, 167,149, 167,150, 167,151, 167,152, 167,153, 167,154, 167,155, 167,156, 167,157, 167,158, 167,159, 167,160, 167,161, 167,162, 167,163, 167,164, 167,165, 167,166, 167,167, 167,168, 167,169, 167,170, 167,171, 167,172, 167,173, 167,174, 167,175, 167,176, 167,177, 167,178, 167,179, 167,180, 167,181, 167,182, 167,183, 167,184, 167,185, 167,186, 167,187, 167,188, 167,189, 167,190, 167,191, 167,192, 167,193, 167,194, 167,195, 167,196, 167,197, 167,198, 167,199, 167,200, 167,201, 167,202, 167,203, 167,204, 167,205, 167,206, 167,207, 167,208, 167,209, 167,210, 167,211, 167,212, 167,213, 167,214, 167,215, 167,216, 167,217, 167,218, 167,219, 167,220, 167,221, 167,222, 167,223, 167,224, 167,225, 167,226, 167,227, 167,228, 167,229, 167,230, 167,231, 167,232, 167,233, 167,234, 167,235, 167,236, 167,237, 167,238, 167,239, 167,240, 167,241, 167,242, 167,243, 167,244, 167,245, 167,246, 167,247, 167,248, 167,249, 167,250, 167,251, 167,252, 167,253, 167,254, 167,255, 167,256, 167,257, 167,258, 167,259, 167,260, 167,261, 167,262, 167,263, 167,264, 167,265, 167,266, 167,267, 167,268, 167,269, 167,270, 167,271, 167,272, 167,273, 167,274, 167,275, 167,276, 167,277, 167,278, 167,279, 167,280, 167,281, 167,282, 167,283, 167,284, 167,285, 167,286, 167,287, 167,288, 167,289, 167,290, 167,291, 167,292, 167,293, 167,294, 167,295, 167,296, 167,297, 167,298, 167,299, 167,300, 167,301, 167,302, 167,303, 167,304, 167,305, 167,306, 167,307, 167,308, 167,309, 167,310, 167,311, 167,312, 167,313, 167,314, 167,315, 167,316, 167,317, 167,318, 167,319, 167,320, 167,321, 167,322, 167,323, 167,324, 167,325, 167,326, 167,327, 167,328, 167,329, 167,330, 167,331, 167,332, 167,333, 167,334, 167,335, 167,336, 167,337, 167,338, 167,339, 167,340, 167,341, 167,342, 167,343, 167,344, 167,345, 167,346, 167,347, 167,348, 167,349, 167,350, 167,351, 167,352, 167,353, 167,354, 167,355, 167,356, 167,357, 167,358, 167,359, 167,360, 167,361, 167,362, 167,363, 167,364, 167,365, 167,366, 167,367, 167,368, 167,369, 167,370, 167,371, 167,372, 167,373, 167,374, 167,375, 167,376, 167,377, 167,378, 167,379, 167,380, 167,381, 167,382, 167,383, 167,384, 167,385, 167,386, 167,387, 167,388, 167,389, 167,390, 167,391, 167,392, 167,393, 167,394, 167,395, 167,396, 167,397, 167,398, 167,399, 167,400, 167,401, 167,402, 167,403, 167,404, 167,405, 167,406, 167,407, 167,408, 167,409, 167,410, 167,411, 167,412, 167,413, 167,414, 167,415, 167,416, 167,417, 167,418, 167,419, 167,420, 167,421, 167,422, 167,423, 167,424, 167,425, 167,426, 167,427, 167,428, 167,429, 167,430, 167,431, 167,432, 167,433, 167,434, 167,435, 167,436, 167,437, 167,438, 167,439, 167,440, 167,441, 167,442, 167,443, 167,444, 167,445, 167,446, 167,447, 167,448, 167,449, 167,450, 167,451, 167,452, 167,453, 167,454, 167,455, 167,456, 167,457, 167,458, 167,459, 167,460, 167,461, 167,462, 167,463, 167,464, 167,465, 167,466, 167,467, 167,468, 167,469, 167,470, 167,471, 167,472, 167,473, 167,474, 167,475, 167,476, 167,477, 167,478, 167,479, 167,480, 167,481, 167,482, 167,483, 167,484, 167,485, 167,486, 167,487, 167,488, 167,489, 167,490, 167,491, 167,492, 167,493, 167,494, 167,495, 167,496, 167,497, 167,498, 167,499, 167,500, 167,501, 167,502, 167,503, 167,504, 167,505, 167,506, 167,507, 167,508, 167,509, 167,510, 167,511, 167,512, 167,513, 167,514, 167,515, 167,516, 167,517, 167,518, 167,519, 167,520, 167,521, 167,522, 167,523, 167,524, 167,525, 167,526, 167,527, 167,528, 167,529, 167,530, 167,531, 167,532, 167,533, 167,534, 167,535, 167,536, 167,537, 167,538, 167,539, 167,540, 167,541, 167,542, 167,543, 167,544, 167,545, 167,546, 167,547, 167,548, 167,549, 167,550, 167,551, 167,552, 167,553, 167,554, 167,555, 167,556, 167,557, 167,558, 167,559, 167,560, 167,561, 167,562, 167,563, 167,564, 167,565, 167,566, 167,567, 167,568, 167,569, 167,570, 167,571, 167,572, 167,573, 167,574, 167,575, 167,576, 167,577, 167,578, 167,579, 167,580, 167,581, 167,582, 167,583, 167,584, 167,585, 167,586, 167,587, 167,588, 167,589, 167,590, 167,591, 167,592, 167,593, 167,594, 167,595, 167,596, 167,597, 167,598, 167,599, 167,600, 167,601, 167,602, 167,603, 167,604, 167,605, 167,606, 167,607, 167,608, 167,609, 167,610, 167,611, 167,612, 167,613, 167,614, 167,615, 167,616, 167,617, 167,618, 167,619, 167,620, 167,621, 167,622, 167,623, 167,624, 167,625, 167,626, 167,627, 167,628, 167,629, 167,630, 167,631, 167,632, 167,633, 167,634, 167,635, 167,636, 167,637, 167,638, 167,639, 167,640, 167,641, 167,642, 167,643, 167,644, 167,645, 167,646, 167,647, 167,648, 167,649, 167,650, 167,651, 167,652, 167,653, 167,654, 167,655, 167,656, 167,657, 167,658, 167,659, 167,660, 167,661, 167,662, 167,663, 167,664, 167,665, 167,666, 167,667, 167,668, 167,669, 167,670, 167,671, 167,672, 167,673, 167,674, 167,675, 167,676, 167,677, 167,678, 167,679, 167,680, 167,681, 167,682, 167,683, 167,684, 167,685, 167,686, 167,687, 167,688, 167,689, 167,690, 167,691, 167,692, 167,693, 167,694, 167,695, 167,696, 167,697, 167,698, 167,699, 167,700, 167,701, 167,702, 167,703, 167,704, 167,705, 167,706, 167,707, 167,708, 167,709, 167,710, 167,711, 167,712, 167,713, 167,714, 167,715, 167,716, 167,717, 167,718, 167,719, 167,720, 167,721, 167,722, 167,723, 167,724, 167,725, 167,726, 167,727, 167,728, 167,729, 167,730, 167,731, 167,732, 167,733, 167,734, 167,735, 167,736, 167,737, 167,738, 167,739, 167,740, 167,741, 167,742, 167,743, 167,744, 167,745, 167,746, 167,747, 167,748, 167,749, 167,750, 167,751, 167,752, 167,753, 167,754, 167,755, 167,756, 167,757, 167,758, 167,759, 167,760, 167,761, 167,762, 167,763, 167,764, 167,765, 167,766, 167,767, 167,768, 167,769, 167,770, 167,771, 167,772, 167,773, 167,774, 167,775, 167,776, 167,777, 167,778, 167,779, 167,780, 167,781, 167,782, 167,783, 167,784, 167,785, 167,786, 167,787, 167,788, 167,789, 167,790, 167,791, 167,792, 167,793, 167,794, 167,795, 167,796, 167,797, 167,798, 167,799, 167,800, 167,801, 167,802, 167,803, 167,804, 167,805, 167,806, 167,807, 167,808, 167,809, 167,810, 167,811, 167,812, 167,813, 167,814, 167,815, 167,816, 167,817, 167,818, 167,819, 167,820, 167,821, 167,822, 167,823, 167,824, 167,825, 167,826, 167,827, 167,828, 167,829, 167,830, 167,831, 167,832, 167,833, 167,834, 167,835, 167,836, 167,837, 167,838, 167,839, 167,840, 167,841, 167,842, 167,843, 167,844, 167,845, 167,846, 167,847, 167,848, 167,849, 167,850, 167,851, 167,852, 167,853, 167,854, 167,855, 167,856, 167,857, 167,858, 167,859, 167,860, 167,861, 167,862, 167,863, 167,864, 167,865, 167,866, 167,867, 167,868, 167,869, 167,870, 167,871, 167,872, 167,873, 167,874, 167,875, 167,876, 167,877, 167,878, 167,879, 167,880, 167,881, 167,882, 167,883, 167,884, 167,885, 167,886, 167,887, 167,888, 167,889, 167,890, 167,891, 167,892, 167,893, 167,894, 167,895, 167,896, 167,897, 167,898, 167,899, 167,900, 167,901, 167,902, 167,903, 167,904, 167,905, 167,906, 167,907, 167,908, 167,909, 167,910, 167,911, 167,912, 167,913, 167,914, 167,915, 167,916, 167,917, 167,918, 167,919, 167,920, 167,921, 167,922, 167,923, 167,924, 167,925, 167,926, 167,927, 167,928, 167,929, 167,930, 167,931, 167,932, 167,933, 167,934, 167,935, 167,936, 167,937, 167,938, 167,939, 167,940, 167,941, 167,942, 167,943, 167,944, 167,945, 167,946, 167,947, 167,948, 167,949, 167,950, 167,951, 167,952, 167,953, 167,954, 167,955, 167,956, 167,957, 167,958, 167,959, 167,960, 167,961, 167,962, 167,963, 167,964, 167,965, 167,966, 167,967,